Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day number 2 of the DPC China Regional Finals. We have a day of games coming up for you guys where we're going to be seeing who's the first team eliminated from this hyper-competitive region. And joining me, I have two lovely analysts, well, an analyst, a caster, and two very handsome men at that. We've got Neff, Canadians, they're supposed to be nice and polite, but Neff, what happened to you, mate?
Snare, you're looking very
I like
different
this
today.
guy.
Not to mention you're much more rude, and you seem to be slightly worse at your job.
Oh my god.
I'll take that. Honestly,
Uh,
talk it,
I
get
can't
hit.
believe Snare.
Ricky, how you doing, my friend?
I'm doing fantastic, man. I'm more of a spectator now with this story that's happening. This is fantastic. I like it. Keep it going. Yeah. No, I'm glad.
Cool. Yeah.
I'm super happy to be here. This will be a lot of fun.
It really is. It really is. Yeah, we've got $100,000 off the line. We've got ourselves 380 DPC points, which is a lot of points, especially when we look at the upcoming majors and everything. For regional play, that is a huge amount. That is so much of what these players are playing for. They want to make it to TI, and this will be a great start in doing so. And I have a very difficult theoretical question to ask you guys, but how many of these teams that we're seeing in this in the DPC China regional finals do you think would have made it to the top 4 of the theoretical major anyway?
All of them.
You think it
Every
should have been
single one.
top 4 Chinese?
Top four
All right,
China.
maybe that's
I
a slight
respect it.
exaggeration. At least two. I feel like Aster, who had just managed to beat PSG.LGD at the Intel World Open, would have been up there. So it's surprising they ended up losing to RNG yesterday. And PSG.LGD, given the form that they're in right now, is going to be huge. Or, well, I imagine they were going to be huge. And they've said when we had the interview for them at the end of the season that they don't even feel like they're in top form at the moment.
I feel like for me, a part of it is I think it's pretty easy to say, yeah, LGDs, they're going to be up there for sure. Whether or not the other three teams would be, top 4, I think comes down to like which team we get that actually shows up to the major, because historically Aster has had a rough time on LAN. We've seen RNG be a little bit inconsistent as well as EHOME. So is it possible that we could see multiple of them at the top 4 in the world stage? Yeah, absolutely. It just depends on which team shows up. I think LG is almost a guarantee bet there. That team is way too good
Yeah.
to just bounce out or bottom out of a major type of thing. So
Absolutely. No, I do agree. But yeah, standings maybe looking a little bit different to what people are expecting. Let's have a look at that bracket and see exactly how things are looking today. Because of course we have the upper bracket match coming later on today. That one is going to be PSG.LGD versus RNG. And then we have EHOME versus Aster coming up. And this is how the DPC ended up looking after the all the games were said and done. And as you mentioned, LGD just as dominant as expected. And then Aster and RNG with the 5 and 2. And then we have EHOME, who won out in the end and managed to grab that 4th place, which could have been considered the big surprise, I guess.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
4th place could have gone to almost any of those teams, which is what's so cool. Like there was depending on like a couple of games, like 4th place could have just been almost anyone, but EHOME just had some really good series early on.
Not IG though, unfortunately. The biggest surprise of the DPC region. Yeah,
They
getting
only changed
eliminated.
one player as well. It's insane.
It's insane. It's insane.
I think a lot of people made this point just yesterday when they saw Fada ended up getting kicked from, what was it, Tundra?
That would be the team, yeah.
That was the one. That's the one that happened, right? A lot of people just like, okay, if you get rid of your playmaker or the person who's making a lot of shot calling, the captain of your team, then it completely changes the dynamic. And a lot of people said that would be the case for IG, and that did end up happening. So a team that a lot of people would have expected to be inside this regional finals isn't here because they replace a single player. And some people talked about the potential of them replacing God King because he had some lackluster performances on RNG over the season, but they ended up beating Aster yesterday. So I think maybe they understand, okay, it was a very short period of time this DPC season. We're better off sticking together and building on what we're doing so far rather than just saying, okay, this isn't working. We're going to replace a core member of our team right away.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly seems to be kind of the thinking, but yeah, it can lead you down difficult paths. But those difficult paths need to be trodden, unfortunately. Alrighty, let's gear up for our first series of the day. We have EHOME versus Aster on the cards, an elimination match as well. And I think the biggest surprise for a lot of people here is going to be the fact that Aster is down in the lower bracket. I mean, can you explain to me, Ricky, what exactly happened to them yesterday?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, so I was very lucky that I got to actually cover this series. Like this was one that
Yeah.
I think all of us were like wanting to watch, wanting to cover. So I don't know. I drew
Yeah, how was
the
your
big
analyst
stick
for
on
that
this
game,
one.
Ricky? I'm sure that was
Uh,
nice.
yeah, he was incredible. I honestly can't express enough how good Black is at his job. But about the series, what we realized is that RNG really need to have a specific type of draft, something that like has strong side lanes, and it didn't really like cost them to have to rely on Somnus in the mid lane so much. And in the games that they won, that was the case. The game that they lost, Aster probably took the most dominant victory we have seen in the entirety of the CNDPC. It was not
Do you
even
guys
remotely
have
close.
audio?
So, what do you mean?
I am not really hearing audio from this stream.
Oh, uh,
That's fine. Continue, Ricky.
but what I was saying is what the games that Aster did win, it was so dominant, and it was like very much an Aster performance where they proved themselves to just be a very very strong and formidable opponent. So can they take this series? Absolutely. Did they make some blunders yesterday? Yeah, I think mostly draft related, but hopefully today they address that, and we'll see how it goes. I don't think the 5 position Monkey King ended up doing quite what they wanted. I think that was probably one of the biggest issues with their draft in Game 3.
And was that it in terms of the drafting blunders you're talking about? Was it just the the pos 5 Monkey King, or was there something else which bothered you?
The 5 position Monkey King was probably the biggest part because the whole idea behind the hero is that it is supposed to win the lane. It needs to dominate the off lane hero, especially when you're into like a melee lane. And it was into, I believe, a Pangolier or something along those lines, and it got crushed. They absolutely fell apart, and the Pango just ran away with the game. And that is just something that can't happen because then you just have this Monkey King that doesn't scale very well because he's not going to be finding farm, isn't really contributing in fights. They just kind of walk out of as Wukong's command. So yeah, there was. I think the Monkey King was the biggest part. Bobica didn't really get to have a stylish game on one of his like iconic heroes, like the Monkey King or the IO or something like that. So I think they'll change the draft up a little bit here today. I think that's important for them.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about trying to find the right heroes and of course get those really popular picks which they're comfortable with. Neff, what do you want to see them picking up here on Aster?
I want them to go back for things that ended up working yesterday. I mean, they ended up having a solid performance. That's, of course, if the heroes ended up beating through. They did a super solid performance on the Wisp previously. They ended up finding themselves the Templar Assassin, which has been a hero that has just popped off in every single game that we've seen it across like multiple regions. Me and Ricky were both just casting the BTS Pro Series, and almost every time we saw a Templar Assassin come out, it just ends up carrying in the late game. So even though that's a hero that's probably going to get nerfed coming up here, I think if they can scare themselves a TA pick for this game, it's something that they should be going for probably somewhat early, as long as they can ban out the super good counter picks to it, like the Dark Seer.
Absolutely,
so,
yeah. And stick with what works. I think that's got to be it. We're this late into the patch. We figured out all the crazy stuff that can be figured out. It's time to just go with what you know. And talking about that, that's something which EHOME are very, very good with. They've got so many comfort picks. And it's something which nearly carried them through to a win yesterday. Surprisingly, EHOME looked really, really good.
Yeah, Game 2 was so sick by them. It was like all around just a great draft, I think, was the big issue. And they really just outplayed LGD in all the major fights. Like it wasn't, there wasn't too much more than that. Like they actually just outplayed LGD in a game where they had a superior draft. And any team that can do that is obviously very, very strong. So I wouldn't really count them out of this series. I think people are probably going to look at Aster as the favorite going into this because of the consistency that they've had. But if EHOME gets a good draft, man, if they get those comfort picks like you two are talking about, they can do it. Absolutely.
All right, I want to jump right in here and say, speaking of good draft and comfort picks, I was fading in and out of consciousness listening to your beautiful voice yesterday as the stream was on, Ricky. And I heard the amazing questions last night that were asked about the Pangolier and how the Pangolier was talked about in the post-game interviews. Do you mind giving that insight to everybody watching right now about these Pango picks, why it's so good, what the
Dude, this
players say?
hero's broken. Like, it's actually a broken hero. I don't know.
We do have a draft going on right now, so let's jump into that and see exactly what's happening with the Pangolier, because we do in fact have EHOME playing with the Pangolier.
I thought that's where Neff was going. I thought you were like making the draft transition.
I was going to steal my transition there.
I was like, dang, okay, Nomad just doesn't get to do his job. Funny.
Yeah, you're done, Nomad.
Yeah. This is Neff country now.
Yeah.
No, so the Pangolier, I think one of the things that makes this hero so dang strong is something that Black and I were talking about a lot early on, is the change for him to be able to go max shield crash build, where previously your only farming utility was your swashbuckle, but now it's shield crash, an ability that costs less mana. It has a very kind of deceptively large AoE that people don't really realize it's going to connect onto them. And so you're just able to farm super quick. You're super tanky. You trade effectively off shield crash, and it's flexible. I mean, this hero can literally play in 3 different lanes in 4 different positions. So actually 5 technically. I've seen people run 5 Pango. You just don't run it 1. Yeah, so 4 positions. It's a good hero.
Yeah, I don't know. It saw a lot of success yesterday. It was one of the games that they ended up finding success with on, I think, both these teams. So makes sense that they would snatch it up there. They don't want to give it up to their opponents. The IO ban out is no surprise. I mean, just coming off of Pro Series, it's weird for me to see this one banned out, as almost no teams picked or banned this one. It made it through almost every single game. But that's a hero that was banned out a lot inside the Pro Series, the Storm Spirit. But they picked this one up pretty early. There is a lot of counters you can pick up against it. One of the better ones, of course, being the Lina, which is still inside the pool. But that one kind of switches over in the direction of Storm Spirit once they both hit post level 6. Oh, I'm concerned about taking it this early when the enemies, already have a decent amount of lockdown. They have 3 picks ahead of them now. How do you guys feel about the Storm Spirit pick, though?
I mean, for me, I think it's, as you say, it is a risk. Like, the hero has been very, very strong. I think it's 9-2 across all of the DPC final regions. So it's been having a lot of success in these games. However, as you mentioned, when you pick it up into a Bane already, Pangolier, I think it's kind of hard to make work versus Storm Spirit, but the Bane definitely pretty good. And now you have a chance to pick up one more bit of lockdown for him. If you just get one of these instant stuns, then I think you've got some real problems on the side of Aster. But it's also Ori Storm, which is very, very scary.
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, it is great at jumping the back line, getting on top of Bane or Pangolier before we can get into the team fight with Rolling Thunder, but you do want an early Orchid to make these things work. So I think shutting down the Storm Spirit inside the laning phase is going to be a priority of EHOME here. So they're going to pick like a superior hero matchup in the mid lane rather than focusing on something that'll go into the late game against it.
So for me, I think one of the benefits of the Storm pick here is, well, I was going to make a point, and it's going to look very stupid, but I'm going to make the point anyway, because
you're brave. You're so brave. So brave.
I'm very brave. EHOME literally destroying my train of thought. I was thinking that maybe the idea here is that with the Pango, with the Storm Spirit pick, they want to force it into the offlane hands of Zeal rather than for 70, because it is something that EHOME flexes a lot between the mid lane and the off lane. We've seen them both play it a ton. But then they just picked the Night Stalker instead as a hard counter. The Storm Spirit, they did this yesterday. It's how they actually beat LGD. He ended up having like a Basher Nullifier and just destroyed the Storm Spirit. So this is a sick pick in my eyes.
Yeah, they're going back for what works here. I mean, if this is something they picked up in the match, they managed to take a game off of PSG.LGD, it makes sense that they would go for it again. I think this hero is kind of underrated as well. It's great at being able to pressure towers. Just with having the vision advantage, the enemies not being able to play around their trees, which is, I think, one of the biggest advantage when defending a point on the map. So if they pick up their next hero as something that's able to shove in buildings pretty easily, I think they'll just put the pressure on Aster and try to end this. Even though the game yesterday ended up going 60 minutes, try to take map control and end it as early as possible.
Yeah, probably wasn't the game plan. I don't think. They're like, all right, guys, nice, easy 60-minute win here, lads. Let's go.
Yeah,
I mean, this is such a god tier Night Stalker pick. This is so
What do
sick.
you like
I
about it,
love
man?
this. I mean, you already mentioned you got the Silence of the Storm, you've got the Vision for the Monkey King. You know, these are the two biggest problems of Aster's draft, and you've answered them. And now Aster don't really have any issues which EHOME need to answer, I feel. And that's not a position you want to be in.
The other thing about this draft here from Aster as well is the Monkey King is arguably probably one of the scariest heroes to give this team outside of IO. But we see a Snapfire, so you're either going to get a 5-position Snapfire or a core Monkey King, and there it is. So the Tusk Snapfire means that these are going to be our these are going to be our support duos, and it is going to be Monet taking the Monkey King as opposed to Bobica, which we've seen him play a lot. Monet, obviously very good at the hero, but
I do
better
just
than
want
the
to say,
5-position Monkey King, yeah.
I'd be remiss not to say it though, but this is a very good combo in lane if they can somehow make that one work. The Snapfire Tusk with a little shred. I mean, it's pretty hilarious. You do just
Wait, does that
murder
apply
someone,
the extra damage to it?
Yeah,
I thought it didn't.
Yeah, they just melt. No, it does. It's counts
okay. It's the Pango that it doesn't apply the extra damage to. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my! But this is the Tusk pick is actually super bad to the Night Stalker. We actually see a Night Stalker as a counter pick to the Tusk a lot of the time because you're not able to jump in on your allies and save them when the Night Stalker commits, just because of how the AoE silence works. The moment you go in with your Blink Dagger is like your big save. A lot of the time, like how you make the plays on Tusk, you just get yourself silenced as well. Your ally ends up dropping and your entire team is crying moments later. I don't know, man. It feels super weird for them to grab that against the aggression they have on EHOME. Go for a support that basically relies on making plays happen in the early games and tons of aggression coming out. So I don't know how they finish rounding out this draft, but I'm thinking that this is just going to be a game with both teams running at each other nonstop until something breaks.
Here, of course, we have Shiro and Monet on the cams. Shiro, very famous for his morphling and his flawless skin. I mean, I want to know his skincare routine. It is just so smooth.
Dude, same actually. Same actually.
Seriously, wow. And Monet, of course, with mad swag. He's just looking very cool, isn't he? I'm liking the look today.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a zip he's got on his shoulder? I mean, that's just cool. I wish I had zips on my shoulders.
Are you talking about swagger though? The Wraith King? That's a good transition.
True. It is.
Pat myself on the back for that one.
What is that zipper for?
I will say the Wraith King, it's probably just a safe pick here. I don't think there's much more to it than that. But this is a new hero.
Wait,
okay.
What? So which of these is offlane?
Probably the Snapfire.
XXS is on the Phoenix.
This is where we make a joke about it being a direct counter to the Night Stalker, turning into Day for a couple seconds, just completely bodying the hero, right?
Yeah, I'm sure that is
true.
Worth it.
Counted.
Yeah.
Counted.
It's weird that they would go for the Phoenix here in while having a Marana, who is one of the best heroes at dealing with the egg as well.
And this is an offlane Phoenix. Can we talk about the offlane Phoenix?
Oh yeah, that's XSS.
It is XXS
Phoenix,
playing
right.
the Phoenix.
Position 3. Yeah, they almost always play this on position 4 or 5. It used to be super popular inside the Chinese region, but it hasn't been. And I think that Marana's super good against it, yeah, but everyone else on the team doesn't deal with it super well. So I think we're so late in the patch that it's one of the heroes that people have forgotten about. And that kind of happens sometimes. You get so obsessed with the meta, you forget about fundamentals about the game in certain lane matchups. You just forget about how big this game could be. So maybe that's what they're going for here on Team Aster. It's okay.
But
I'm grasping at straws here, yeah.
Yeah, it just doesn't look good though. That's the problem. I completely agree with your reasoning. Okay, I think it's a great point to make, and I think it's a trap which a lot of teams do fall into. Yes, however, you're playing Phoenix into this draft. I mean, they must know something I don't. They must know something. Maybe it's like a halberd rush or something. I'm not sure. Ricky, do you have any reasoning for this Phoenix pickup?
I mean, it's just got to be comfort. Honestly, there's nothing about this that screams to me like a great Phoenix game. So,
all right. Let's jump into it. Game number 1. It is the elimination best of 3 matchup. It is Aster versus EHOME. Aster, the previous dominators of the Chinese region, and EHOME, the young hopefuls looking to prove themselves once more as they continuously have been doing so in this tournament. Let's get into it or not as we start the game off with a pause. So we can talk about this a little bit more.
Yeah, people just want to
That was
see us
going.
for
That was
longer.
going way too smoothly. Yeah, they had to. To stop that one. Nip that in
Pause
the
the
bud there.
game. Yeah, the
They had
team's
to
just
put,
saying good
keep you
morning.
on your toes, Nomad.
Of course, of course.
Not an easy
Good
job being a
morning, Monet.
host. But I do want to point out, I mean, the young up and coming players, I don't think that EHOME really expected to get this far. Again, their original goal was to stay inside the Division 1 of the DPC, but here they are now in the regional finals, playing for quite a few DPC points and a lot of money.
Yeah,
Yes, they were picked
they
up
are
by a
like.
major organization, but
No, this was their formation period. I think they much of the conversation we had with them was about like how they wanted to kind of formulate their ideas and kind of wait for the next patch. Almost was the vibes I was getting. But here they are. They're in the regionals and they are doing well. They keep taking games of everyone they face. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, they're an
I think
impressive
they're
squad,
only
man.
stronger.
But you know, taking games is not something which is unusual for the China region. We are actually on a 6 series streak where we've had 3-game series every time. So that's kind of interesting when we look at the China region, just to see how close it is and how close these teams are to one another, just constantly taking games with each other, constantly taking those wins. You never count a team out of this region. And we don't have the game starting off, so let's jump into it once again. We'll try this on the second time. Aster versus EHOME in the lower bracket, elimination game number 1.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Nomad. I'll talk to you later. Happy to hear your voice
Thank you
again.
very
But
much,
we've
Nomad.
got Dota to talk about. Neff, EHOME, and Aster, baby. It's going to be a fun game, to say the least.
Yeah, again, Aster, I don't think they expected to be here. Really thinking they would take that series against RNG, especially after winning the Intel World Opens, like I mentioned earlier. I wanted to bring that one up a couple times because I feel like not a lot of people remember that tournament happened. PSG.LGD wasn't even in the grand finals for that one. That was Extreme Gaming, who are coming up out of Division 2.
Get the nightmare there on Storm. Like this whole rotation, EHOME is just sitting under a ward, and very unfortunate for them. They go to try and block up that easy camp, but of course scouted there by the ward. Planet just gonna try and yoink this ward, or the rune rather, before it spawns, but taking way too much damage here, and he doesn't have leap. He's only got an arrow, so the shard block ends up netting first blood for XXS here on the Phoenix. Okay, that's a pretty good way to start the game.
CZQ now is in, I was going to say he's in trouble, but he's got Nightmare back up on the Bane. They know that on Bobica, so he's going to walk back now. If you end up putting a point into leap instead of arrow there, your lane is kind of grief, so I do like that he didn't do that. We'll see if he ends up scanning out this.
Honestly, you just don't expect to see shards first on Tusk. That's such a rare thing to see, and ZZQ experiencing it firsthand once again.
Yep. Now, we haven't seen the Phoenix for a super long time. We certainly haven't seen position 3 Phoenix in even longer. Nomad was of the opinion this one isn't so good. I am like trying to do some mental gymnastics, figuring out why they picked this one up. And again, I think part of the reason is why is Aster. Maybe they're just knowing that people are going to forget how to play against this or forget this hero exists when people get so deep into the meta. I wanted to hear your thoughts on it a little bit more, though, Ricky.
I don't have much to say about it. I like that's the thing. Like, I don't think it's that great of a Phoenix game. Even from the offlane position, or like even from a support position standpoint, like there's nothing really here to protect the egg outside of Wukong's command, right? So you either like egg inside of Wukong's command or drop Wukong's command around the egg, and that's like about it. So there, to me, it seems a little bit of a weird pick.
Well, you will have, eventually as the game goes on, the Storm Spirit, he'll have Electric Vortex, but that's not until he gets himself his Egg and Scepter where it's going to be that effective on protecting the egg.
Very true, and very few Storms go for an early Ags too. Like it's usually like a 4th item type of thing.
Yeah,
they'll get like their Kaya Sanj, they'll get their BKB, probably an Orchid, and then after that they're like, all right, do I go Aghanim Scepter or do I want to go for something else?
And the BKB is going to be very necessary in a game against the Night Stalker.
Absolutely.
You want to get yourself silenced up and become useless. Well, I was
So,
expecting
you want to talk about the mid lane at all?
I was expecting absolute bloodbath, but it'll probably be a couple levels before that happens. The mid lane, see Ori up against 7E here on the Pangolier. He ended up going 2 points into Shield Crash. I mean, pretty even so far. This, I feel like, does favor Storm Spirit quite a bit. just because he has a lot more kill potential off of the Pangolier, but he is keeping himself topped up on 70. I think he'll probably send himself out to Wand. Yeah, he has. So again, he's just going to be too tanky for the Storm Spirit to have too much kill threat on, at least from 100 to 0. So as long as he keeps his HP pretty high, I think he'll be okay in this lane.
Bottom lane.
Elsewhere on the
CZQ getting in a little bit of trouble as XXS goes for the dive on in. Able to connect with those fire spirits. So because of that, Shiro has no real way to actually contest this. But he just walks away. Nice Nightmare. Good ability. Neff's favorite, I'm sure.
I just want them to remove Nightmare and Astral Imprisonment from the game. Is it too much to ask?
Yes, absolutely.
Taking someone out of the game for a couple seconds is just such a bad concept.
Oh, what about disruption
know,
and
man.
stuff? You know? Super strong ability. One of the best in the game.
I mean, it's 2.5 seconds. It makes illusions of people. I feel like there's a little bit more creativity there than just, you're asleep. Very cool.
Rather than removing heroes from the game, Techie's getting a rework instead. Very excited
posted
for
about that one.
Yeah. How dare they just like tease us for the last like 9 months about a patch, and then there's just like a week before, and like, by the way, the patch is out in a week, but we're still not telling you anything.
They did tell you something though. They said that techies would be changed around. I'm curious if they're just going to continue to remove heroes from captain's mode on the patch.
There's probably
like
going to be a
they used
handful
to.
of heroes getting removed if they're being reworked. Every time a hero gets reworked, it's removed from captain's mode. So for teams that actually play the techies, it can be actually really troublesome. And I was actually speaking to like B9 about it earlier because their team plays the same thing. And they're like, well, if techies does get removed from captain's mode, it's actually a big problem for them.
Oh.
Anything with like LGD, like having techies in their back pocket was like a big deal. And if it gets removed from captain's mode, it changes completely what they can pick and, you know, what they can threaten.
I mean, the patch in general changes what people can pick. That's why in the old days we used to have we had the most recent gameplay patch would come out, and then we had the tournament patch, which was after the patch had a little bit of time to settle, and everyone accepted that everything was balanced. We would switch it over and start using the other one. Bottom lane.
Bottom lane rotation from
Shiro.
Storm. Nice jump in as he finds Shiro on the Wraith King. And that's going to be another kill going the way of Aster, the second one. So the lanes have been pretty static for the most part as everyone's just farming. But Ori on the Storm Spirit trying to get active now.
Yeah. Once he's hit it in his level 6, manages to secure himself a kill. He did have to use a lot of mana for that, meaning he's not going to be super effective at farming now. Hopefully someone will have the chance to TP mid and refill his bottle. He'll get himself the 6-minute rune, but I imagine Pango's going to be doing his best to contest that one. Actually, I take that back. Pango's going to be rotating up to the top lane, look for a kill.
He's right under a ward too, so they know about this rotation, and Aster shouldn't get caught by this, which means there's going to be no way that this Pangolier can contest the 6-minute runes, and with Rolling Thunder, that's like a really big deal, so he's going to start heading back down now. Meanwhile,
he'll be at the top one just a little bit late.
Oh, he yoinks a regen from Ori. Okay, that's a huge deal. Well played there by the main. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Shiro taking a lot of damage. The Fire Spirit burning him down, but it looks like he will survive just on a sliver of HP, so.
Yeah. That's
well done once again.
the build of True Men here on the Wraith King is triple gauntlets of strength into Helm of Ironwell. Too much armor and strength to be able to bring down.
Managed to find Ori here in the triangle. The question is if he can continue the chase. He goes through all of his mana. 7E. He's really going for it. Swashbuckle on out. He just barely survives. They're going to go ahead and pop that tower flak as well. Try and do as much damage to these two heroes as they can. XXS going to go for the TP on in. Just trying to ignore the Bane. And meanwhile, 7E actually going to get aggressive back onto the Phoenix. He just gets popped thanks to rotation from Planet. So ends up being a pretty sick play here from the Pango, as it opens up a lot of space for Wraith King bottom.
Yeah, Storm Spirit managed to get out of that one alive as well. If they got one more auto attack off onto him, Ori, he's gonna go over the Wraith King in the bottom lane.
He's almost level 6, but it's still not close enough. And yep, Ori, his second rotation bottom, that's him a second kill on the Wraith King. So very well done from him. Immediately
not
cast
wasting
recursion, so
any
talk about
time.
giving him space.
No, it's just that Ori can hear you. He's like, he's giving space, huh? Let's see about that one. And I go right back to farming up these stacks. We're at 7 minutes now, so tier 1 neutral item's going to drop. Be excellent if he can find himself exactly that, an arcane ring.
That's
the
pretty
dream,
dang
right?
good one. Yeah, it's one of the best for sure.
Yeah, Fairy's Trinket, pretty good as well. But the extra armor and the mana regen that you get from the arcane ring, I think, is just almost as good.
So 1k gold lead currently for the side of Aster, but it's nighttime and Zeal is very strong. He doesn't have any points in Dark Ascension yet. Currently 3 points in the Void, which this is what I typically prefer, just having the 3 points in the Void. You don't really need your Dark Ascension when it's first night. You want it as first when like it's 10 minutes, right? And first night's ending. But bottom lane, they're gonna go ahead and push here. Planet's gonna go ahead and TP. Does have the arrow. Bane here as well. It could go for the Nightmare setup, and ZZQ, oh, he gets fogged just at the last second. Night Stalker TPing in as well. Is ZZQ going to be able to get into cast range? It doesn't look like it, so they TP 4 heroes bottom. And they don't find anything, potentially. Zeal on the chase here. He is finally going to get in range of the Tusk. He, of course, can snowball dodge pretty much anything here. Nightmare finally does come through. Cookie on forward, but he just goes right into the arrow anyway, and now Zeal on this Night Stalker doing a pretty good amount of damage, and comes the Pangolier as well. Rolling Thunder ends up catching perfectly onto the Phoenix, but he's still got the egg available. They will go ahead and take a 1-for-1 trade so far, but the question is, can 7E do anything else? Looks like that's going to finally expire. Meanwhile, Ori doing some heavy lifting on the backside of the fight with the Storm Spirit. And now 7E has to basically just walk away. He's got no spells left. Swashbuckle in 1, up onto the high ground. Shield Crash in 2. Activates that Pig Pole. Mode Pig, always a big fan. Salve up on Monet as he's trying to just go for the chase. Great dodge there, but yeah, Ori out of mana. No way to continue the chase.
Yeah, maxed out that Swashbuckle first, so tons of mobility on 7E. Ended up paying off in that team fight. It ended up taking them so long to engage there and find these kills that Storm Spirit managed to get back to base, heal up to Fold, and TP over to the mid lane, start catching out these heroes in the back line. Bane and Night Stalker both cleaned up by him. Ori's been having an excellent game in the rotations, and speed at which they're finding kills on the side of EHOME is just a little bit too slow. Storm Spirit is having way too good of a game because of it, and he finds an arcane rune at the top, and less 7E can grab this one from him. And he does.
Yeah, nicely done. I mean, that's a big rune for the Pangolier as well, and here we are finally hitting our daytime once again. Zeal, unfortunately, still level 6 after that first night, so hasn't quite gotten to level 7 to drop that point of Dark Ascension, but probably going to get there in no time. One thing to note, though, I'm not sure if you noticed, Shiro, despite his 2 deaths, still very farmed. He just gets his boots delivered, but he just went triple gauntlet directly into the armlet.
Yep, that's the build of Real Men on the Wraith King.
Oh, almost a great prediction there from Bobica.
Yeah, you're all out of leap charges now, so you have to play kind of far away from that tower. So they are going to be able to grab this tier 1, and I mean, it's a good thing they do because you've already given up the tier 1 up in the top lane to the side of EHOME. Next objective, I think, for both teams is going to be the mid lane. But again, both of them have heroes that just want to run at you. Both the Night Stalker and the Tusk. Really big fans of or heroes that just play aggressive
Dota. They want to come back bottom?
Yep.
7E, he's in the creep wave with the Arcane Rune. Question is the smoke going to connect? You have Mortimer Kisses available and Bobica on the Tusk here.
It's too hard.
Find anyone with quite yet.
It's a 5.6 second cooldown at like 1,000 range on the Swashbuckle. They know how hard it is going to be able to kill this Pangolier. And they don't have any like instant disables.
Yeah, it is very rough.
So they're forced to just give that one up. Instead, they turn their eyes over to the mid lane. Right. That's exactly where Ori's going to be going next.
Kind of evening out a little bit, right? Like EHOME, they were down about almost 2k gold, and it's very close now, only a few hundred, as the Wraith King has been able to continuously find a lot of farm. Monet on this Monkey King, I think he's going Maelstrom. Yeah, okay, he's got the Javelin coming out. He's still about 1,500 away from finishing the Maelstrom, though.
About to see action here in the mid lane. Would have been a little bit too far forward there on Bobica, as he does.
Yeah, but 7E with the chase. In comes Ori, though, right up onto the high ground, and a lot of damage coming from the Mortimer Kisses as well. The question is, can they get out? The egg drops right inside the middle of the fight. Trying to get out 7E, trying to get away from this Storm Spirit, but in comes Zeal. That's a lot of damage. Planet's going to help bring down the Storm Spirit, and now Reincarnation's going to slow down the rest of these heroes as the Night Stalker just dumping in the damage, the Void onto XXS, and a double kill for Planet. Ends up being a 4 for 2.
And a courier at the tail end of the team
good fight, yeah.
But yeah, just a little bit too far forward there. Boboka jumping, trying to fight underneath that tier 1 tower on the Radiant side is definitely an overcommitment. And then the Phoenix Egg, I don't think was far forward enough. It didn't end up catching out any heroes out with the stun on it. He did do a lot of damage in that team fight there on the Phoenix, but we're going to keep going. Planet.
They do force out 2 leaps, so at the end of the day, not the worst use of a snowball.
I mean, they lost the tower to the skeletons at the same time, though. So kind of the bad use of the snowball there. Yeah, they might have been able to get a deny off out of that one. Otherwise, yeah.
Sometimes the boys just take your tower, you know?
Mm-hmm. They're going to keep going on this one, though.
They know there's no Dark Ascension. Yeah, there's no Reincarnation. So if they manage to find the Wraith King here, it is huge. And Boboka positioned perfectly in the front here. Snowball in, initiation from Ori. Shiro is going to go down, but the question is, can 7E actually carry this fight? He's still got the Rolling Thunder. This arrow going to be able to connect onto the Snapfire, and here he comes, baby. 7E going to start the ping pong. He's looking for more. Oh, they Fiend's Grip down the Storm Spirits. Okay. So you get the Wraith King, but it costs you 2 really big kills once again. I guess not 2 really big kills, but yeah,
the Storm Pit is so important to them right now. Very important that they took down the Storm there, and yeah, ZZQ just keeping his eye on Storm, not letting him jump the back lines unpunished this time around now that he actually has the Fiend's Grip. So nice catch there by him. Again, both teams with a lot of aggression, but they weren't able to punish that, they weren't able to take advantage of the fact they didn't have Dark Ascension there.
Yeah, one of the things we see a lot is, dude, the AoE like indicator of Starstorm is really neat off of the persona. I didn't know that. But one of the things I was going to mention is anytime you dive into a fight and there's a Bane and you're in pretty deep, like where your team is not, like Bane punishes it so hard by just having Fiend's Grip. Top lane, 7E is here on the Pangolier. The rest of that team from Aster getting ready to rotate on from the backside. Arrow going to come through. It ends up connecting onto Monet, but Ori, he's in, does find the Bane once again in a nicely placed egg. Dark Ascension does not do anything, and Shiro trying to do what he can here to try and armor toggle through this, but it's not going to happen. The egg stuns him down, and Zeal, it's pretty much the only survivor. It's going to be 7E now with the Rolling Thunder. Going to do what he can. The Blink does come through. They managed to find the Snapfire, and Zeal should be able to finish this kill off. It's now whether or not he can look for more, but Boboka with a really sick shards. Planet with a buyback. Do what he can. Ori does need to be careful. They've got plenty of vision here thanks to the Night Stalker, but that will finally end as he heads up onto the high ground. The snowball nicely done. Going to go for the TP out. They actually have no way to cancel. They saw them use all the spells.
Oh, you said I think it was at like 5 HP or something like that when the TP, the second Starstorm came down onto him when he was in the base, but he does manage to make it out, and Storm Spirit gets out of that one unpunished. He's got his Orchid completed now. Oh, he gets the Blink at the same time the Orchid drops. Phoenix is one of the few heroes they haven't changed around to have the damage over time apply instantly when it ends up getting dropped on the hero. So even though he dropped the Fire Spirits and he dived onto him, it doesn't actually disable his Blink Dagger for a full second until after the tick lands. And so he managed to get out of that despite having the Fire Spirits on him.
You get the debuff, but it takes a full second for the damage to tick, yeah. There's no impact. Yeah,
so that was your
Boboka. Trouble in the mid lane. Nice jump in from Zeal. Okay, I mean, here's the thing. You've got Blink Dagger Night Stalker, Blink Dagger Pangolier. This is something that these two heroes do all the time, and they managed to find the Fiend's Grip onto Monet. The Monkey King in some trouble. Arrow coming through. He's able to dodge the damage, but you can't dodge the stun. And another pick off there for the side of EHOME. They are playing their game.
And they've got a pretty long time until night is over as well. So Night Stalker, he's just going to be continuously running at them. He's got the BKB queued up next, but it's exactly like you mentioned. The vision game and the jump game from these two heroes who now have Blink Daggers. They've got absolutely nothing to fear. Aster, their map is going to feel so small the next couple of minutes.
Shiro also just hit level 12, so he's got the second point in reincarnation, so it's a little bit more difficult to commit onto this hero. That being said, it looks like Aster's getting ready to go for a smoke here, potentially. No, they're just going to go back to farming here on the Monkey King. Or he's still having a fantastic game despite a couple deaths.
Oh my. Phoenix is working on a BKB himself. Does he have the Mithril Hammer? He does. First item, BKB Phoenix. I've seen it all now.
You need it.
You do need it. Otherwise, the Night Stalker gets on top of you. Yeah.
Yeah, he just has a Blink Dagger, like first item on Night Stalker, and both heroes, Storm and Phoenix, can't play with this. So it's a really good play from XXS to recognize that and just get the BKB. Sometimes it sucks, you know, having to do that, but absolutely necessary.
We can take a look at all of the items thanks to our talented production team opening that one up on the game being paused. Thank you. But yeah, that one flying out to him right now.
Shout out to them. Also, shout out to JJ for basically coming up with this and then Valve taking it. This overlay is so clean. This overlay is so clean.
Yeah. Shiro, he's basically got his Desolator done as well. Just needs a Blink Dagger after that. Then, you know, Pango, Night Stalker, Wraith King just gonna be able to instantly get on top of heroes and pop them. But BKB on the Phoenix is going to make that one a little bit harder to deal with. But again, if you got 3 heroes with BKBs jumping on your Phoenix, then he just like...
Oh, they get vision for the moment. He's going to pop the BKB on XXS like you were talking about. But 7E, he's rolling down the Snapfire instead. I got to get back on the other side of the fight as this egg, it comes out. The 2 heroes just here ready to go. And it doesn't stand a chance. Planet able to just blink away. Mortimer Kisses going to be able to take down ZZQ as Zeal still flying high, but able to dodge out that Scatter Blast. They're going to buy back on the Tusk. And looks like EHOME's pretty okay with this. They just back out. They get 2 kills.
No, they're more than happy. You didn't know... Yeah, you had no idea that BKB was coming, and I think that's part of the reason why the Phoenix left the Mithril Hammer on the Courier until the BKB was completed. Like, that was the reveal of it. The Night Stalker putting himself out of position, not finding the kill right away onto the Phoenix. Because of their bottom lane, they end up finding the kill up on the Zeal.
Speaking of Night Stalker out of position, very nice.
But yeah, in the previous fight, he puts himself out of position. All right, I have time to break it down now because the game paused again. But puts himself out of position in that previous team fight. And regardless of that, they still managed to find 2 kills. They force a buyback out of the Tusk, and Aster doesn't get any further ahead. That was like one of the best case scenarios. They bait them out exactly how they want to and how they plan to have that happen with the BKB. But he didn't actually end up dropping the Fire Spirits onto the Monkey King or the Bane who were on top of him when he popped the Phoenix Egg. So team fight very heavily went in the way of EHOME there. And it's only a 2K net worth advantage for now, but the later this game goes, the better off they're going to be. Shiro is going to be quite scary on this Wraith King.
Absolutely.
He is working with a Blink Dagger.
Hey kids, do you want a stat?
Yes, give me a stat. Hello, I like stats. Hello, our mysterious stat man.
This is the fastest BKB on a Phoenix for the patch. Goodbye.
I believe it, 100%. Thank you, mysterious stat man. I love it. Meanwhile, at the Roche pick, getting ready to go. Wukong's command does come out. Ooh, there's going to be the Rolling Thunder from 7E, though. Who needs a DD rune when you can just bash them down? Okay, well, never mind. He just gets bumped up onto the high ground. Going to be able to continue the chase here onto 7E. Roshan is going to be ignored for the moment. So you want to just try and find these kills instead. Boundless Strike does connect onto the Pangolier. Trying to get back into this. XXS, he does have the BKB. He's going to be able to dodge out the Wraithfire Blast as a result. Zeal, out that Dark Ascension, can't really do a whole lot here. So neither team going to lose a single hero.
Aster is more than happy to stall this one out. Another 14 seconds till the Phoenix Egg is back up.
Oh, they smoke. They're going right back in. They know there's no BKB on the Phoenix, and that's a big deal. And not to mention, ZZQ, he's held the Fiend Script this whole time. If they manage to find Ori, that's their avenue. Well, now it's daytime. No Dark Ascension for 15. You might want to wait it out now, right? Oh, they're going in. They find Pango here. 7E, he's dead. You'll know about the Sentry now, and they go right into the Roche pit without buyback. This is a huge deal. There's the Dark Ascension comes in, stuns up onto Bobica. Not a lot of attack speed on the Wraith King, though, as the Mortimer Kiss is just going to burn him. The egg dropped on the backside. No way to stop it. The egg going to be able to stun Shiro down for a second time. ZZQ here as well. He's got the Fiend Grip, but he's got the Storm Spirit as well. The big 4 hero silence from the Night Stalker. And they actually get out, though, on the side of Aster. They need to really badly. Zeal giving all the vision in the world once again, thanks to this Night Stalker. Beautiful shards there from Bobica, and they managed to take down the Bane. Cheeky play, but Shiro, when did he wrap around? Takes down another, gonna buy back on. I don't know how we got there. They get the buyback on the Snapfire, but pretty good fight once again from EHOME. That being said, Aster able to slow down the Roshan, and I don't think EHOME's gonna be able to get it now. They've pretty much committed all their spells.
No, they can go right back in there. I'm pretty sure once, maybe once the Bane is back up, they feel more confident to do so. But it's already sitting at like, I don't know, 40% HP. You might as well try to finish that one off. Actually, it looks like they're not going to. They've just got half their team on the other side of the map, so no team is going to commit for that Roshan, which is super surprised. There was a massive engagement around the pit. It does end up like, slightly 50.
Sorry, I was gonna say both teams are like, all right, whatever, you can have it. And they're like, no, you can have it. No, you can have it. Nobody.
If you wanted that bad, take it. Go ahead, man.
Yeah. I think EHOME just want to play around the Night Stalker, right? It's going to be daytime in just about 3 minutes. They have 45 seconds to another Dark Ascension, so that might be what they play for. Meanwhile, 30 seconds to Egg as well, so big cooldowns to pay attention to. And Ori gets himself an Arcane Rune. 7E, gonna catch him for the moment, but a nice snowball to dodge down. They manage to find ZZQ on the backside. Oh, he ends up bumping the wall on the Pangolier instead of getting the stuns, and unfortunate, the Pango roll basically wasted, but the arrow able to catch the Phoenix, and he's just dead so fast. He's going to be able to buy back here on the Bane, setting up the Tusk, cookies him on forward, but you're going to have to probably cut your losses here. Bobica going to go down. I think with that, we might see EHOME make their way into the Roshan finally, as, again, Dark Ascension now off of cooldown.
Yeah, the arrow connecting there with the Phoenix, ended up being able to bring him down just before his Phoenix Egg came off of cooldown. Wraith King?
Kisses?
I think he just dies
He's gonna
here.
pop his reincarnation. Yeah, absolutely. And Dark Ascension from Zeal. Oh, and a first hit bash from Roche. Very nice. Fiend's Grip caught the Monkey King. He is super dead. He needs help and fast. No BKB coming out. He ends up leaving him alive. A little bit of a misplay there from Zeal. Boundless Strike does come through, but the Swashbuckle from 7E. They get the kill. Finally, a Nightmare is gonna catch a Snapfire. XXX coming back onto this Phoenix. He's got the BKB, he's got the Egg, and no team's getting a Roshan again.
This is absolutely insane that nobody can actually go for this. Phoenix is back up with the Egg. That Monkey King, he ended up going down a fraction of a second before Tree Dance was off of cooldown. They left him there because they were so certain like the damage over time would finish him off, and then they could just go for another target. But I've seen it too many times. It's how like if you don't commit onto somebody hard enough, and you're like super greedy with your spells, trying to min-max everything, you can like straight up lose games off of that. So I'm glad they did end up getting him before that thing was just coming off of cooldown.
Yeah, he had a 20-stick wand just like sitting there.
Yeah. The game gets a little bit easier for him once he's got his BKB, though. It's just a super important item for the side of Aster, dealing with his Night Stalker, because he's got so many good silences on Zeal this game. Blink Dagger making it super easy for them. And it's not surprising that they're this good with this hero. Again, this is something that they beat PSG.LGD with.
Yeah, and the big question is what Zeal goes after his BKB. This game, we might see the Basher once again. That would probably make the most sense, just because it is a way of controlling up, these heroes like Phoenix and the Monkey King through that BKB. But he's got plenty of time. They're going to go ahead and pop that Moonlight Shadow. Dark Ascension on cooldown for a while, but it's about to be nighttime once again. And I don't know if you noticed, but Planet has an Aghanim Scepter, so Sacred Arrow is now a scouting tool. So it basically drops Starstorm on everything within range. So it gives you quite a bit of vision to work with.
Yeah.
All right, smoke up to follow. Perfect timed. It is hit the 25-minute mark. 2K gold lead here for EHOME. Still not a very big lead. Like, Aster is very much neck and neck with them. If they manage to find a big pickoff, that would be huge.
Neither team's really been farming that much. They're all so focused on just running into the enemy team. And again, I'm not surprised about this given their hero pickups. They're about to find the perfect wraparound on them.
Oh, they both teams
he just has no blink on Shiro.
Zeal pops the Dark Ascension. They just go right into Roche. Like, all right, we're going to force Aster to take this fight. And I think with the vision advantage, it definitely favors the side of EHOME. The question is, Can they get the actual Aegis? Storm Spirit goes in, finds the Night Stalker. The Blink Stun comes through from 7E. Night Stalker safe for the moment, but it's not enough. He doesn't get out, and the Wraith King able to hold Ori down. A decent trade. The Fiend Script caught the Phoenix. 2 kills down. Shiro's BKB keeping alive, but 7E trying to make his way outside the pit. He's still got a Yules for the moment. Looks like he's going to survive. The buyback's coming through. Phoenix and Zeal, the offlaners, wanting to rejoin this fight. The question is, can they get into the Roge pit? It doesn't look like it's Zeal with a great crippling fear there, holding that Monkey King back. The Tusk, snowball for the moment. Egg up on the high ground. They take down the Bane. It does cost you, though.
Yeah,
Hero
Phoenix
looking to go
doesn't end
back.
up catching anybody.
He just wants to go back in. They're going to be able to find the Snapfire, and Zeal on the backside. He's found XXS as well as Monet, but whether or not he wants to stay, there's going to be the Yules onto the Monkey King. Swashbuckles on through. Shiro's just trying to get in range with the Wraithfire Blast, and they've got the time. Ups that reincarnation, but the slow making so much of a problem here for Monet on this Monkey King. It ends up being a triple kill for the Wraith King. And finally, Roshan, after what felt like 10 minutes of fighting around this pit, goes to one of the teams.
It was about damn time for this to happen, man. I was frustrated that he was still up after all of this, but these fights around the pit, they really do favor the Night Stalker. When he's got Dark Ascension to work with, like it's almost always a vision game around these Roche pit fights, and Night Stalker definitely benefits any like location objective that you're going for. So finally, that one closes out.
Aster did a really good job of targeting him, though. Right when that fight started, Dark Ascension came out, and he was the main hero they go on. Right, like it was Walrus Punch, the zip in from Storm. They get the kill, but he just buys back and still has a vision advantage. Not flying vision, but he still has so much bonus night vision.
Yeah, Aster's doing excellent job with that one. XSS has struggled to play the Phoenix this game, though. He's managed to get a couple Sunrays off, but very rarely are his Supernovas like that impactful. So regardless of what I was saying at the beginning of the game, like people focusing too hard on the meta and kind of figuring how to play against these heroes who aren't as commonly picked up, EHOME has done an excellent job of playing against the Phoenix, and Nomad ended up being right about that one. The pick hasn't had a super big impact.
They find Bobica on the Tusk. Oh, he gets Phoenix right on the dive. He has the BKB, and there's the Fiend Grip every single time from ZZQ. He's got his target. And Ori jumping on the backside of the fight will be able to trade, find a kill onto the Bane, but he is out of mana, having to make his way back to the base. So, yeah, you get Bane. I was going to praise ZZQ right before this. I was like, at the Roche fight, he did the same thing. He finds the BKB'd Phoenix and just Fiends Grips him. And
yeah, and
he just does it the second time.
Yeah. I think he got out of the Fiend's Grip just before he went down, but his Supernova was still on cooldown for another, like, 5 seconds when he ended up dropping. But that was your BKB on the Storm Spirit. He can't actually commit forward here. He runs a risk of Zeal just jumping on top of him with the Crippling Fear.
Oh, Wraith King, I mean, he's got reincarnation, but there you were talking about the Crippling Fear comes right on through. Storm Spirit cannot escape Zeal, falling in the process. The Wukong's command doing a lot of damage. Walrus Punch onto Shiro. He's in trouble. He's got to get out of here. Maybe 7 he can keep alive. A 3-hero disarm, that'll do it. But Shiro still ends up falling to the snowball there from Tusk. They managed to get the trade, but 7E on the run. Swashbuckles his way to safety. So yeah, you get the kill on Shiro. Pretty good defense here from Aster, honestly, as they get the Aegis as well. Looking like they're still got a lot of damage.
Yeah, they did a surprising amount in that team fight. A lot of that did come from the Monkey Kings. I can see on the fight recap here. Almost, it was like 6,000 damage just from the Monkey King in that fight.
Yeah,
absolutely
that's not surprising.
insane.
You're fighting inside that Wukong's command.
Yeah,
sure does a lot of damage
onto everybody.
Yeah,
but the Storm Pit was kind of forced to dive in there to bait everybody getting on top of each other to set up that Wukong's command. So it does make, I mean, the most farm hero going down time and time again on this Storm, of course, take that fight without his BKB.
70,
but they did defend the tier 3
play
tower
on the Pango, but doesn't end up working. And Invisrune was looking to snipe the Monkey King top, but doesn't end up working.
Hey guys.
Ooh,
mysterious stats, man. Is that you?
It is. Do you want a stat?
Yeah, give me a stat. I love me some stats.
Shiro is the highest kill average player in the China DPC.
That's not surprising. He's up to 11 already. Oh, wow.
Yeah, his average is 10.
Are these stats clean?
Just take them. Bye.
Thank you, stats.
Thank you, mysterious stat man. Yeah, I mean, some of this I have to feel like came from Shiro's Morphling, right? Like his Morphling garnered a lot of attention early on in the DPC, and we're like, okay, maybe we have to just ban this every game against Shiro. But he's up to 11 kills now on the Wraith King, and there's still plenty of game time. So highest kill player, I believe it. They're going to find XXS here on the high ground, the blink and the fire blast, but he gets the BKB just in time. Okay, it's a lot of damage.
He turns right around out of there. Dives after popping
known
the BKB
for its high armor.
Yeah. One of the lowest, I think, one of the lower agility growth rate he has inside the game, along with base agility and low armor. I think I talked about this one. Yeah. Yeah. Do you know? I think it's Tiny at the lowest with 0 and no agility growth rate, and then second to that is Skyrath Mage, who's got 0.8.
Yep, and then it's Phoenix.
Yeah.
1.
Wait, no, it's no. I think Dirge has 1.2 agility growth. He used to have.
Oh, you're talking about agility growth. I thought you were talking about base armor. Yeah, yeah.
Oh no, I think there's a couple people who have like near 0. I don't have that one memorized anymore though.
Yeah. All right, bottom lane. Looking to go in here. They get the Walrus Punch, but 70, he had the roll-up, ends up just stunning Tusk instead, and now Wraith King trying to do what he can. They end up taking down Tusk. Shiro,
he's out of mana.
Plus the BKB is available. Zeal on the side. He chops the tree of the Monkey King. Question is, can they get the control? He ends up getting cookied out, and he is safe. Egg comes through as well, and now EHOME is going to back off of the fight. Did manage to commit a lot of resources.
Mm-hmm. That was like perfect cookie timing coming out. 70, you dropped the Yules on himself. If he kept rolling, then it would have just gone right into him a second time. Or if the cookie came a little bit earlier, like the direction he was going, and the cookie itself would have been interrupted by the Rolling Thunder. So he managed to survive that one just because of very fortunate timing. I'm not sure if that was like intentional, but that was very hard to do intentional.
I think it was one of those like, get me out, please. Like, I'm just spamming, like, save me, help.
Yeah.
One thing to note, you have a Basher finished up on the Pango now, and the Basher for Zeal is queued up. So this is what we were talking about, is this item very much a good counter this game to the BKB builders, and that's going to be a hard one to escape.
Yep. BKB piercing disable is going to be important for being able to run these heroes down. But they're not confident to push these towers without the Dark Ascension available. I was talking about this one during the draft. It's such a great tool for contesting objectives from the enemies. Instead, I think they're going to turn their eyes for the Roshan next. And they're pretty fortunate with how this timing is going to line up. We're going to see when... Ooh.
All right, that was sick from the Pango. He just guessed.
He is doing this.
He saw the TP come in. All right, that was sick. Shiro mid lane. Caught for the moment. Ori comes in. The BKB is going to be there to protect him. Arrow just tanked thanks to the Storm Spirit. And now looking to get on top of the Snapfire XXX. His BKB protecting him. The Wukong's command doing pretty heavy damage, but they're able to swashbuckle to safety on the backside. Ori finds the Orchid onto the Bane. He's out of mana. Question is, can he finish off the Bane? And Soulburn should do it, but the chain stuns are there, and Ori crushed by Shiro. A buyback from the Bane, a buyback from the Tusk. Sliver of HP is going to get the Snapfire out of there. So a decent fight once again from EHOME.
They just can't find kills off one of this Pangolier. He's being such a nuisance inside these team fights. The roll-ups that he's been getting off have been so clutch. I mean, you mentioned in the interview yesterday, they talked about how good...
Baited by a DD rune. Arrow not going to connect thanks to the snowball. He doesn't have a BKB, and the feed script just comes out right away from ZZQ. Bobica attempting to go for the shards there to make him some space. Zeal able to take down the Snapfire. So what was an okay fight for EHOME ends up being a fantastic fight. Zeal wondering if he should go for the dive here.
He shouldn't, no. But they don't have Fortify. Not for another 2 minutes and 50 seconds. They can clear right through these tier 3 towers. I mean, the tier 2s are still standing in the other lanes, but... Yeah, here's the creeps. I mean, they might just... Oh, they paused the game now. They are going to need a hell of a strategy for this one. Call it.
A little bit of lag.
All right, lag comes up. But they're going to need a hell of a strategy to defend from this one, because they might just go for the tier 4s here. I mean, the safest play would be to back off after getting this set of racks. But... they realize
they
that
don't have nighttime right now.
Okay,
oh wait, no, the nighttime's in 5 seconds.
Yeah, another 8 seconds. I mean, Storm's up in another 10. Yeah, so they get the racks.
I want to play around Roach.
And yeah, another pause comes out. And maybe they were laggy here. I should give them the benefit of the doubt. This isn't NA.
This is not NA, dude. We don't see those types of BM pauses here. This is real Dota.
Hey, NA is the realest Dota. Don't you ever forget that, Ricky.
It's the realest street Dota. I'm excited though. Like this game looking very good. EHOME is just edging out Aster in every single fight by like 1 or 2 kills, but it's been enough to like accrue this massive gold lead. Meanwhile, Shiro and 7E, like you're talking about, just don't have a lot of deaths as a result. When you compare it to the cores on the side of Aster, it's a big deal. Like they just can't find kills on the Pango. They're not finding kills on the Shiro. Even Zeal on the Night Stalker, he's only at 4 deaths despite a massively high kill score game.
Yeah. They're really struggling to find any of these core heroes, and it's starting to show.
Oh, Ori's going in. Finds ZZQ on the Bane. Force Staff plus that ult. Do they have detection? It doesn't matter. He dies to Soul Burn. They got the damage. So that one is going to be a dieback. Shiro goes in. He finds XXS, and Great Fire Blast onto the Snapfire. They're in full retreat. Shiro, this might be too far, sir. Well, bash from 7E. Snowball going to save him for the moment, but ooh, he ends up hitting the side of the Ice Shards, but Zeal on the backside, silencing up the Snapfire, able to find the stun. Pangolier continuing the damage as they just control up these heroes one after another. So 2 more kills going the way of EHOME. And just before Roche respawning, he just used Egg for this as well.
Yep, and he used the BKB on the Storm Spirit in that previous fight. That's one of the reasons why they felt so confident to go.
He checked Roche as it was 1 second from respawning and walks out.
As they say, what can you do? What can you do? He'll 70 will probably check again.
No.
Please check again. All right, he's not checking again. So they're gonna have the heroes back up on the side of Aster. They'll have BKB available on Storm Spirit when this Roche when the Roche fight happens. It's back up for another 5. And
Planet scouted.
I don't think we'll see such a long fight around the pit this time, though. Last time it took quite a while for either team to end up finding the kill. This time, I think
Heroes are
a
doing
lot
damage
stronger
now.
Yeah.
Stay silent and move quickly.
Yeah, vision here of Zeal. He sees the Monkey King, ZZQ. If they get this Fiend's Grip, this is huge, but they're looking for the Storm Spirit instead. Ori. Oh, the question is, who do you go for? Nightmare onto 1, Dark Ascension onto Ori. He's gonna try and zip away. No way to catch him with the Fiend's Grip, so they're just gonna turn their attention on over to Monet instead. ZZQ doesn't get it, but I guess just space as they got Roche on. All right, Fiend's Grip. It's gonna force Ori back into the fight, but the stun from the arrow, it comes through. Ori almost out of mana. Gonna go for the DP out. They don't have the Bashers yet completed, so he will survive to fight another day.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you caught that, but the Force Staff from the Rana ended up pushing the Bane in close enough to the Monkey King that he was able to get that Fiend's Grip off. Otherwise, there was just no way. Vision, of course, being provided by that Night Stalker. So they managed to find that kill on Monkey King. Storm Spirit, he was forced to pop his BKB in that fight as well, and this is all while they were taking Roche on. Their backs are against the wall now on on Aster. EHOME, they're looking to close this one out. Still got the bottom tier 2 that stopped them from getting Mega Creeps, but it was dropped somewhere. I think. Hold on, let me quickly check everybody.
Already had
it's on Marana. Now it's passed to Zeal. And I think Zeal just activated it. So they have it for
I like this.
Now.
This is a good one. It's very good. 70
I don't think they
banging
can
the
do anything
drums
to
here.
defend from this one.
You
be
gotta
back
wait
up
for
on
Monet
Monkey
to
King,
come
it's gonna
back
be
up.
tough.
Yeah. He got an Abyssal Blade done on Shiro too. Ori's gonna go in, try and jump this. The Force Staff out, and comes 7E. It's the bash onto Ori. The question is, can they end up finding the kill? Zeal comes in. Look at my fear. There's gonna be the Abyssal as well, but the chain stun from Pango chase him all the way in. There's gonna be the buyback though. You may have come too far on the side of EHOME is 7E. No way out, and now Wraith King, he's gonna be in some desperate need of help. Pops his BKB, trying to hobble away. Zeal on the backside, still with this. Night Stalker comes back in, gets the AoE silence. Shiro bashing up Ori, but he's able to survive with that BKB. Tusk not gonna be as lucky. He goes back in. They finally take down the Wraith King, but you out of mana, you out of health. That's a dieback on Ori. Arrow off the mark, but Zeal, he's in their fountain, basically buying some mana. He's like, I need to be able to cast more spells.
Yeah, it will turn to daytime for just a little bit, but I think after another like 10 seconds here, it's going to be night again. Storm Spirit down for another 110. The tier 2 tower down the bottom lane is going to be the only thing stopping them from taking Mega Creeps, but they can't fight into this right now on Aster. There's absolutely no way.
They got fortification to slow this down. The problem is ZZQ still got Fiend's Grip, and you don't have a good way of canceling it right now. It's pretty much just the boundless strike. And
going right
speaking
in.
of which, Monkey King caught for the moment. Perfect roll up from 7E. They managed to find Snapfire as well. And Monkey King is BKB still on cooldown for 15 seconds. He needs help and fast. And ZZQ just catches him with the Fiend's Grip. It's just that easy for the side of EHOME, it seems, as they just chase Aster into their base. They take down a 4th kill, turning their attention back onto the base. Still,
yeah, but unfortunately, the Monkey
it
King
is
bought out
daytime,
before
so
that
it's
fight.
going to slow down the push a little bit.
Bad. Yeah, I thought it was going to be turning to nighttime, but it turned to day at the 40-minute mark. My maths were incorrect. But yeah, they still need to take that tier 2 tower. Just buy them a little bit of time. They'll have the Storm Spirit back up, I think, for this one last fight. But they're going to need so many teamfight victories on the side of Aster in order to bring this game back. EHOME, I think he's looking very good for them right now. And they finish up an Aghanim Scepter now on the Bane.
Yeah, I would say this is basically the exact situation we saw LGD in yesterday, where you just can't fight against this Night Stalker, like, I guess in this case, Pango combo. It was Ursa before, but you have these 2 bashers that are almost guaranteed to proc on some of your cores, and your BKB, the duration of it just ends up kind of being wasted, and you can't really take these long fights, and that's kind of where EHOME thrive.
Well, you have 3 bashers now. Now you have 2 Abyssal Blades, 1 basher, sorry.
Yeah.
I stand corrected.
Quite good.
And that last team fight, though, Ori, when he ended up going down, sorry, I think the first time, there's a small window that he did have to activate his BKB, but he wasn't sure how hard they were going to commit onto him. And then after that, he just got chinched, and a lot of that was due to multiple bashers coming out.
Thinking of Abyssal Blade, catches the Phoenix just instantly dead, and then catches the Tusk as well. Monet forced to BKB on the backside. They're just going to walk away. They pop the Dark Ascension, they get the buyback from the Phoenix, and now they're wondering, can we just go back in? They're just going to turn their attention onto the tier 3 tower. They need creeps, though.
All right, you've got Refresher BKB on XXS, so you could make the sickest double Supernova play and somehow be able to defend. Storm Spirit is going for the Aghanim Scepter we're talking about now, but
catch the Wraith King, but he's got that second life. There's the Fiend's Grip on the backside. It finds the Phoenix. They need to be able to cancel, but it's the Aghanim Scepter. He's dead. The Refresher doesn't end up doing anything. Oh my goodness. Just when you think you have a trump card on the side of Aster, EHOME is a step ahead, and falling one by one, the GG comes out, and EHOME will take game 1 here in this best of 3 elimination.
Identifying exactly how Aster would be able to take that last team fight and deciding that's the target they need to go for. They do end up losing 7E as he dives the base, goes into the fountain at the very end, but EHOME looking in amazing shape and taking this first game off of Aster, I think to a lot of people's surprise. So congratulations to them, playing super well. 7E on this Pangolier was an absolute beast this game.
Yeah, dude.
Well. I mean, we knew they could do it, but I'm still slightly surprised they do take that game 1 there on the side of Team EHOME. I mean, yeah, this team just keeps on surprising everybody. They keep on pulling it out the bag. I mean, how are they doing this?
Good drafts, man. That's what it is.
Yeah. Good drafts and sick play. They end up playing the Nightstalk, which is a hero that isn't grabbed very much. And unfortunately, you ended up being correct about that Phoenix pick. They were way too good against it, always on point on EHOME. And I'm not sure they'll go back for that in game number 2, no, man.
Yeah, the last pick Phoenix definitely raised some eyebrows with us, that's for sure. I mean, for me, the biggest issue was like, you have a nice idea when you go for this BKB, because in theory, the Night Stalker's only good against a Phoenix because he can blink in and silence you, right? So you get the BKB, can't do that anymore, you're always going to get off Supernova. But the problem with that is that there was no hard commit on the side of either team, to be honest. Which basically just meant you had these team fights going on for really long times. Like, we never saw a fight which was just like, bam, in, out, destroyed, easy peasy, no problems. And that was actually, like, for me, that was like the biggest problem for Aster, because they could never have these like fights where they could just go in, pop all their spells, you know, and EHOME don't care. They just ran away from them every single time. Like, Dark Ascension is 40 seconds long. You have Reincarnation as well on the side of EHOME. There's no such thing as a quick team fight in this game. That makes the BKBs feel even worse. And playing without BKB into Night Stalker and Pangolier, that's just not going to work.
Exactly. Yeah, it doesn't. And even when you do have the BKB, ZZQ was so quick with his Fiend's Grips this game. Like, there was like 3 times, I think, that game where the Phoenix comes in, pops BKB, and just gets instantly Fiend Script. And you're like, okay, well, we picked this hero to have like some really sick team fight and not be able to like counter out the egg, but the joke's on you. You don't get to use the egg. Like it just, that is rough, man. Like that was such a, just, it's just a good play by ZZQ. And he's been playing the Bane a lot in the DPC. He's had some great performances, and it's just another one of those.
Yeah.
Still
and,
definitely a very
with
good hero.
these with these run at you lineups that Aster had, I think they were surprised that EHOME just kept running them over. The Night Stalker obviously playing a big part, but I think you summed it up about as well as you could. The BKBs and these drawn out fights just didn't feel very good, and against the heroes that you need the BKBs with, it just felt like there was no possible solution there from EHOME. Do you think it was just a 100% drafting issue? Aster normally the better team, but EHOME managed to both like outplay them around these BKBs, or what?
I think that might be a bit reductionist. Obviously, there was still.
Yeah, that's a dangerous statement to make. Go ahead, though.
It is. No, you're kind of setting me up to tell you.
So you saying they're bad? You saying they're bad? No, man. No, but EHOME played incredibly well this game, right?
Aster did not play to the standard I was looking for, especially Ori on the Storm. Like, there were multiple fights where he just seemed to believe that he was playing as if it was a free Storm game, and it wasn't.
Yeah.
He was getting beaten down a lot. Multiple fights where he died with his BKB off cooldown as well, just because he was going in. You know, like if you're jumping into this team, you need to have that BKB already pressed by the time you're out of your ball lightning. Otherwise, it's just not going to go well for you. And we saw, I think, 2 occasions where he dies with BKB down. And in these kind of games, that's what it comes down to. You know, if you take 2 team fights where you die with your BKB off cooldown, then that's ultimately going to cost you a lot of games in this kind of caliber.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario. There were times where he jumped ZZQ and popped his BKB as you went on that. It's like, okay, well, you got the position 5. You were forced to use your BKB for that. Now what? I guess you can't really take a fight for the next, 60, 70 seconds.
Yeah,
and that's just like the nature of the Bane, though, right?
Bane Night Stalker as well.
Yeah. The only hero that they have besides the Storm that can deal with this Bane just sitting there waiting for the Fiend Script target is the Monkey King. But he has to fight inside his Wukong's command. Like, he's dealing with Shiro, right? And if Shiro jumps in, you don't have a choice. Like, you've got to drop Wukong's command, you got to BKB and do your thing. So it was just such a, like, it was just so free for ZZQ to just get whatever, Fiend Script target he wanted.
Yeah. They didn't have anybody amazing at committing, which is unfortunate. And again, a lot of the time, because there's no hard commit on either of these teams, the Phoenix Egg didn't end up doing anything, just like we see in almost every single fight. So it kind of shows why, all these like super meta picks on the side of EHOME, why Phoenix isn't that popular anymore. Really, I think it was a showcase of a lot of the weaknesses the hero has inside the meta this time around. So Aster trying something different, it not really working out for them in game number 1, but it is a best of 3, thankfully.
Yep. Thankfully, they have a chance to kind of rinse off this game number 1. It's early morning. It's gamer hours still in China, so you can use any number of excuses you want, but come in with game number 2 with a fresh idea, and hopefully, even out this series, because I'd love to see a game 3 out of these 2 guys, but definitely getting ahead of ourselves a little bit. But yeah, talk to me a little bit more about EHOME, specifically 7E as well, because I feel like we had these main spotlight players on the Wraith King. Sheer obviously getting all the kills and just doing all the damage, but 7E was having a hell of a game.
Dude, how he kept himself alive in these team fights, I have absolutely no idea. Like, yes, you have a lot of invulnerability time with the roll up and the Yule Scepter, but he utilized these so well. Like, every time they tried to commit onto him, they end up getting punished super hard with how long it actually takes for him to go down. Eventually, they just decide, okay, we have to ignore 7E and go for somebody else. But he ended up doing a ton of damage as well. Like, the man just went so far, so deep into the enemy heroes, and they realized, okay, we just can't kill him. We got to somehow get, like, the Wraith King in his, 3 lives when he's got the Aegis before we can go for 7E, and that's insane.
Yeah. Well, they ended up giving the Aegis one time to the Pango as well. They're like, you know what? Shiro's doing work, man. Like, they're not going to kill Wraith King twice. Just give it to the Pango. And honestly, the last Rolling Thunder we just saw was the one where I was just like, okay, yeah, 7E is good. Like, you watch the Rolling Thunder, there's the prediction plays he makes with, like, roll up and Yules. Like, he is very good at this hero, and it's one of the main reasons that EHOME favor it so much, because it's not just 7E's hero, it's also Zeal's hero. Like, they both crush it on the Pango, and it's a really strong hero to begin with. So if you have heroes that play it well, it's something we might just see respect band here going into game 2, or
And for me,
sniped, rather.
Yeah, I think EHOME are one of those teams where they just have like a few heroes which they play like outstandingly well. You know, Pangala is one of them. I think Rubik's another very good example. You know, they've got so many heroes which they can just kind of show off and play better than anybody else. And in this region especially, that's a very impressive feat for sure. So yeah, I think Aster need to be careful. You know, don't give them a good Pangolier game. Don't give them a good Night Stalker game. Don't give them a good Rubik game. Don't give them a good Morphling game. But now this list is getting very long, and at some point here, the cracks have to show. So yeah, sharpen up a little bit on the drafting from Aster, and yeah, maybe calm down a little bit in the game. And I think you know we know they can beat these guys. We know they can. They can play to much higher standard than this. We saw them win the IWO earlier on, right? So. Yeah, definitely. We know they can perform to a higher standard, but yeah, definitely just a slow start.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is some of the same things we saw yesterday in their series against RNG. Like, realistically, like the weaknesses we saw in game 1 here are very reminiscent of what we saw in RNG and what RNG exploited against Aster yesterday. So, and they got to go back to the drawing board, and they got to come up with something fast here for game 2.
So what about Aster then? You know, what do you want to see them play? Maybe their famous Death Prophet, or I mean, interestingly, the Weaver went unchallenged during that last game, which is definitely unusual considering he is the highest contested hero in the DPC altogether in the finals and in the DPC regions. You know, in every single category.
It's strange that you end up dropping that stat. You remind me a lot about I don't know, pure coincidence. Sorry. I don't know what I'm going on about.
That mysterious stat man we had in the middle of the game. You talking about? You thinking? You know,
no,
Nomad's
yeah,
his job, you think?
He keeps hacking into our
where
comms.
were you that last game? Where were you?
I was watching. Anyways. I was chilling.
Oh, all right. Yeah. I see.
From my chair back there. Actually, that's where I go to watch the games from. You see that lovely green chair in the background?
I do.
Yeah, it looks very comfy
there, by the way.
It's lovely. It's lovely.
You got shelves and whatnot. Is that like a table back there? What's with like it seems like you got a tablecloth over something.
Well, I mean, this is my room from when I was a kid, because unfortunately my internet in my new place hasn't been installed yet, so I had to come back home with my parents to host this game. So.
True gamer life, right there.
Yeah, back in the parents' basement, you know, and as
man
usual,
is such a gamer who's back with
that's how committed I am to the bit. Yeah.
I'm
so
impressed.
the room's become a dumping ground, of course, as it should be. But yeah, it's mostly my stuff. But yeah, that's why you know, it's not as clean as it used to be.
I believe that it was very clean when you were living in it, man, as being the gamer that you are.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, known for our cleanliness. And hopefully we get a nice clean draft from both of these teams as we move into the second game of EHOME versus Team Aster, game number 2. Of course, elimination now on the line for Aster. They do not want to be the first team out of this playoffs. Can they avoid it? Well, let's find out. EHOME. Of course, it had to be.
They got the first pick. Have to get rid of IO Spirit Breakers, so they just grab the Bane again, and Aster respond with Monkey King. This is looking pretty similar. I don't know. Have you guys seen these heroes before?
I don't know. I feel like one of the big problems of the draft was the Phoenix. It was a little bit underwhelming what you managed to get out of your off lane, especially compared to what Zeal accomplished on the Night Stalker. As we can see with these lovely KDAs pulled up here, 11, 4, and 22. Zeal is an absolute beast. But all right, none of the Bloodseeker's gotten rid of as well. I mean, it's one of the counters to the Pango. It makes it's no surprise that they get rid of the Bloodseeker. It's one of the better counters to the Death Prophet and the Razor as well. And I'm not sure how much of the other regions you've been watching, Nomad, but after casting like BTS Pro Series 10 with Ricky, we barely saw any Razor. I mean, Death Prophet's still semi-popular, but again, it's managed to make it through here. Do you think one of the teams are going to go for it, especially given that the Bloodseeker's now been banned out?
I don't know. I think it's comfort. Jesus, these guys
Have more
these guys are
self-confidence,
speed
Nomad. You're a
banding.
very smart guy. You're a very
Well,
smart
thanks,
guy,
dude.
Nomad.
I didn't
Go ahead.
imply otherwise, but yeah. Anyway, Lena coming out. There we go. We get something different. That's what I wanted.
All right. I mean, that's going to make them a little bit hesitant to pick up hero like Storm Spirit. I mean, it was Aster who picked it up in the previous match, but Lena just so good against it in lane. It's a fairly safe pick as well for the mid lane, no matter what you're playing it, play against it. Like, it never loses the lane super hard, and you know, in the rare chance that you do end up losing, you move over to the jungle pretty easily, clear out camps pretty quick with Dragon Slave, Fiery Soul. But with the Monkey King, I'm thinking this is probably going to be position 1 since we already see a snap fight. It's usually played on the 4. That means you're not really that concerned about a Face's Void coming out and Lena being able to pump damage during a Chronosphere, right?
Are you asking me?
Either of you.
Yeah.
You know what, Ricky? You've been quiet. You're up.
I was
Please
just
tell
letting
the
you guys
class.
have some fun, you know. Like, it's fine. I'm sorry, Neff. Could you please repeat? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I think it's. I think you're pretty much spot on there. That's pretty much.
I'll throw
that's
chalk at
smiling.
you soon.
You reminded me of
Aren't teachers allowed to do that?
Probably not as much anymore, but you know, they got tenure. It's
But
fine.
yeah, there's the counter the Templar Sass that we were talking about earlier, the Dark Seer. I mean, again, I'm not surprised they end up taking the Templar Sass, and it's been having good games pretty consistently across, I think, almost every region.
Yeah.
I don't have a stat for that on hand, but I'm going to make something up. I'm going to say it's got a 70% win rate.
Okay, that sounds pretty good.
Which
I
hero?
believe it. Very confident. Darkseer.
No, Templar Assassin.
Oh, TA.
Oh, I thought you were saying the
Yeah.
Darkseer. Oh, okay.
No.
The
The Dark
thing
Seer
with
is
the
very
TA
good
here,
against Templar Assassin, though.
yeah. The thing with the TA here is it's like most likely Shiro's hero. It can be played by 7E, and then they can flex the Pango off lane, which is not a bad thing for them. But I think they have to go that route at this point, right? Like, because the biggest thing you have to worry about is you don't want like TA to have a bad lane, and Pango kind of gets shut down by Lena mid as well. So I don't think EHOME are too upset about this in terms of the lanes, but as the game goes on, like you were saying, Darkseer is a very strong counter.
Yeah, TA has 55% win rate, by the way. So, I mean, very good considering across that many games.
In the
146
DPC?
games. Yeah.
Ah, I see. Yeah, fair enough. 70%, 55, close enough. I don't know what either of those numbers mean anyway.
Numbers are hard. Don't worry about it, dude. Just stick to the words.
Thank you. But they do end up getting rid of the Face's Void, but not for themselves, but for the enemy team. So they're worried about TA being able to put damage in this Chronosphere. The Rubik pickup is not surprising. Planet is insane on this hero, as he is on the Earthshaker, and we saw him just outplay opponents constantly inside the DPC season on ES and his Rubik. And he's got some decent spells to steal this game as well. It's pretty easy to steal Mortimer Kisses once you've got cast range to work with, and taking any of Lena's spells also usually feels pretty good. Light Strike Array in particular.
I'm very curious, like what the EHOME lineup wants to go for, because you have a very farm-heavy mid lane from the TA. You have Pangolier that does like the farm as well, so you can't pick a greedy safe lane, right? Like, unless the TA manages to crush this Lena mid and just get like an early BKB and start fighting. But
that's usually the case, though. Don't most Lenas just go for Boots of Travels into BKB?
Well, that's what I'm saying. The TA is like the hero that needs to get like, because like for EHOME, they can't pick a really greedy safe lane here because it is going to be TA mid and it's going to be Pango off lane.
Yeah.
Almost guaranteed.
Yeah. But on the lifesteal on the other side, and ooh. It's a good thing Black isn't here. I wouldn't be happy to see the anti-mage ban. In fact, he'd probably be saying this is the perfect anti-mage game again and again, up until the anti-mage is banned out, like right there.
Okay, I like this.
All right, it kind of checks your box, right? You were like, I don't want something too greedy, I want something which can make plays, something which can kind of, team fight pretty well. Kunkka definitely doing all those things and going to be a great carry to have alongside that TA in these fights.
Yeah, the question is who's going to be mid and who's going to go into the safe lane.
True. It's definitely going to be Kunkka safe, 100% into the Darkseer. It's a pretty easy lane for Kunkka. And they grab the PA. Okay.
All right, so this is why I like the Monkey King snap fight opening, even though they did just lose with it. It's still a really strong opening, especially for Aster, who can flex that hero across 3 positions on the Monkey King. And Snapfire is just like PQ Snapfire is just super, super sick. Like he's so good with his hero. I mean, last game he was doing a lot of work. I didn't want to mention that before actually PQ on the Snapfire, even though they were losing, like he was still having an insane impact in these team fights. Like he was doing the work of like the one of them, the 4 and 5 combined. It was pretty sick.
Yeah, I'm with you. I agree.
I'm concerned about the game that Planet is going to have now. I think this pick on the Phantom Assassin was like specifically to counter out the Rubik. Templar Assassin and PA, they're like both already against each other. Depends who gets more farm, honestly. But you needed somebody with a little bit more backline jump, and Phantom Assassin to do that for you. So Planet's going to have to be very careful with his positioning. Normally he pops off on this hero, but I think they prioritize shutting him down a little bit more this game. And one more thing I wanted to touch on, Ricky, is I was going off and off to you again and again about how these teams, we're casting the Pro Series, and NA have been prioritizing position 1 Kunkka a little bit too much, even though he doesn't scale amazing. I think with a TA on your team, somebody who kind of fills that 1 role a little bit more, even if she's playing from the mid, is like pretty synergistic with the Templar Assassin. So I do like their draft here on EHOME. The question is if they can take 2 games in a row against Aster.
It's a big question. Yeah.
Big question. If they do that, they'll be making a statement, especially as EHOME, this team, always the runner-up, never the frontline winners, and they've been taking a lot of surprise wins in these series. So what you could say are surprise wins. They beat LGD in 1 game, but lost the series. So if they can beat Aster here, that's a huge statement for this team. And yeah, I think they can. I think these drafts are very even. One thing I will say when we're talking about the PA-TA matchup, as you were talking about there, Neff, I completely agree. Like in a vacuum, they are evenly matched for sure, and it just kind of comes down to farm. However, you do have the Ducks here in this game, who's going to be very, very useful for taking off those the refraction charges, which is a big deal with this matchup because allowing those crits to come through onto the TA is just going to absolutely melt her. But we can jump into the game. We got game number 2 now ready to go. Let's see if EHOME can make it a 2-0 or if Aster are going to be able to fight back. And then we have a pause.
And I've got bad news for Ricky.
Pause.
I've got bad news
What's
for
the bad
Ricky
news?
here. Now, you made so many comments there about preferring Black as an analyst. I made a special request so Nomad actually gets to stay with us for this game because I want a real play-by-play caster.
Rude.
Well, unfortunately, I think Nomad has left, and the only thing we have to be worried about is the mysterious stat man, which quite mysterious.
Well,
he
very worried
might
about
come
this
back.
one.
He might come back. But, I'm gonna stick around for this, guys. I'm gonna join you guys if that's okay.
Yeah, I like it. Dude, this is gonna be a fun one.
It will, especially since now we have again a real play-by-play caster with us.
Neff, stop it.
They call me
on.
not
All right.
petty at all, guy Neff.
Guys, all right. Maybe we
Good
need a quick
nickname.
therapy session here, okay? Neff, is there anything you just want to say to Ricky? Get off your chest. Like just full honesty, full openness here.
No, but I really like this play-by-play analyst therapist combination that you're about to pioneer here, Nomad. Good stuff.
Yeah, so bringing it up, it's very important to us to get these problems out in the open, as we do thankfully have XXS reconnecting to the game. But yeah, another thing we should probably talk about as well is Conker. He's been a very, very popular hero across the DPC. He is in fact one of the most played heroes in the entire across all regions. I think he's number 5 across all the regions. Which is pretty damn high. Good win rate as well, and especially in the hands of LGD. The win rate is partly due to the fact that LGD have been playing it a ton and just not really losing with the hero.
Yeah, that's a good point. It is one of those things where, like, this hero pretty much you can't really stop Kunkka from farming just because like Tidebringer is so good for doing it. I was talking to Neff about it. I feel like this guy kind of plays pretty much like Wraith King. It's like another Wraith King type hero. He's semi-sturdy in lane. He builds pretty much the same types of items. He relies on very big, like single instances, like physical damage. But yeah, I like it. I feel like that's pretty much how this hero like feels to me. He just plays a lot like that role. In terms of like the carry, Kunkka plays a lot like the Wraith King. Oh, Good old Bobica, disguised as a courier. Love it.
Babokes. Such a character, Baboka. He's a blessing to the scene. Innovator as well, for sure.
Yeah. Definitely played a little bit too aggressive at times in the previous game. I remember him running forward on top of the hill, baited the rest of the team not far behind him, but I don't know. I'm a sucker for aggressive position 4 play. At times he ends up taking things a little bit too far, but a player that pushes the limits of what he can do is a real gamer, in my opinion. None of this half-in, half-out stuff.
Yep. So, 70, of course, playing against Alina in mid, it's always a bit of a struggle fest.
It is, yeah. Like the beginning part of the lane, definitely. But once you get like a few levels into Refraction as well as Side Blades, you don't really care all that much because Alina's not going to be able to really put the extra damage out onto you. So you just kind of continue to do your... Dude, you continue to just like farm on the TA.
Yeah, I feel like it is favored kind of heavily towards Ori, but as long as you have a support stacking up camps, you're going to be able to make a recovery. Like the thing is about the Lina, she's got such huge attack range and the extra attack speed that she burns through refraction charges pretty easily. But yeah, she just farms up creep camps faster than the Lina is going to be able to. So that's your strength of recovery there. Usually at the 10-minute mark, they're both around the same place, but 7E is definitely going to be losing the early laning stage here. It's probably like, I don't know, like 70-30 favored towards Lina. So you have to make some pretty significant misplays on Lina in order to lose this lane.
He actually dewarding his easy camp there. He actually had a sentry placed like in the low ground there next to the camp, but Ori dewarded it in the middle of the lane, which was kind of funny. So he had to buy another sentry to free up his small camp.
Yeah, and again, that's just a sign. He's like, okay, I'm not going to win this lane. I need to be able to move over to the creep camps and clear those out, play against Lina. Lina hasn't dewarded her own small camp, but Ori, I think, is more focused just putting the hurt onto 7E here. I mean, look at this harass, man.
It's intense.
It is intense. As you were looking at the top lane at the moment, though, I'm probably not going to see too much action out of this. Rubik is a little bit weaker of a... okay, back to mid. Rubik's a little bit weaker of a lane support, though. So Snapfire definitely has the advantage here as far as when they're trading with the Little Shredder. And he did go for the Blightstone here as well. So Phantom Assassin doesn't have to go for that one, but does have the Orb of Corrosion queued up. They might look for kills, but we'll see.
I feel like this lane's not going to go that bad for Zeal at the end of the day. Like, the PA should farm pretty well just because she can farm easily with daggers. But once Zeal gets, like, more points into Swashbuckle and Shield Crash, we can kind of just sustain this lane for free. He always has the mobility, and the Shield Crash itself should be able to keep him alive.
Have we seen much Shiro conquer?
Good question.
No.
Actually, I don't know if Shiro's played it.
I'm looking and it doesn't seem like this is really his hero. To be honest, he hasn't played much of it at all. So
Ooh,
interesting.
Did I just curse Zeal? I might have cursed Zeal, guys. Don't tell him I did it. I might be First Blood going the way of Monet. Yep, there it is.
Yeah. No jukes, unfortunately. He does end up going down. So goes the way of Monet. And I think the aggression is going to keep up in this lane. You have the Orb of Corrosion coming out on the Phantom Assassin, so there's going to be a lot of minus armor between that and the Little Shredder on the Snapfire. He's choosing to max this one out instead of going for magical damage. It does make sense, though. You want to have minus armor if you're laning with the Templar Assassin. Or sorry, the Phantom Assassin. Too many assassins in this game.
Or not enough, honestly. How about the Stealth Assassin? We could always use that boy. Bring him back in. Someone please give him a buff. He needs it.
Well, your patch is coming soon, Ricky. Don't worry.
I can't wait till they rework him and they just get rid of his invisibility.
They could never. They could never. That'd be heresy. I'd be mad.
I think they'll give it to him prior to level 6 again. That was wild.
Yeah, they've. I thought that was cute. I mean, it was something different, but yeah, it didn't have like a 7-second fade time or something.
That was really bad.
Levels,
yeah. You just like put a value point in it, and you're like, okay, well, at least I have the regen, I guess, because that was the only thing that made it good. They just made it have a ton of bonus regen when you were invis.
Oh,
That was a sick cookie jump.
Well,
Question is, can he get out on the Pango? 3 seconds on shield crash? Dude, he's fogging him hard. He's gonna maybe look for the Snapfire. He jumps over. Does he have the damage? He does not. Planet out of mana.
I can tell you what Zeal is saying right now. He's like, man, if I had a real support, then I'd have so many kills in this lane right now. You know, we'd be like 4-0, rocking it up. But no, I'm stuck with the Rubik. I know that feel, dude.
I mean, he's got the 0.8 second disable on him, right? Huge kill potential there.
Amazing.
The nerfs to telekinesis over the years have been very upsetting as a Rubik player.
I mean,
You can do a
Rubik
lot with this
was just always way too good, right? He kind of just became the staple of, is it a Rubik game? And you're like, which game isn't a Rubik game? You know, when that's the case, it was too good. It's kind of like Weaver right now. You know,
Yeah.
that hero needs to go.
And Planet's made it so most games are Rubik games, but against the Phantom Assassin, again, it's not so easy, especially as the game goes on. He's just going to be targeting you in these team fights. You want to pick off the back lines as quick as possible. You see some action down here on the bottom lane. He actually finds a cutoff in the trees.
What?
Yeah, he gets the Tidebringer cleave, and it gives him the vision of the Monkey King on the trees. He just instantly cuts it. All right, that was pretty neat. Well done by Shiro.
Wow.
Who is this young attacker down here in the bottom lane?
Yeah.
Speaking of an
Doesn't play
attacker,
punk on my
Rory.
ass. Which idiot said that, honestly?
I think
don't
it sounded like the mysterious stats man to me.
Yeah, that guy's weird.
Yeah. Now we don't have him around anymore. Ori's rotating down in the bottom lane. Pass him the bottle. He gets down here. But I don't think he's actually going to be able to line up a kill. No, they're sitting too far behind the tower, and the Observer Ward ends up scouting him out. So ends up being a wasted rotation there and gives some much-needed space to 7E over here in the mid. And I think he's actually pretty close to him on net worth now. Finally pulled ahead on CS for a moment. But yeah, 7E doing better than he has any business doing. Partially because he just moves over to the creep camp and starts clearing these ones out. But again, this Lina matchup is supposed to be Lina's favorite, but you managed to bring it back your way before the 10-minute mark on 7E. What a gamer.
What a gamer.
Some big stacks, dude. This is the thing when you're playing the TA, like you just love it, but perfectly timed sentry, yeah, good luck. Just blocking up all those camps.
Very rude. Very rude. Was that Peaky doing that?
Yep,
Feels like a
absolutely.
PvP
Snapfire just walked over and planted both sentries and walks away.
Oh no. And you feel so
Doesn't
cool, you
have
know,
a
like,
PE,
oh,
though.
I'm going for the double stack, gonna be so cool, you know, I'm gonna get all these stacks, give me all the money, and then you just, oh, I must, the worst is when you think, oh, did I make a mistake? I must have made a mistake, and they don't deward it. They try doing it again, and then you realize it's properly blocked in there, and then you feel real bad.
God damn it, that was 2 creep spawns. The key is you just gotta not make mistakes like 7E here. If you just are a perfect player,
not an option for
then
me.
you know it's warded, right?
Yeah.
Hero being followed by himself. What a
Snap
metaphor.
fired. Ooh. Yeah, there's no chance you're getting out of that one.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, they bring 4 heroes to the top lane. It looks like they want to try and just put some pressure on the T1 tower. Meanwhile, XXS bottom kind of doing the same thing, so it makes sense to bring the extra heroes.
Yeah. Neither of them are actually putting too much damage onto the tier 1s, though. Monet's doing a decent job at clearing out the creeps as the TA moved up here. And Kanka, Shiro here, is just stopping the push from XSS just by hitting them with the Tidebringer on the creep wave like twice. We're about to see a brawl up here in the top lane with Lina TPing up, though.
Yeah, this
go.
ward gonna scout so much. 2 hero boundless strike. Zeal, he ends up getting out for the moment. Rolling Thunder canceled by the cookie, but they don't have vision of him anymore. Zeal gonna try and keep these heroes in place, and with 7E here, their big target would be Monet on the PA. Shiro showing up finally. He's got the X. The boat's gonna pull him right back in. He gets himself a double kill on the Kunkka, slowing up Ori on the Lina for the moment. Pretty far away from that next X marks the spot cooldown, and Snapfire. Ooh, nice play by him. He just takes down Zeal with his dying breath.
Dude, PQ does this every time, man. Every time they're chasing PQ on low health, he just jumps back in and murders someone. It's sick.
The classic, if I'm going down, I'm taking you with me.
Yeah, it's never a free kill onto PQ, that's for sure.
Well, we got to see a little bit more action. Whoa! All right, ends up losing the courier, putting it behind the tower. It was an easy kill there for Monet. Doesn't even have to commit for it. Over the mid lane, looks like they're finally going to be able to take the tier 1, so that'll give them a little bit more access to the rest of Aster's side of the map. So, game already over for the side of EHOME. They basically won, or what? Ooh.
Bold prediction. I'm not sure if you're seeing this like pretty sweet double colored wall in the bottom lane, but
Yeah.
That's
check out
Aurora
sometime.
Borealis, actually, Ricky.
oh, well, Shiro's dead top instead, so we're gonna talk about that one. And Nice just ran down. He tried to armlet toggle through it, but too much damage coming through from the Phantom Assassin, as well as Bobica, setting that one up on the Monkey King.
Do we think we're going to see changes to Monkey King? Because he does have this annoying, like, obnoxious kind of double thing where he gives you loads of vision in the daytime and also, like, a long-range stun to set up on stuff, which is kind of like...
You think he's too good?
Not many other heroes do that. Ooh.
Ooh, he just jumped right into a trap, and Strike's gonna buy him a little bit of time. He looks like he's out. Okay, nice done. That was close.
Handy cookie.
I think that's an interesting point. He's been like that since his release, and they've reworked it a couple of times. They gave him more vision again pretty recently. But do you think he just like should not be played on the support role, or what? We have to take a conversation later.
Okay, hold on. Ori just made such a sick play on that LSA, but it didn't end up mattering as ZZQ is there with the Fiend's Grip. XXS gonna go down as well. They find two. Bobica, nice 2-hero boundless strike, and the Mortar Kiss is doing some work. Planet as well as Shiro gonna fall. Now Zeal here on the Pangolier trying to finish off Bobica, will be able to do so, but he's alone. And the Pango not tanky enough here to survive this one. Oh, unless, hold up. Oh, 50 HP.
So he actually dropped the urn off onto the Phantom Assassin of the Snapfire there, because I think he was trying to bring them both down. If he had put it onto the Snapfire, he would have found that kill.
The green.
Yeah.
I respect it.
Yeah. That was honestly such a sick play. Like, Ori started that with, like, dodging out the boat by just a blind light strike array into the trees. But that 2-hero boundless strike into the Mortimer Kisses, dude, that feels good. The supports, man, they did all the damage in that fight.
Yeah. Do you see Pangolier? Wait, no, it wasn't him who... Yeah, it was actually. Pangolier ended up cutting the tree onto the Monkey King as he rolled through them with the Rolling Thunder. Saved him for 4 seconds there.
Ooh, 7E top. Goes for a cheeky play on the TA. Try to go for the double meld strike, but yeah, you're just about to burn down to double Ion Shell, so...
I'm going to call that one not worth.
Yeah, he's going to regret that one. I mean, if you get the kill on the Dark Tier, it's pretty cool, but...
Even
still
then,
not
worth it.
No, I mean, if like he gets it and then like walks away, but yeah, the rest of the team TPing in. That's
If everything went right, it would have been a really good play, you see.
True.
That's what
Yeah,
you understand, Nomad.
not wrong. ZZQ, he's going to get taken down. They don't mind. They had to, unfortunately, leave someone behind there.
Trying to make these aggressive plays on the enemy side of the map, but instead just dropping, giving up kills the way of Aster. Now they're at a 2k net worth advantage.
Woo!
Unfortunately, they still don't have anybody that's able to push the tier 1 tower in the mid lane. That one's sitting at almost full, so Aster's ability to invade the enemy team side of the map ain't great.
Yeah, I mean, Lane are usually pretty good at taking towers, but I guess with the amount of jump and catch they have on EHOME, it's not really applicable. Shiro?
yeah. Shiro saved by the tail end of a haste rune there.
Oh, that's
Planet with the Primal Spring. Oh, he finds Bobica. The X comes through. This is just the support Monkey King, and the Mortimer Kiss is doing some work. Zeal up on the high ground. They're going to catch him with that Laguna Blade, and there's the Rolling Thunder. Can Ori actually get away from this Pango? It takes him a moment to catch him. He's got a surge. There's going to be the Fiend's Grip catching onto the Darkseer instead, but it's just two supports. Can they actually finish him off? Torrent in time doesn't connect, but a stolen Laguna Blade will be able to help finish him off, and ZZQ Turns his attention on over to the Snapfire, the wall. Just gonna have to dodge this one as he plays back and forth in the side. Oh, Shiro, what a 5-head play! Creates an illusion to cleave. All right, this guy's smart. He's got a big brain.
That was cute.
Okay, Bobica trying to get cheeky here. He might regret this one as he is all alone. Woo! Dodging out that swashbuckle damage, but he's still got an urn on top of him. Bade trying to hobble away, but Ori's gonna snipe him instead. You end up trading the supports there.
All right. Very minuscule fact I want to point out in the middle of this, all this that just happened. Kunkka ended up Xing the Monkey King at the beginning of all that. There used to be a bug where you could like Primal Spring hop out of abilities that pulled you back, and you would jump like 3,000 or so range. They ended up applying a fix to it, so when he tried to do that, it didn't work.
Nice try. Can't blame it, but yeah, no, I mean, overall, like, you know, the grand summary of this fight is didn't mean too much for Aster, honestly. You know, you can feel their gold lead is still the same. That's because the PA never turned up for that one. She was just farming. She's now finished off her Battle Fury, so very, very happy. Lelina somehow survived through that as well, so honestly, Aster not that annoyed, but as this Roche fight breaks out here,
Up tree! Oh, Zeal, the Rolling Thunder! Yeah, that's gonna catch 2 heroes. Snapfire up onto the high ground, but an X gonna pull her right back. XXS, that's the target they want to be able to finish off. They do get that first kill. The question is, do you keep going for more? It looks like they will just snipe the Snapfire. They're gonna go for the D-wards now. You know they have vision.
Yeah, they're not gonna go too far though, because again, the main goal here is going to be them taking this Roshan, and it wasn't a big deal before when you lose the supports or whatever. Position 3. While the Phantom Assassin's farming, but with the Aegis, they're going to be able to put on a lot more pressure all of a sudden. And Monet, he's on a timer. He needs his BKB before they're ready to fight into their high ground here, but I'm not sure how much more time EHOME's going to give them.
Planet God, dude, this guy, he's able to find Ori. Question is, can he get away? He's very fast.
Yeah, the sidestep there on the LSA from the Rubik was actually really sick from Ori as well. And another jump away. Oh my goodness.
Dude, he gets out. All right.
He can't keep getting away with this.
Wait, Bobica. He's got it. He's ready for the wraparound.
That's not happening. That's not happening. He was looking for the kill on Shiro there, but he just 100% dies without getting the kill onto the Kunkka if he tries that.
Yeah. Oh, they're cutting the trees. They're thinking Planet's got a feel. He's like, there might be a Monkey King behind us, guys. Dude, he's at Shiro. Do it. Cut the tree. All right, I just want to see a random LSA to kill them.
Top lane.
Oh my god, he almost did it. All right, that'd have been funny.
Ricky on tree watch. Deforestation.
It would have been hilarious. Just a random LSA into a tree. That'd have been funny.
Yeah. Maybe to spread the awareness of forest fires. You know, if the abilities would set fire to trees, like you know, the fiery abilities should spread through the forest and just burn down the whole area.
Like Timbersaw? Like his flamethrower?
Yeah, like his flamethrower.
Yeah, that'd be a good one. Where it just like it has like an effect where like it spreads to the 3 closest trees once you light a tree on fire.
Exactly.
So you just create a massive wildfire.
These are the changes that we really need to see in the upcoming patch. My immersion inside Dota just completely ruined if I can't burn down the forest in a realistic
setting. Remember when
wake people up to the realities, and if you burn down the secret shop, then no secret shop for you anymore because it's gone. That's the reality. How these things work.
The only thing that burns down the secret shop is Dragon Knight Shard, the fireball. That's the only one.
Burn down any secret shop, get wrecked, kids. Burn down both.
Yeah, it's full scorched earth policy here.
Yep.
No one gets to use the secret shop. They have a ward
here.
You know
what I learned the other day?
Snapfire.
What did you learn, Ness?
I'm surprised you learned anything.
Oh. PQ's learning why you don't run around the enemy jungle.
He's learning a real lesson there.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Nomad, what is the Dragon Knight Aghanim Shard ability called?
Fire Puddle.
You were close. It was Fireball. What is the Ancient Black Dragon ability called?
We have Fire Puddle.
Also Fireball.
Oh, interesting. Is it the same
Rubik? Oh my god, the LSA from downtown! He got him, but Ori with the BKB. It'll buy him a little bit of space. There's going to be the Laguna Blade. We'll be able to finish him off. Zeal. Land some ping pong. We'll be able... Ooh, nice pop on the stick. Well, 70s here to clean up. We'll be able to find that kill on the backside of the fight. The X is going to find the Snapfire, and it looks like the rest of Aster are just going to let this one go. You end up losing the 2 supports, but overall, not the end. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Bottom lane.
This is the end
That's
of the world.
more than a support. Can he actually get killed, though, is the question. The evasion doing work. 4 misses in a row. Turns his attention onto ZZQ instead, but the Enfeeble, honestly, just saves ZZQ. That is an ability that no one ever talks about, but it worked.
Yeah,
Monet
and you can't
is so done with life right now.
Yeah, you know that you can't TP away from that one, though. I think after the Nightmare into the Fiend's grip, if you try to TP, he'll have Nightmare backup available again, and he just basically has to stand his ground and try to fight him at that point. If he had the BKB, he would have been able to just BKB TP there, but that was an insane amount of evasion. It felt like way more than 50% with how long he was alive.
Yeah.
He missed
Neff,
8 autos.
Neff, I think you're overestimating the thought process there from the PA. There was nothing like that. He was just like, I'm killing this Bane. This Bane is so annoying. I'm killing him. I don't care. Like, I'll die for it. I'm happy to die for it. He just locked me down for like 2 hours straight. I'm not having this. And then
sometimes you just get enfeebled though, and you lose 45% of your damage. Like, he actually would have killed the Bane if he wasn't enfeebled. Like, that's
for sure.
Just an ability that we don't ever talk about on Bane because the rest of his kit is so good. And you're like, yeah, whatever. Who even knows what Enfeeble does anymore? But
well, let's not forget about the biggest factor of it, the plus 30% cast time. Oh my goodness! You ever been a Tide Hunter with that on you? Just can't Ravage anymore. Takes too long.
Yeah. Has this happened to you where you try to pop a Ravage? And...
Yeah. And so they got really excited about like modifying cast points for a while, and then they were like, "All right, this is stupid. We're not doing this anymore." Like, they're just like, "Yeah, we don't care. We're gonna remove this one eventually. I'm sure."
It would have been really good, like if you could drop on like mid heroes or people that have these cast points that really end up mattering. But all the super popular mid heroes have instant cast points on their abilities. So a 30% increase changed it from like 0.1 second to 0.13 seconds.
Yeah.
It really doesn't throw them off too much. Yeah. On something like a Berserker's Call, it does make a pretty big difference, but it's like an initiation ability. You're never going to have Enfeeble off onto the axe as he's like before he jumps in.
You know, what if you could what if you could like buy the we'll come back to it. Zeal. Yules. Oh, he has the timing for the blink. He's out. Oh, nicely done. Jiro X once again from downtown. Just thinking about setting this one up, but nah, they're gonna be fine. He had to BKBs. That's pretty rough for Jiro. Nicely done by Aster.
Yeah, wandering down the river like that was they're pretty all in play. Had to BKB there for sure.
What I was gonna say though is, what if they like made it so Enfeeble could have like a toggle where it's like Fortify or something, where you can put it on allies and it reduces cast speed on allies instead.
No, I don't want more Shadow Fiends trying to just spam pick Bane. I want to play Shadow Fiend. You know, I'm gonna blow up these noobs.
Ooh, smoke
and then
down,
you
like,
actually getting baited into picking Bane.
There you go. Oh, nice Nightmare. He dodges out some of the damage, but Zeal, can he actually get out of here? For the moment, he's trying, but a huge Wukong's command and Mortimer Kiss is just ripping through the side of EHOME here. Even finding Kunkka and his BKB on cooldown from that mid lane engagement, trying to hobble away, silenced up. He's gonna go down. Fiend's Grip's gonna catch Lina on the backside as Zeal trying to bounce back through this fight, do what damage he can, but Ori saved. Once again, Zeal, he misses the blink, but there's gonna be a telekinesis, and Ori looks like he's gonna go down at the end of the day. It did cost you some buybacks. You overextend a little bit here on Aster, but honestly, it's really not that bad. Is it only 2 buybacks? No way. Okay, it was. Okay, that's pretty rough.
Yeah, Rina ends up getting held in place for a super long time there. Full duration Fiend Grip. They went too far forward when they didn't have vision.
The gold exchange is exactly the same. Literal zero-sum fight. What? I don't think I've ever seen that in Dota.
Yeah, nothing happened, guys.
Yeah, what you just saw does not matter. Completely forget about the last like 30 seconds, 1 minute of the game. Don't worry about it.
No team fight here.
I've ever seen that. That's wild. The XP was almost exactly the same too. Like, that was crazy.
There's a bit
We enforced buyback, so I think it favors Aster, right?
No, it didn't matter, man. It didn't matter, bro.
Okay, my bad.
Don't ruin our narrative.
Yeah.
Sorry, bro.
We got a minute and 40 seconds till Roshan is back up. Both the teams are going to start to set up around the pit. Yeah, he is. I mean, he's just gonna take this ability whenever he can. The amount of like stun that you have, 7-second cooldown on this thing. He's almost got his level 15 as well. So he's gonna have the minus 25% stolen spell cooldown. This is so sick on Rubik, man.
I think a lot of people take the lift duration, honestly, but this is one of those games where there's a couple like very spammable abilities where having the 25% cooldown reduction is pretty good.
Name one person that takes the lift duration.
I feel a lot of Rubik players take lift duration.
I said name one person.
I don't know.
Name yourself. Don't worry.
I'm gonna say
your
me.
source.
Like
That's what the mysterious stats man taught me.
I mean, I take it occasionally. It just depends. If there's like really big cooldown ultimates, having the cooldown duration is also pretty good too. Just depends. Boba.
Oop, oop.
Back up onto the trees, just playing with the enemy team here, I guess. Let's say not gonna connect, but there it is. They managed to find a Bane, however, in a lot of trouble on the backside. Signs up big vacuum wall, but they end up getting out of it thanks to the BKBs. The rolling thunder from Zeal there as well. Mortimer Kisses not really gonna be able to do much of anything as Ori's just trying to beat down the Pangolier. He's just gotta keep rolling away. See ya. Yeah, unable to get into this fight on Monet. Oh, there's a regen bottom, and Zeal sees it. Don't. Okay, you're really just gonna do that, 70?
I mean, he'll heal up reasonably quickly on the Pangolier.
Yeah,
He's got RNG charges. He ends up giving it
from the Kunkka.
He's got the dragon scale too. A lot of HP regen.
Yep. But yeah, both teams sitting up around the Roche pit now, so just trying to establish vision control on the side of EHOME. They're up in 10 seconds in the Darks here. I think they do have time to contest this. The only issue is no Mortimer Kisses now.
And no wall.
Yeah.
They used wall in the last fight.
I don't think they can contest this.
They're going to try.
CZQ finds the ward there a little bit too late as they get Monet on the wall. Vacuum, he ends up getting out for the moment. Shiro just gets crushed at the front end of this fight, though. LSA, he's dead. Darkseer trying to get away. He's going to get sniped by Zeal, but 7E, he needs help and fast. He's got a BKB. Don't tell me you have detection. They actually don't, and 7E trying to turn it on to the Snapfire, but he's just getting ran down here by the PA over and over. Gets the blink, but he needs help. Monet just continuing the chase. Zeal's not enough to control up the whole side here of Aster. Bound the strike, canceling that escape there on the Pango. 4 heroes dead. Triple kill for Ori.
A lot of this off that initiation, the Orchid ended up coming out off of the Bane, then just jumped by the Phantom Assassin. Taking the Bane when he still had Fiend's Grip available was a huge part of the beginning of this team fight. Monet just immediately jumping exactly the support he needed to for them to take that fight. I'm going to have to agree with Nona. It didn't look great for them to initiate on that, but maybe they just took EHOME by surprise there. They didn't think they'd come into the pit so quickly, not with their abilities on cooldown like that.
I mean, ZZQ getting picked
so
up straight off the back was a huge problem. A huge problem for EHOME.
And not to
This
mention he was
engagement
silenced
around
out for the
Roche
PH.
just cost them like almost 8,000 gold between the two buybacks, and then that fight and the Roshan. They just swung like 8k gold in favor of Aster.
Yeah, the game is very, very difficult for EHOME now. Like Aster just took like a monumental leap forward in this game, which was very even, like maybe even edging on EHOME's favor. But you don't get this Roche when you're on your TA Kunkka lineup. Like you don't get a second Roche. That hurts, man. That hurts.
Yeah, a lot of it is just the Phantom Assassin finally coming online. Like this hero, we knew it was going to get to a point where it basically is the king of the late game, right? And Monet's kind of getting there, right? He's only got the BKB, Sanj, and Yasha, the Battle Fury. But it's enough. He's got the shard to boot now, plus an Aegis. They're really lacking damage on the side of EHOME to kill him.
Uh-oh. I mean, we were saying that in a vacuum, the Templar Assassin and the Phantom Assassin, they're pretty even in the late game, but...
Vacuum onto ZZQ, but big rolling thunder from Zeal and an immediate Fiend's Grip out from the Bane here. Oh, they put the Phantom Assassin to sleep. Just gonna try and ignore him from the fight. Mortimer Kisses from downtown is gonna be able to finish off the Bane, but Zeal wants to finish off the Snapfire in exchange. Nice LSA onto 2. Swashbuckle on through. Goodbye. You're just melted on 7E. They still don't take down Ori. They're gonna buy back on 2. Shiro able to make his way home on the BKB TP, but Planet, he's gonna get caught out as well. Huge win here again for Aster.
Yeah, Lina absolutely melted that Templar assassin, caught him out when he didn't have any refraction charges up, and after the BKB was expended, there's just no way for you to stay inside these team fights. And Aster, I mean, it's very difficult for me to say way back into this now for EHOME. It looks like they're just about to get run over, especially with another 2.5 minutes left on his Aegis. I mean, well, what's your way back into this from here? You've just been dead like for 2 minutes on most of your heroes.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And they're gonna keep going.
You want an answer to that?
I don't know, man.
Sorry, I was
super. Yeah, either of you were what? You were what, Ricky?
I was just kind of listening. I'm like, yeah. No,
where's he going with this one?
No, I'm just messing with you. It is very difficult. You basically just you didn't die back, but you might as well have. Like they respawn and then they just immediately take another fight and die on all their heroes again. But in the matter of the last 5 minutes, Aster have basically taken an 12,000 gold advantage. You still have the Aegis. You're going to have another big power spike of items coming out in a moment as they're getting 2 Lincoln Spheres. So Fiend's Grip is going to be a non-factor. And that is the main thing that you have to worry about if you're on the Phantom Assassin. And it's just, you don't have to soon.
Yep. And it's not just the fact that they got all that net worth advantage and XP from winning those 2 fights. You've done nothing on the map on the side of EHOME for the last several minutes. And with the amount of vision that they control now and the lanes being pushed in, you struggle to go anywhere. It's only going to get worse from here. They've got a vision of you the moment you try to leave the base. Everyone is just sitting in beside the tier 3 towers at the moment. You're not going to be able to get back into the game like that. They need to somehow make a play. But again, fighting to this Aegis for the next minute here, I don't think is an option.
No, I agree with you.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They're going to smoke up here on Aster. They got the Lincoln Sphere completed on Monet. Where are we on the Lina? How close? Oh, it is done as well. Okay, so they do have both Lincoln Spheres completed. The MKB is now done on 7E. He's been trying to get this on the TA for a little while. Question is whether or not it's going to be enough at this point. Yeah.
I mean, no, he's always going to land his melt hit because he's got the enchanted quiver onto the Phantom Assassin, which is nice. But again, you can't take this into the Aegis, I feel. You need to be able to jump this PA and catch her out at the beginning of a team fight in order to win it.
Because just dancing around trees with a gem right now, it's actually so annoying if you're EHOME because you just can't do anything about it.
Yeah, he's got the disc as well, so even if you find the jump off onto him, he's a lot of time going to be able to get out.
Oh, they end up finding Monet. He's going to be forced to BKB pretty much immediately. 3 seconds left on the Aegis timer. They don't want to risk it. Mortimer Kisses on the backside from Snapfire is just forcing the rest of EHOME out of this fight. So space made, I guess, by Snapfire there to prevent this engagement. Nicely done.
Yeah. I think that was a bit of a panic by Aster. Monet was afraid that we were going to all collapse onto him and kill him at the same time the Aegis expired, which can make you a little bit nervous. But EHOME expended very little there, and now they know the BKB's on cooldown. They know they don't have the Aegis up, so they're going to walk into the territory of Aster. This is their big opportunity to turn the game back around.
If they find something, right? But at the moment, they're
But Asters have gamer senses. Check this out. Look at them. They know exactly what they're up to. Nothing. They don't manage to connect with anything there.
Nope. Ships in the night, dodging each other out. All right. Well, both teams not finding anything with their respective smokes. So we had about 4 minutes of just kind of chillaxing, shooting it. And now Roche's going to respawn in about 2 minutes. So team's probably not going to want to do much before then. But Aster maybe proving me wrong here, invading a bit. They just want to take back their area of the map, though.
Yeah, because again, when they spent all that time dead, they just had absolutely nothing and made the net worth lead. Swing another 3,000 in the favor of Aster. The fact that they're farming up and EHOME is getting nothing. They're going to have to leave the next minute and a half when Roche, starts to hit his respawn. Though, if you give up Aegis again, I think Aster just wins.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's probably the case because you get the Aghanim Scepter or the Refresher, both of which are huge this game. Either double wall, double like BKB just for your Lina, double like Laguna. Like there's a lot of things you can worry about, or just a free Aghanim Scepter for Monet could just seal their fate.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They're looking to invade now. They all smoke up. They just completed BKB on Darkseer as well. It's maybe the end for EHOME.
Oh,
Wow,
Oka
they're
comes
just
in, gets
running
the
at them
bound the
right
strike
now.
onto Shiro, he gets the BKB right away. Ori on the backside, though, forced to run as 7E was trying to get that kill. They got the Fiend's Grip onto the Phantom Assassin, but can they bring him down in time? He gets the BKB off, and now Monet turning it around, just laying into these other heroes. 7E caught out by himself, but Uniblade there to finish him off. And they are going to continue to look for these heroes, Eul Scepter, to prevent Zeal from escaping. And they managed to get themselves a 2 big pickoffs, the big farm heroes here, the Templar Assassin, as well as the Pango.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, they tried to
Around
take
the high
that
ground.
as best they could. Well, yeah, they're not going to go back Roche at all. I don't think they know that they don't have buyback on the Templar Assassin, but they're going to find out shortly.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Obaka just trying to give the vision he can in the trees, and it's going to work. Monet jumps in, finds the Kunkka. Again, he doesn't have the BKB. He just used it. Nice dodge there. Thanks to that stolen vacuum doing a little bit of work, but Zeal has to get out with the roll-up. Shiro might not be as lucky to just continue the chase, and that's a die. I mean, is it a die back?
He just
Well,
doesn't.
No, it's not. He's just short
doesn't
on
have the
money.
He bought out.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah.
Oh, no. It's going to be one lane of barracks. Mid lane now is
has fallen.
vulnerable as well.
Yep.
It's
All the
funny,
lanes are vulnerable.
Kunkka actually died there because Zeal went for the swashbuckle onto Monet, didn't get the disarm, and Monet immediately jumps forward onto the Kunkka and realizes that there'll be no swashbuckle to take him out because he just doesn't get the proc. Really unlucky.
Ooh, XXS,
Ooh,
beautiful vacuum on the 2, but the BKBs come out instantly. Monet on the run, forced to pop the BKB of his own, and he's just going to chase down Bane here, potentially. Okay, he's realizing that might be a little bit too far. Zeal having a little bit of fun there.
I love this Bane BKB. Not quite working out for them, but it's a good meme.
I mean, it sucks that he was forced to pop that before he had Fiend's Grip available. Now he's not going to have it for any fight in the next minute. I mean, I think all this went wrong in the previous team fight. They had vision of all the heroes coming in at the beginning of that one. So 7E actually jumped lead on the backside, but she had a blast rig for that team fight. So even though she popped her BKB, Lina's had too much armor for the Templar Assassin to take out. And off of that, I'm pretty sure that's just how they lost the team fight. They thought they'd have the damage to blow her up. She had the extra armor from the blast rig, didn't go down, and then all of a sudden she found herself out of position because she couldn't just burst Ori there. Taken by
Ori's tanky
surprise.
though, man.
And
He's got 3,000 health, plus the Snapfire there to save him.
yeah, he switched over to the aesthetic cap now. So he's got a little bit of extra HP. But in the last team fight, I definitely think that the Templar Assassin figured she'd have enough damage to burst down the Lina before Lina could just walk away, and then that didn't end up happening. Ori actually de-warded the Observer War in the middle of the team fight because I think he was irked by Templar finding the jump off onto him. But none of these initiations go in the way of EHOME for the last little bit. I think this all started off of that fight inside the Roche pit where ZZQ ended up getting orchided up and then caught out by the Phantom Assassin. And I think that was just like them being genuinely surprised Aster would run at them there because there was very little chance that Aster wins that team fight, but they did.
Yeah.
Bill's actually doing a pretty good job right now of trying to clear up some jungle camps and find his team some tier 4 jungle items, but he gets another. But the problem is Aster's about to knock on your front door once again, right? Roshan's about to respawn. Snapfire just taking a little snooze in the Roche pit. Gonna find
Yeah, can I refresh your open the Pangolier? What? This is an interesting one.
Double rolling. I think
thunder,
Alina
double
just kills
roll-up.
you though.
Yeah.
What did you
it's
think
a
of Alina?
possibility. I mean, I guess the idea is to outpace Ori and try and just like, trigger his first BKB, then come back and keep him stunned for the second. But now there's a refresher shard. They are leaving it to XXS though, so they're going for the team fight potential rather than this viability on Ori.
EHOME's
Does
just in the
surprise me,
mid
not
lane
gonna lie.
smoked up.
Yeah, I'd prefer to see it onto Ori. Certainly he passes it over to somebody else.
Just makes way more sense to keep it on one of your big cores, but give one the edge, just give one the refresher shard, then you've got 2 uncuttable cores. You can't really lose a fight like that. This way, I mean, it's still very difficult to lose a fight for sure, but yeah, I don't know. It's cool, I guess. It's much cooler to put on the Darkseer.
Yeah,
Double wall.
Double wall is going to be very cool.
Yeah, higher Reddit potential, which is of course what all these teams care about.
Oh, in some trouble there. Zeal with the Rolling Thunder gonna do some work. There's gonna be the first wall. The BKB's doing some work. ZZQ comes in, he gets the Fiend Grip onto the Darkseer, but there's the Abyssal Blade, the cancel from Monet. But he's in the base and he's deep. He committed the BKB for this. A lot of damage from the Phantom Knives. Can they actually bring down the cores? They get the TA, they get the Gunka. He's gonna buy back right back into this game. And Rolling Thunder from Zeal. This is the second one. Can they actually take this fight, keep it going? I don't know. Monet's sitting pretty dang healthy here. Still on this tier 3 tower, jumping forward, gets the break onto the Kunkka. Also looking to get on top of the Pangolier. The damage, the Boundless Strike finding both. They continue the chase with the Cookie. That's going to be a dieback on 2. And ZZQ, he's got nothing left in the tank. The GG comes out and EHOME.
There it is.
The fall in game 2. And Aster, man, we're going to game 3.
We absolutely
right
are. Yep. The streak continues for the China region. 7 games now in a row, 7 series now in a row. Sorry, we've had a 3-game series, which you love to see. And that is just, a very nice performance from Team Aster across the board, really. Looking good. They pulled themselves back into the series and play the Dota, which we knew they could.
Mm-hmm. I gotta say, it's surprising we've gone to 3 games in every series. I mean, this is something that's very common, I think, in the SEA region. A lot of the teams are pretty close together here, but PSG.LGD, who we thought was just so far ahead of everybody else, ends up taking a 60-minute game against EHOME that they end up winning, and now Team Aster manages to tie up the series against EHOME. And coming into these DPC finals here, I thought Aster would just completely wipe the floor with every team that isn't PSG.LGD, but here they are, 1-1 against EHOME. I am pleasantly surprised with how close all these teams are. Do you guys think that this is like a patch thing? Everybody is just so familiar with 7.30. They have it so figured out that it's difficult for one team to understand things so much more than the others, and for that, like, outplay them so much more, or what? What do you think is the driving factor between all these teams being so closely matched here?
I mean, the analogy I use at this point would be, Dota is a lot like chess in a sense, but a game of chess where all the pieces can be interchanged with 110 other pieces, and also all of those pieces has 4 abilities. And even now, they haven't figured out chess, so you're not going to figure out a Dota patch,
Yeah, your understanding of chess is very impressive, Nomad, I gotta say. There's an
Thank
analogy
you,
that I
thank
probably
you.
couldn't come up with a better
Yeah.
one. Ricky, your turn to come up with an analogy.
No, I don't think I need to. I mean, that analogy was dead on.
Yeah.
That was the most perfect analogy I've ever heard. Why would I try to top greatness?
Just
That was
no one to
perfection.
show it to anybody that knows anything about chess, or they will come for me. But yeah. No,
it's,
I don't think the patch has been figured out at all. I mean, in terms of like, yes, obviously the team, we know what's good, we know what's bad, but there's still stuff changing every single time we say this. It comes around. Like the last patch, we still had new heroes coming into it. Admittedly, we haven't really seen too much new stuff coming out in these winter finals, and it is time for us to wipe things clean and just shake things up a bit. But no, I don't think we're in danger of seeing any team just completely dominate the other due to just having an infinitely better understanding of the game. Like LGD, yes, maybe they're nearly at that level, but it's just not possible to reach that. I don't think. They were dominant all season. They didn't win TI. That's what it comes down to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Well, this game they
think
tried
this
to go
game-
for some. Go ahead, Ricky.
Oh, go ahead. Oh my
No,
goodness.
be my guest. I insist,
no.
Ricky.
There's a Canadian.
All right. Because I'm the American, I'm going to be greedy here and take this. This game, I think a lot of it does come down to Aster with his last pick, PA. It is just like another perfect scenario for a Phantom Assassin where, like, if this goes late, there's not a lot of good answers. Even when you get the MKB here on the Templar Assassin, it just feels like there's no one else who can do damage. And, like, ZZQ's desperately trying to get this Fiend's Grip, but unlike last game, you have plenty of answers to cancel this, right? You have Monkey King, you have Darkseer, you've got Cookie, you've got Light Strike Array. Like, there's plenty of different ways to have canceled that Fiend's Grip. And even though you get a BKB eventually, it didn't really matter all that much.
Well, what do you think that's like the major things that went wrong as far as draft this time around? I mean, last time we talked about the Phoenix being a little bit lackluster, the BKBs being a little bit too easy to kite out for some of these teams. EHOME, they had moments of brilliance. Do you think the Darkseer was the biggest issue, or do you think that Planet didn't have the chance to shine on his Rubik like he normally does in these games because of this Phantom Assassin pick?
Honestly. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. My apologies. You probably know this one
The
better than I do.
synergy here is just the synergy is just so good.
I
So-
can't
so
see you
beautiful.
guys.
Yeah.
It's only game 2 as well. This is, but no, it definitely comes down to the fact that there were good steals for the Rubik this game, of course. You know, there were a lot of good steals for the Rubik this game, but yeah, like in terms of getting the space to be able to choose your targets, to get the spells you want, like he got a lot of good walls this game for sure, but that's not enough to make this hero really feel worth it this time around. I don't think it was a bad pick at all. I wouldn't put the game on that at all. I think it's more down to EHOME just being a little bit less comfortable when it comes to shaking up their drafts. You know, Shiro, he is that classic hard carry player. Putting him on a Kunkka, I'm not saying he did a bad job at all, but it just messes with the team dynamic, which EHOME prefer to play with.
Yeah, I like the description of that. Again, he's seen as one of the best like upcoming carry players of this. I think some of the people in the Chinese community describe as the new generation of carry players. Yeah, so trying to put him onto something where he doesn't get to shine as much. He takes the backseat compared to 7E on this Templar Assassin here. I think that not as good as it could be. I agree with you on that one, Nomad.
Like, mechanically, he didn't do much wrong, but it's just the dynamic of the team which didn't work out for me this time for EHOME. It's to play this kind of game as well, especially where you're out, you don't have that late game option. You have to play very, very tidy. So then you're mixing up your strategy a little bit. You're trying something a little bit different. And then also on top of that, you can't make mistakes, really. And unfortunately, just a couple of mistakes, and the game ends up being much easier for Aster. And you know that they're going to play it very tight. Once they have that lead, they're not going to let it go.
Mm-hmm. Here's the one. Oh, that's why the first couple of auto attacks, I think, off onto... I think maybe one of them ended up missing off on where he did have the MKB, though. But that was when he picked up the Blast Rig, like I mentioned. Just had too much armor to be bursted down and walked straight through the Wukong's command there. And of course, he's very far out of position. He didn't manage to finish off the Lina, but they were going for desperate plays at this point. I'm glad they managed to catch that one on the highlight reel. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I can't believe they didn't kill the PA in that grip. I mean, this happened a lot where they just didn't have the damage to finish off his PA. Was it a lack of magic damage maybe on the side of EHOME?
I don't think it can be the magic damage that kills the PA. Like, you have to have a hero that can control the Phantom Assassin and stand their ground to try and fight her, or like just burst her down. And like this game, it's just so difficult. Like you just get a Lincoln Sphere and like your Fiend's Grip doesn't matter. Like you can't get the PA with this thing.
They did have the Bane to do these things, but a lot of the time the Templar or the Phantom Assassin would just go for the jump on the Bane there, and we saw him die near the start of the team fights, or Lina accomplished too much if they were going too hard for the PA. So I think they did an awesome job this game on Aster. The Phantom Assassin last pick did end up coming in clutch. He did a lot of damage here, ended up being I think like double anyone else on his team there. Yeah, 30k hero damage. So looking good in game number 2 here.
Definitely. Yeah, no, Aster coming back, firing all cylinders, and our MVP for this one is going to be Baboka. Oh, Baboka's on the Monkey King, just finding those opportunities, taking to the trees, and bringing down the Boundless Strike on those big targets. I mean, how different did this look from game 1 with the Monkey King being carried versus the Monkey King on the 4, Ricky?
So that's the thing, is like, for me, one of my biggest complaints about like the last 2 games that they picked the Monkey King and lost with is the fact that you have Bobica who plays it so well, and if I'm being honest, like he is one of the major reasons that they actually won this game. His Boundless Strikes were always on point, and he played a fantastic game all around. So I'm very happy to see that Bobica gets the Monkey King this time, as opposed to them trying to run it in the 5. I'm not saying that Monet did a bad job as the carry, but there's just this game specifically, the Monkey King in the 4 position does a lot of work. Like, it is also something that burns through refraction charges. She can't really walk into the Wukong's command for that reason, and he just provided a lot of vision, some really sick Boundless Strike stuns as the game went on.
Well, deserving of the MVP, or what?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah?
Absolutely.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. There's also a
But
really nice synergy.
I'm like praising him the whole time.
Yeah, but maybe you want to praise somebody more. You're a very high energy individual, Ricky. I know you've got nothing but respect for each of these players. So even though you're praising Bobica, maybe you want to praise Ori more or something like that.
I mean,
I see.
one thing I like about like the Monkey King and Snapfire lineup though is that they play together really nicely as well. Where you can set up with a Boundless Strike for the kisses, and often it just comes down to like a little, just one small bit of AOE lockdown, and it just kind of gives you that chance to calibrate your kisses a little bit easier, and track your targets much easier because they're not immediately running away from you. You have that extra couple like seconds just to get your shots on target, getting so much more damage. It's a small thing, but it helps so much. And obviously, let's not forget the vision as well. Very, very helpful for the Snapfire. Yeah, just really enabling PQ and this support duo looking very scary. And I'm expecting them to first phase it again if it's not banned out because it does work well for them. I know they lost game 1, but yeah, we keep going back to that. I think that's more what came after the Monkey King and the Snapfire and how they decided to play that game.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, well, game number 2, just around the corner. What are we expecting this time around? Same man, same picks. Are we going to see Weaver ignored again?
That's what's so strange. Like,
really
neither of
ignored
these
in the
teams
last
are
one?
going for it. Yeah, was again.
Ignored? Oh my! I mean, shows what I know is nameless. It's a good thing we have the two of you here, so I can kind of like do nothing. But wow, I'm
You're doing
surprised
nothing very
about
well,
that.
Jeff, don't
Genuinely,
worry.
thank you. I'm doing nothing while looking very good. Is what you mean to say. But yeah, I'm genuinely shocked about that. We did talk about that a lot during the DPC season when we were all in studio. Is when you don't have the Weaver, you usually have a lack of stun, and it limits what you can pick for your
Oh.
position 3 because you suddenly need a position 3 with a stun that much more. But
Yes, you do. All right, guys, let's jump into game number 3 and find out which team is getting eliminated from the regional finals and which team is going to go on to the lower bracket of finals in Team Aster versus EHOME, game number 3. We do have a switch up already in the bans coming out.
Yeah.
Is Team Aster going to take out the Bane?
They'll go the IO 100%, right? Like, there's just no reason to skip going the IO here. It's one of Bobica's absolute favorites. And then they obviously respond with the Ancient Apparition, one of the heroes that is decent enough at dealing with the IO. Something Black was talking about yesterday is the dynamic that Ancient Apparition and IO have in a game of Dota 2. Like, yes, Ancient Apparition's Ice Blast is definitely a hard counter to the IO. But the problem that you have is that IO accelerates the game's pace pretty drastically. So you have this scenario where like AA's like late game potential counter is really high, but IO doesn't really let you get there.
but it wasn't high enough for LGD to beat EHOME. How about that? Then, in fact, on the match of EHOME versus PSG.LGD, game number 2, it ended up going to 61 minutes, Ricky. And that was with LGD taking the Ancient Apparition and EHOME taking the IO. So EHOME go back to this counter that...
Yeah, Night Stalker. It was good.
Yeah. But they end up making the same mistake that PSG.LGD made here. So they feel confident about this one. They don't feel like it's a perfect counter after spending 60 minutes in that game against PSG.LGD. Do you think this one ends up paying off or what?
So I don't. I think IO is by far the better of these two heroes. And not only that, but it's going to be played by Bobica, who is one of the best IO players around. I will say the dynamic between the first phase of bans is really interesting because Team Aster like prioritized getting rid of ZZQ's Bane, and EHOME immediately respond with the Storm Spirit ban because they know they're like Bane is one of the best counters to the Storm Spirit in terms of how Storm Spirit plays. Right, we saw it in game 1. He jumps in and just gets Fiend's Gripped, but in this game they're realizing, okay, well, because of that, we get the IO. I love this kind of like dance of picks bans from the first phase. It's really fun.
And finally, we see the Razor band come out from the side of EHOME, and we're actually going to see a different pick coming out next. We got the Earth Spirit, my favorite hero. I hope EHOME wins.
Okay.
Am I allowed to say that?
Sure, go for it, man.
I guess not.
Yeah, of course you are. Of course, no. People should embrace their biases. The more you try to hide it, the more you're just lying to yourself and everyone around you, and that's never good. But yeah, the Earth Spirit comes out for EHOME. This is once again, another hero they like playing. Not a hero I think they're quite as successful with compared to some of their other niche picks, but they
definitely lost
like
to PSG.LGD in 24 minutes yesterday with picking the Earth Spirit.
Yeah.
Continue. Sorry.
As the full 5 with the Spirit and AA, do you feel like these heroes cover each other's weaknesses well?
Kind of. I mean, both of them like together. Once you hit level 6 in the Ancient Apparition, the Earth Spirit kind of lacks damage compared to how we used to. So you have that global kill potential where the Ancient Apparition can be doing something in another lane, and then you can find a kill with the Ice Blast. But the issue is ever since the nerf to Ancient Apparition, where his Ice Blast is 60-second cooldown at level 1, it doesn't play that well with how fast Earth Spirit plays. So I think it used to cover each other's weaknesses a lot better than it does now. And because of that, I'm not crazy about it anymore. I'd rather see like a different position 5 maybe. If it had a lower cooldown again, I think it would be a lot better.
Yep.
But they're gonna have to play the map very well to make up for that high cooldown on it.
Meanwhile, Aster get their Snapfire up in the second phase, which is a little bit surprising. And they go for the PA as well for them. Ricky, thoughts on this Aster draft so far? What are its strengths? What are its weaknesses?
So we're just looking at like a very similar, like enable the Phantom Assassin style game here. Like it's very good against these supports. Like Earth Spirit and AA don't really stand a chance against the PA. The only thing you can really do is like boulder kick her away and try and roll. Ancient Apparition is just food. And the matchup into the Kunkka is actually pretty good as well. So you have an IO to accelerate the PA's farm even more so than what we saw in the last game. And that is very scary. So EHOME have to come up with a very good answer to this Phantom Assassin. And if they don't, I don't know what their game plan is here. Because like already, Aster has a massive advantage on this draft unless they can come up with a PA counter.
Mm-hmm. Is that a good enough beginning into it? I mean, it's excellent with the Silver Edge.
It is. We've seen Wraith King actually do pretty well against the PA in the late games just because she like wastes her BKB timings trying to kill the Wraith King, and that's what makes that hero somewhat vulnerable. But I don't know if it's enough. You do have like this heavy initiation out of the Earth Spirit and the Wraith King once Wraith King gets like blink and stuff. But you're gonna need a lot of damage out of the off lane, and if you don't have that, I think you're gonna really struggle here because I don't know where your damage is coming from otherwise.
All right, so I don't know. Damage out of the offlane. So you're thinking something like a Spear Breaker? Wait, no, that one's been banned out in the first phase. I'm absolutely insane. I don't know what your biggest offlane damage is going to be. Yeah. Venomancer.
No, it's got to be something that works well with the Ancient Apparition. You have to have something that can set up for Ice Blast here, or else this pick is going to be really bad.
Yeah, I'm really not sold on what EHOME have put down so far, but I'm ready for them to pull us back with an insane last pick, but I just don't know what that hero is going to be, and it's not going to be Brood, that's for sure, because Aster just banned it out.
The Brood actually would have been good.
Really?
It's really good at taking down IO. Like you can just chase IO across the fights pretty easily, and then your Wraith King can just fight up against someone else.
Yeah, true.
But
I'm a little bit concerned about the fact that you have 3 melee heroes already on the side of EHOME, and then a Pangolier on the side of Aster. Also, IO and Snapfire, a lot of juking potential on the side of Aster. A lot of just not getting caught is what Aster are going for here. I feel EHOME are going to struggle. They need a little bit more lockdown, a little bit more control, for sure.
Aster just need anything that plays fast.
Yeah, I would say Mars normally, but all these heroes on the side of Aster, well, I guess IO does. Everybody other than IO can deal with the arena coming out from the Mars, so that's not really an issue for them.
No, what if Aster takes Mars? Take Mars mid. You're into a Kunkka. It's actually not that bad.
I mean, I'm sure you take the Pango into Kunkka, right? Is that not a good matchup?
It's not bad. I think they want it in the off. Ooh. Okay, well, now this PA is going to be real fat.
Goodness gracious. So
you got decent damage for this as well.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, probably. I don't know. I think they can flex this still. Depends what they want to do. I would expect Pango mid and Mag off lane, but we shall see.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that's what we're going to see based with that Mag pick.
All right, EHOME, come on. Give me the big sell. Give me the big sell. I want the full pitch, start to finish, elevator pitch. Tell me why you're going to win this game 3 with this last pick. I've been rooting for these guys. They're the underdogs. They're the new guys coming up. A mixture of old Phoenix plus some new names.
And
You know who's still in the
loving what
pool
they're
that
putting down.
you know who's still in the pool that'd be really good here is Timbersaw. I know it doesn't give you the lockdown for the Phantom Assassin here, but I don't think they have anybody that's able to kill it. Like their damage coming out of the supports is pretty limited, and you're playing into a number of strength heroes here as well. Rolling Death and putting in a lot of work. I think if they just go for Timbersaw here, then they're able to do solid enough in the early game. In the late game, I think the Wraith King would be able to out carry the Phantom Assassin.
I actually don't hate it. I do think the Timbersaw is actually not bad. Oh, that
It's
is
not gonna
sick.
happen, though. Yeah, they take
That's
the
a
Bat
good
Rider,
one.
and yeah, honestly, I'm a fan. I'm a fan. This solves a lot of their issues. It really does. It's quite a
I get it,
dominating
you
Bat Rider
guys.
game.
You like 7E as a drafter better than you like me. I get it. You don't have to come out and say it like that.
I mean, yeah.
No offense,
it's-
Neff, but yes, indeed.
I see.
Caught chilling. All right, guys. What do we think about these drafts? Then was that enough to make you guys prefer what EHOME are putting down, or are we going for Aster? What are we thinking?
I'll start. I think they have a lot of damage put in these RPs. Their supports do a decent amount this game. I think Pangolier has been pretty sick in a lot of these games, so I'm going to go with Aster, even though I want to see EHOME rise up here and make it through these qualifiers, not get knocked out, or not qualifiers, the regional finals, not get knocked out first here. I think Aster's going to be too strong with this draft.
All right, Ricky.
Yeah, as much as I love my boys on eHome, I cannot root against a Bobica IO, even into the Ancient Apparition. And then Monet's PA, once again, should be fairly free this game. So I will also be going Aster for a 2-1 victory, because we've already had 2 games. Is that how that works? Is that how math works?
Yep. Yeah, that's how it be. That's how it be.
Okay.
I part of me wants to go for EHOME, you know, but actually I'm going to
please.
go for Aster just because I feel like in order for EHOME to have the best possible story, I have to vote for Team Aster here to give them like the ultimate anime comeback, and that's their redemption arc and how they win the game. So yeah, I'm going Team Aster purely because I want EHOME to win and make that big play. But of course, I love Team Aster as well. They're probably my favorite team, maybe in the world. They're just a great team to watch. They have some awesome ideas. So I'm happy either way. I just want to see some good notes, and I think we certainly will be. Let's jump into game number 3 between these two teams. This elimination game. The first team for the China region is about to be knocked out after this game. Who will it be? Let's find out.
It's an excellent transition, no man. Impressed as always.
Mwah.
Unknown team. I thought that was the 5 p.m. Midas line for a moment there. People have been spamming that one a lot in the games that I've been watching. Neither team is going to go for much aggression here in the runes. Someone pointed this out to me that the Chinese teams, more than anyone else, just kind of barrel down the mid lane, then wait by the tier 1 towers at the start of that. And I think it's because they put so much importance on being able to either counter out wards or catch somebody as they try to scout the enemy ward by the tier 1 tower. And if you can get an earlier bottle or a couple earlier items for your mid laner by giving them first blood, then it makes the game a lot easier for you overall. So it's interesting that this is just how they've decided is like very optimal inside their own region.
Yeah. Interesting.
The one thing we actually haven't shined light on, though, it is Ori playing the Magnus in the mid lane, and XXS is taking the Pango to the off lane. So this is interesting because Bat Rider typically would do pretty mediocre against a Pangolier. Like, you just save Swashbuckle the whole lane, and as soon as you guys are going, you just Swashbuckle away. Magnus kind of has the same idea with the Skewer, so
yeah,
not as easy. Not as easy
goes.
to pull off though, and like if you bring the Bat Rider with you, you can be in real trouble.
yeah,
I guess
sometimes you're
maybe
like,
I
I'm
just
gonna go for that red.
Yeah, I think they might just think that both matchups are really bad, and they just want the one who can jungle a little bit easier, which I guess is the Magnus.
Oh,
No?
7E.
yeah.
He could actually just dive Mag here. I'm surprised he's not going for it. He had the 7 stacks on him in the Firefly. He could 100% gone for it.
I don't know. That's 1 point in Firefly in 7 stacks. That's what's 7 times 7? 49. And only doing an extra 49 damage per second.
A lot of damage per second.
I mean, that's 69 damage a second, Neff, in case you didn't know. Total.
Yeah, but this guy has 800 HP, so it'd take you like more than 10 seconds to bring him down. Monet.
Whoa! There you go.
All of
Zero
us
just straight up
caught with
dropping down the bottom.
our yeah, or we were all just caught trying to crunch some numbers. That's why we, takes us a little while sometimes. So we missed this kill bottom.
Don't do maths, kids. Not even
Even once.
Math is what caused you to miss skills. But yeah, it's difficult with just 1 point in the sticky napalm. With 2 points in, your damage does double from each one. You can bring down the Magnus reasonably quickly. But going at the start, you commit your Firefly. You commit a lot of mana just using the level 1 Firefly. It's on cooldown for 15 seconds as well. So it's better to play it safer, in my opinion, when you're at level 2 on Batrider.
So we're seeing Kunkka in the off lane as well. This is something we haven't seen yet. Like, this hero has pretty much been flexed mid safe lane mostly. Speaking of Kunkka, we're going to go for the jump here. He did get the Torrent out, a nice prediction, and they are going to try and bring down the Snapfire. It works. Zeal popping the stick there will keep himself alive for the moment, so ends up being a little bit over-aggressive there on Aster.
Yeah, trying to recreate the same play as before, where they're able to get the kill onto Zeal, but unfortunately this time they get punished for it as Planet does land the roll.
Yep, they're going to go for it again.
All right. Zeal, another prediction with that Torrent. Nicely done. Gets kicked away to make some space, but unfortunately kicked into the tower. So, not ideal.
Wait
a minute.
But he makes it out.
What's
Got the moves.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about that one. I was like,
You can just,
see
let the
Kunkka.
viewers interpret it.
don't worry, I'll
However they
save you, my
want.
friend. Please no.
Hey, get out of here, bruh. And they're just like, wait a minute. That's not where you wanted to be either.
I mean, their spirit obviously is something that people haven't played a ton of, so I think it's fair to make a couple of mistakes here and there. It does some weird things with the scaling on levels from 1 to 2 as well. It doesn't actually increase the range by 100, it increases it by like 140, even though it says 100.
Hold on a moment. Are you trying to imply that Planet made a mistake there?
Nah, my bad.
Okay,
I'm
I
mistaken.
thought so. I had to get some clarity here. I was like, there's no way, right?
Yeah, I'm mistaken. I'm sure.
All things considered, I mean, Ori's not having the worst. Oh, bottom lane once again. PQ is going to fall, but Zeal to follow as well.
Yeah, same thing
Another
happened
trade.
again, by the way, if you didn't catch that one. The cookie came out, then he just ended up sidestepping it. Of course. Ends up walking back into the Snapfire there and finds the kill. What? Did he? Oh, I guess he was securing CS with that one. He used a geomatic grip. Yeah. Did the 50 damage pull there for 100 mana.
That doesn't
Sounds worth it. Did he get a creep?
He did get a creep. I'm still not sure that's worth
nice.
it, though.
Planet might be dead here. In some trouble. Nice sidestep for the moment. There's the geomagnetic grip Neff was just talking about. Very nice. Good play there from the Snapfire, canceling out that rolling boulder away.
So,
This bottom lane is a bloodbath.
Yeah, issues in the bottom lane for the side of EHOME there, as it's really not working well. This Kunkka Spirit lane, who would have guessed, is not doing it too hot. And I don't think they're winning this middle lane as hard as they maybe would like. It's only like a 200 gold advantage for the Batrider. It's not as intense as you'd really like to be seeing at this point.
Yeah, and of course, as this game goes on, yeah, Magnus is going to heavily outscale you with how quickly he can clear out creep camps, and he's actually got himself a stack over here that he's clearing out in the jungle. They have warded this one up, and they haven't had the opportunity to get the D ward off onto this hard camp yet. So, like, at the very least, doesn't have a ton of jungle to farm, but still, I think at this point, yeah, going to pull ahead of Batrider before too long.
Yeah, 3 points in power. Go jungle,
That'll
King.
do it.
Get them creeps. Get that bag.
Yeah. Most of Magnus's last hits are going to be jungle creeps, though. Like, he doesn't want to contest the lane against the Batrider, especially once you hit level 6 on Bat. Your kill potential just literally skyrockets. And
Yeah, I tried to go for it there.
yeah, nice save there on the IO. So you get like 3 stacks of napalm, and you can lasso kill pretty much any target in the game. Yeah, bottom lane Zeal, you're right. ZZQ rotates in on the Ancient Apparition, doing a decent chunk of damage. Coldfeet's going to catch the PA, rolling Boulder on in. He wants to just slow these heroes down and maybe get 70 in range, but a little Phantom Strike away, and he's going to maybe settle for the Snapfire here instead. Do you lasso? Okay, they got Torrent. Nice.
Yeah. Committing lasso onto that one, 120-second cooldown would be kind of unfortunate. Thankfully, Torrent ends up getting dropped, but yeah, nice TP there by Bobica, allowing Monet to have a target to jump to, but they're going to go for this dive anyways. Again, they still got Lasso up, and they've got Firefly in another 7 seconds. It's going to make it very easy to dive this tower, and I don't think Magnus is going to be the hero to defend.
Oh, he finds him.
Finds Monet behind the tower. Maybe Monet found him, though, as he's going to get the boulder kick away, but a rotation in from Ori. 7, he doesn't have the mana for the lasso right now, as he's just trying to stack up as many stacks as he can, and now just gonna TP home, but RP there from the Magnus, scouted by the Courier. 7E, no chance you're escaping this one.
I guess he didn't see the Courier flying around on top of him there. That's unfortunate for the Bat Rider, but yeah, get wrecked.
Yeah,
Blimey.
And I'd like to go back to the maths point. The Bat Rider ended up committing just a little bit too much mana as he dove into the trees there and didn't have the mana to pull him back with the Flaming Lasso after that, and part of the reason why everything fell apart.
So now we're 7.5 minutes in, and the Bat Rider is actually now almost 400 gold below the Magnus. This isn't the book they were supposed to be writing right now.
400?
Yeah,
I think you need to check your math.
200. Sorry. I was trying to build a narrative, Neff. Don't interrupt me. You know.
The narrative of being bad at math.
Yeah.
How dare you?
Sorry.
That's all right. Double damage, bottled up from Magnus now as well. Go farm those ancients, maybe. He's definitely tempted.
I think you're very smart, Nomad.
Thank you.
But yeah, he's gonna catch
You're the
back
only
up. He's gonna catch back up, clearing out the jungle here, and get himself and his team a couple neutral items, hopefully. Ooh, the Tumbler's Toy. That's an excellent.
Yeah, Tumbler's Toy is pretty nuts. Ooh, XXS
Think
comes
about Bowders,
in. Rolling
he's
Thunder's
dead.
there. Yeah, he's super dead. You cannot escape that one. Very good play. They're going to know about the ward, obviously, as a result of that one.
This is a lot, but Zeal down in the bottom lane trying to go for the play here onto the PA. They've got the Roland as well from Planet. The freeze is there, and the kill comes in. They bring down Monet. EHOME making it count in the bottom lane. Big kill for them.
Yeah, they need these things to happen. And this gets them closer to the 10-minute mark with Ice Blast, and it becomes a lot easier for them to combo up these Earth Spirit plays. He's now also got his level 6 on Earth Spirit, the Magnetize. I don't think he'll use it here, though. It's just a quick find off on 2. They're coming in really slowly, one at a time on the side of Aster. I'm not sure this is going to work out for them.
There's
this
no
Kunkka's
way
too tanky. He's got a Vanguard.
Yeah, like, it's just not going to work, and they're going to X-Ori and pull him back in.
No.
Yeah, this is, you're down to getting baited, sir. Like, I don't know. That was a sick play there. And Zeal's like, oh, joke's on you, buddy.
If you look at the
You
Magnus
brought me another kill.
right now, yeah, if you look, oh dear, this isn't a play though, unfortunately. Yeah, if you look at the Magnus's player perspective right now, you're going to see his cursor go to the top left of the screen, open that player menu, roll over to the IO's report button, and yeah. I'm kidding, man.
Yeah. Kidding, but not really. But they never expect the Vanguard Kunkka, man.
He's
He
the
just
off
did
laner
nothing
this game,
before
right?
that.
Totally different.
Yeah.
Oh. Very nice Rolling Thunder, ends up
Good Rolling
interrupting
Thunder.
Kunkka's TP. They knocks him to the low ground, though. It's going to get away. No, he is not.
Nah, Snapfire too good.
Don't
Yeah.
get confused as to which target needs killing.
Well, Vanguard don't help you against all that magic damage.
Yeah. Little Shredder that I think, was it Little Shredder that finished him off?
Yeah, it was.
No, I think it was a Cookie. Oh, yeah, it was. I ended up getting
was
through the
Little Shredder,
Vanguard on that one. I think they're just going to turn this one into like a Crimson Guard. You leave it as a Vanguard this game. I have never seen the Vanguard Kunkka. You see Abyssal Blade sometimes like eventually in the Ultra Light game, but this one is wild, and it ended up working. Like, this is the one thing that made that play happen down in the bottom lane. They committed so hard onto this guy and couldn't bring him down.
70's definitely struggling on the Bat Rider. Like, he's getting his Boots of Travels done right now, but typically your goal on this is like 9 minutes. Like, the 9-minute mark, you want to have Boots of Travel, Windlace Bottle, right? Like, that is the goal. So he's like 2 minutes behind his timing normally. And I mean, the main reason he's got 3 deaths, hasn't been able to find a lasso kill yet this game. They're gonna go ahead and smoke though on the side of EHOME as they head to the top side. Maybe gonna find something as Monet and Bobica heading into the triangle. I mean, you still don't have lasso for this, so.
Dire's middle
I mean, even if you do lasso, Bobica's there. He can just relocate and then pull the Phantom Assassin out. You're not going to find the kill you want. And even getting into the triangle is going to be kind of difficult. So, Batrider, again, not accomplishing a lot, like you mentioned.
They got the ward place. They don't necessarily see anyone on the Ancients, but they know Bobica is here. There's going to be the X, the Cold Feet. Pulls him right back into the Torrent. Even drops the Ice Blast. They really do not like this IO. They'll find themselves that kill, grab themselves a bounty rune as well, but there's going to be the Mortimer Kisses. Now they're going to turn their attention on over to the Kunkka, get skewered away, but they manage to cancel that on the backside of the fight. Rolling Thunder coming through as well. They will take down the Kunkka. A trade for the Snapfires. The rest of EHOME now on the run. ZZQ, I don't think he's escaping this one. Pangolier rolling on through, gets himself a double.
I'm not sure if you noticed that, but Ori actually pulled the Kunkka out of his boat, and he never ended up getting the boat buff there.
Oh,
that's pretty
that
nice.
was very nice. I was wondering why he screwed him away from the Mortimer's Kisses, but yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, it was away from the boat. It was super clutch.
Very nice.
You love to see it. Yeah,
You do.
absolute gamer move.
Good pickup.
Run buff is good, man. 40% damage reductions, no joke.
I mean, he like between that and the Vanguard, he like just doesn't go down there. I don't think, or it takes a lot longer than they're able to like maybe turn the fight around. So
He's
That's a
a
nice
fat
keyword.
They see
pirate.
Shiro on the ward, they did, but they know he has Reincarnation mid lane. Instead, the Blink, the RP is going to find the 7E Batrider, and he goes down for the 4th time this game.
Goodness.
And now the mid-tier 1 tower, man. This is super dead. No way to defend this.
are fortified.
yeah.
they're gonna try.
By a
Shiro's
little bit of
coming
time,
in.
but they got 4 points in Little Shredder. Like this is going to do some serious damage to the tower.
They jump in, Blink Skewer, onto the Wraith King, holding his point for Reincarnation. Gonna drop it right now, trying to get his hands on top of Bobica. X gonna be able to find XXS. The cookie comes in, Snapfire ends up just tanking the boat instead, and now looking for more. Beautiful roll is going to find Bobica. Snapfire trying to run away, but a big crit there from XXS. In comes Monet as well. They're going to buy back on this Pangolier. Shiro, Reincarnation is going to get popped. The question is, can 7E finally get a lasso target? And it's going to be that Pango who just bought back. Shiro just DPing out on the backside of the fight. He gets out. XXS unable to get that Rolling Thunder off, and that is an immediate dieback.
Yeah, they ping out Bobica on the backside of the fight, but that was like a difficult decision there by the AI. He is. I think he's going to be able to get out of this one just fine. Yeah. Yeah,
Well, I
I
love
made a
how
really
the
difficult
start of that
decision
fight-
there.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I'll let you get to that in a second. I just love at the start of this fight, the Wraith King TP's in. He's like, man, sure wish I had a Blink Dagger to get close to these guys. And then the manager's like, oh, I'll just skew you in, buddy. No worries. You know, thank you very much.
I'll give you a lift.
Yeah.
There you go,
Okay.
man. Yeah, Bobica was like trying to figure out what to do in that team fight. Earth Spirit ended up bringing him fairly low. I think he was worried about him relocating people out at the beginning of the fight, and then it looked okay for a little while. Bobica pops his relocate, and then they all just leave afterward. Or it looks
Dude,
like they're
this
able to take a
smoke
fight
play
for a
top.
moment.
Dire's
They're not going to get him
Okay,
though. They don't
he ends
have
up missing the roll.
lasso.
Oh, Ori?
Yeah.
Okay. He's going to regret that one. I'm a little bit surprised that Planet went for the roll there. I mean, they could have just waited for the... They actually had a moment while she was hitting the wave to try and make the roll in, and they waited until like the wave was cleared. So
I think he's just waiting for
or
the
the
team to
AA.
arrive, or
Was
the
the
AA
AA
blast. Yeah, to come out.
Yeah.
Yeah. We were talking about the one at the beginning of the game, right? These two together. It can make a lot of plays happen, but unfortunately, there's a 60-second cooldown on this ability now because too many people picking Ancient Apparition, and they end up taking away the only ability on him that's good.
are you kidding, dude? Ice Vortex is broken.
Oh, I'm really afraid of this ability that doesn't do any damage.
Oh, dear.
Oh,
You're
my-
right. It just increases all other damage by 24%.
Dire's
That's pretty
Oh
good.
no, you're
Smoke
gonna have to
into
turn
the
up your heat a
triangle.
little bit.
Oh, they found the Wraith King. Reincarnation on cooldown for a long time. They're going to clear the Ancient stack as well, and Monet makes such quick work of it. The Battle Fury and the Empower. Oh, man.
Alright,
You have a
that's
ward
just-
here that's
that's just
scouted where he's
impressive.
going.
Something is too much cleave, guys. Come on.
Yeah, Monet's just gonna start getting way past his Kunkka in terms of farm. So EHOME, they're going to have to start to play kind of aggressive when you're playing against Battle Fury and the Empower here. I think like it's go time.
Well, bit of go time in the middle lane as they move on to Ori. They do have the Ice Blast upon him. Is that going to be enough to finish him off? I mean, 7, he's actually been brought back under tower here. Ori does fall as X-Success starts the roll in, looking for a target. 70 over the cliff here and far away, but being sniped by the kisses. The Batrider, he's going to be losing his life. He's gone. Meanwhile, roll into the eye on the back line, stunned up. Baboka, can he live? The boat is following, will not connect. The sidestep is there. He's about to TP away, but it's not enough. Shiro brings him down. Baboka is dead. And EHOME finally get themselves somewhat of a fight.
Radiant structures are
Dude, he was literally like a quarter second away from getting out. He was so close.
Almost gets you nothing in Dota, though, unfortunately.
And what is the saying? Horseshoes and hand grenades? Ooh, clear. Yeah, you might regret that one, buddy. Cold Feet's gonna pop him. Nice cookie to buy him a little bit of space. Instead, he just has 36% damage reduction. Is it enough to save him? Zeal skewered so far back. Ice Blast gonna come through. Catch Monet. They get the lasso as well. Okay, instead of, you know, you end up getting a kill that's much better than the Bangalier. You end up losing the Snapfire as well. You do trade for the Kunkka, but Bobica here on the run. Inside the fight, Pango still being controlled. Bobica trying to keep him healed up. Shiro, he does have the reincarnation. They end up managing to take down the Ancient Apparition and now looking to get their hands on top of 7E. He has a Blink Dagger. Swashbuckle on through. Rolling Thunder. Nicely controlled. Well played there by Aster.
Has to commit a big cooldown, but definitely worth it to grab him.
Yeah, I love how he waited there on the Swashbuckle as well, just making sure they keep the Blink Dagger on cooldown there. Like, he didn't use it and immediately just waited a second, knew that they'd have to time everything within that 3-second cooldown. Very, very nicely done.
Ori mid lane might be in some trouble. Beautiful timing there off of Zeal. Magnus, though, might get saved. Bobica coming on through. The question is, are they going to chase with an X? They're not. Okay. Of course, relocate.
Actually ran out of remnants there. Yeah. ES has no remnants, so he didn't want to keep going there. He's starting to have them recharge now, but he just didn't have the ability to keep that chase going after that initial roll missed. But again, this downtime does favor Aster. Phantom Assassin getting bigger this game with Battle Fury item power is an issue. A threat is growing here. Already winning this game.
I'm surprised the EHOME are the ones that still have the mid tower available. It looked like that they were going to lose it, and then somehow it's just still chilling. Still alive.
Yeah, especially considering they ended up going 4 points into the little shredder here, and they haven't managed to grab it. I don't have anybody who's great at hitting it other than the Snapfire. Versus on the other side, you're able to like put your Wraith King in front. If they end up committing too hard on him, he gets back up with Reincarnate.
Oh baby, they're going. Lasso back up in 1. They want to find another fight. They know they don't have relocate as well. Bobica just going to be the target potentially as Planet just rolls on in. 70 grabs him as well. And plenty of chain stun there without having to commit too much. Well, a Yules, is it enough? He has another roll though. Yeah, nicely done. XXS rolling in. There's going to be the Blink Dagger to chain stun down Planet, but he has a trick of his own roll instead. Shiro. Maybe we'll just tank up those Mortal Kisses for the moment, but there it is. The Batrider caps him with the lasso. They got the Torrent Storm as well. That was just a regular Torrent. I was like, when did he get a Torrent Storm? Okay. Snapfire, gonna fall. Ends up being 3 big kills.
Dude, EHOME are kicking it into gear all of a sudden. I don't know where they found the second win from, but they make
He
the
just
plays.
RP'd their spirit.
Yeah, he's not even gonna
Wait a
kill
minute.
him as well.
No, he's dead for this. Or he's super dead for this.
Question mark.
Maybe Bobica can save him. Relocate in 1. No, he gets the silence. He gets the silence. Oh my goodness, what a play. Planet, dude. That was so sick.
Quick grip on the back line there, really all you need. That was like the last fraction of a second he had to get that off as well. He ended up bringing him down, ended up coming in clutch. Oh, so sick. Earth Spirit play is always a pleasure to watch. Unfortunately, he did make one mistake there. Yeah, threw him up with the Yule Scepter after the AA used the Cold Feet, and when he came back down, it was just before the stun duration was going to land. So Magnus had 3.5 seconds more to run around than he otherwise would have had, but you know, other than that, super sick. He made up for it by getting the silence off into the IO.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Swings
Oh,
and
yes, he
roundabout.
does. Okay. So I was curious. He had the BKB queued up, but he just buys the shard at the 21-minute mark. This is like arguably one of the biggest power spikes for this hero in the game. And the reason being is you don't have BKBs on anyone outside of Monet. And XSS does have the low sword, but every other hero is just food now to this Bat Rider. You can't get away from these sticky napalm flame break spams. XXS, silenced up from the grip, pulled right back in. Oh, they actually missed the Ice Blast for the moment, and XXS, he might be able to get out of here. Yeah, he will. He drops the Rolling Thunder. Just going to go in, try and chain stun down Shiro. Bobica low on HP. The lasso is going to find Monet with the Mortimer Kisses there to clean him up. The BKB comes through, jumps on over to ZZQ. Easy takedown onto that Ancient Apparition, but a big RP from Ori. The Cleaves coming through, falling one by one. EHOME get crushed. Shiro, the only surviving member, but not for long, as it's a 4v1, an ultra kill for Monet on the PA, and Ori finally coming in big on the Magnus.
Oh, that RP absolutely insane.
So good.
The 4-man knock-up with the Torrent did look kind of funny for a moment there, but you got absolutely destroyed by that RP. The Empower plus the Battle Figure on the Phantom Assassin means if you get this off on the 3 heroes, everybody dies. No questions asked. They got to find a way of killing this Phantom Assassin at the start of the team fights, because that is a massive problem.
Well.
Finally get this tier 1.
Yep. I mean, EHOME, they looked like they were coming back into it. They looked like they found their second win. They remembered how to fight, remembered what EHOME were all about, and then Aster just come through with that godlike RP from Ori, just reminding us why you should never count out these players. It was, oh my god.
I think that whole situation starts by missing the Ice Blast onto the Pango. Like, he should have shattered there, and then from that point on, like, the fight's actually pretty easy for EHOME, but they missed. Like, they didn't get the X back in time, and he just gets healed up to like half HP, and then Rolling Thunder is through the fight. And at that point, EHOME, I don't know what you do. Like, Ice Blast is such a big part of your kit. You've got to be able to find those connections. They're going to smoke up and try and take another fight, it seems. Lasso almost off cooldown.
But what about an Ice Vortex? That's a big part.
It is, you're right.
Lay down some of those little chilly vortexes here and there. Ruffle some jimmies.
Don't want their feet to get cold. But yeah, again, the fact that this is a 60-second cooldown on it.
Ooh, they find Snapfire. That was actually kind of set up by the Monet PA, like going for a Sentry D-Ward, and a little bit, you might regret that one a little bit. Torrent comes through, finds Bobica. Ice Blast should shatter him, and it does. You've lost the Bat Rider, though, for this, and Monet looking for more. ZZQ, no chance at all. Shiro trying to hobble on out of this one, and they find Planet as well on the backside. He gets to roll out, though. Zeal X into the boat, stunning up 2 supports on the high ground, but the Kunkka, he's all alone. Gonna go for a TP. Okay, he's just that tanky. Yeah, it seems it works.
Yeah. I mean, that fight obviously with the wave Aster there, but not as much as it should have. The Magnus ended up getting clipped by the Ice Blast and the Ancient Apparition, so he was never able to find a blink into that team fight to get an RP off. They just kind of controlled up for the moment that he went in.
Yeah, he almost had like definitely a 2-man, possibly a 3-man RP ready, but then couldn't blink, unfortunately. So, yep, not gonna happen.
Ice Blast is useful for that reason, at the very least, but still, PA putting in the damage, 4K from that team fight. Managed to clean up 2 heroes. And I think Wraith King, if you get into Silver Edge, he does outcarry them in the late game, but I'm not sure we're going to get to like the super late game at this point. 6K net with advantage right now for the side of Aster, and they're just winning fight after fight all of a sudden.
It's very similar to what we've been seeing these last couple of games, right?
Yeah.
Cheeky play there from Ori. Yeah, Phantom Assassin's getting to this like unstoppable situation once again. She picks up a Lincoln Sphere, which gonna be able to protect herself from the lasso, which is so vital. Monet, he just jumps right on top of Shiro there, just to clear out some skeletons. 7E is gonna go in. He gets the lasso, finds the Magnus. Ice Blast come through. Ends up connecting onto Monet as well, but Bat Rider is dead. Monet still has this Aegis, so he is not too worried. Bobica trying to rejoin the fight as they're just gonna try and beat down Zeal here. Planet on the backside does find the Snapfire. Can they actually do anything here? He's just healing up so much on the Phantom Assassin, and now 70 comes back in. He fought back for this. He needs to be careful. No flame breaks left. 7E would love to find Bobica. Oh my gosh, the dagger getting the reincarnation.
What the hell?
End up not
they
finding
might-
much at all. Well,
I think they're gonna go back in inside of Aster. They want to be able
he's
to take
got a
this fight.
Lotus Orb. He can't get this Pango. Yeah, Monet goes in, jumped really aggressively on top of Shiro. Mortimer kisses, doing work. Planet has to cancel it. He does find it, but you've lost the Wraith King, and now trying to TP out is going to be the Kunkka, but
crit.
the bash. Oh no, he has the shard. He has the shard on the tether. Okay, yeah, he can't be home anymore.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, he had
So
that
annoying.
for that last team fight. The crit onto him as well. Just going back in. Monet, he never even ended up using the Aegis that team fight either.
No.
I couldn't bring him down
Yeah,
a
got
single
close.
time. Oh, no, no, no.
Yeah,
Planet.
Planet, he's got a kick away. He'll be fine. Oh, okay, that was almost not fine.
Yeah.
Almost not fine.
Yeah. Monet didn't want to commit the BKB for that one. If you try to commit it and somehow Planet ends up stalling that one out for long enough, something underneath the tier 1 tower, they're able to turn things around on you. Actually, with 12 seconds left on this Aegis, they're looking to set up here on the Monet on the side of EHOME, but still have 2 Aster heroes sitting behind him. All right.
Yeah,
Everyone's
they
getting
decide
disengaged.
to chill. They decide to chill. Yeah, they don't have their Snapfire right now. And
Oh
it's much
my
easier
gosh,
for
what an
Shira to get
item.
into a fight in the enemy triangle than it is for their Snapfire to get into the fight in the enemy triangle. So they made the right call. What are we expecting any action before Ishan comes up?
Yeah, probably. I think EHOME's desperate.
was- Yeah.
Okay.
They're desperate to take a fight here. I think that they need to continue doing what we were talking about at the beginning of the game, was trying to find setups here with the Earth Spirit. Unfortunately, their vision game isn't great right now. Everything's set up defensively. So they have to smoke to find basically anything.
Oh,
no.
That is a Pango illusion that gets baited, and now no lasso for 100 more seconds. So that is go time for Aster.
All right, so EHOME aren't going to be looking for anything for the next little bit until Roshan respawns.
Alright.
You hate to
Well,
see it. I
Good
mean,
illusion.
that was
mate.
just,
Like we said.
yeah. I mean, that's the sign of how desperate they were, is the fact that they just went for that the moment that he came in division underneath that observer ward.
Yeah.
If they were in a
Hate
bit
to
better
see
of a
it, but-
situation, I think you show a little bit of restraint.
What? He like tried to blink RP 7E there, and just 7E got the blink out at the exact same time.
Oh yeah.
Oh, he missed the RP.
Partly revealed by the Kunkka is what happens. Like Kunkka and Magnus like crossed paths, and the second Kunkka revealed him, like was the exact same second that the Magnus blinked forward. So they end up just canceling the. He just misses the RP. 7E
Oh, and
positioned in the front side of this. They should be able to grab Baboka here. Very nice torrent, and Io. No chance he's getting out of this one. Snapfire up on the high ground is safe, but Monet with a bash from the dagger and a couple crits, able to bring down that Earth Spirit.
Well, the question is if they want to look for more. It looks like Pango tries to TP up on the top and they deal with the Bat Rider, who is already leaving, though. Looks like, I think they'll just try to hold the area around the pit, maybe push in the top in the mid lane a little bit, and then move back for the Roshan. I think the next one is the one they want to close this game off on, but you can see on pulling up everybody's stuff here. I mean, ZL gone full utility on the Kunkka, the Crimson Guard, and the Heaven's Halberd. It means not a lot of damage is coming out of your offlane, and Wraith King still very far away from potential Silver Edge pickup, still working on this BKB Blink Dagger. And you don't have an amazing solution for this Phantom Assassin until he's got that. And Graph's just heavily skewing the way of Aster. Every recent team fight has gone their way. It's
Yeah, it
27
really
to
has.
27 as well. Kill score is even, but it's all about who you're finding these kills on.
let's be fair. Every recent team fight has gone Monet's way. It's been him
Yeah.
just jumping in and killing everyone. Everyone else has been having a couple of misplayers, a couple of deaths, but he's just on it. He's having a wonderful time. Great performance.
And it's
on
going to
this
be a while
PM.
before they can deal with the PA, though, is the problem, right? Like, your Wraith King is nowhere near having an item to deal with him. He just bought out his BKB. He either needs a Monkey King bar or a Silver Edge, and honestly, it's the MKB has to be his item, but it's nowhere close to being built.
All right, whilst we wait for this Roche, let's do a quick higher or lower. So with Aster, Ori previously dominated the stats around the middle of the season, but now Monet holds the record for the lowest deaths in the China DPC. But is that higher or lower than 2.5 deaths per game? Oh, hold on, they found Kunkka. All right, Kunkka's dead. Anyway, do you think he has got more or less than 2.5 deaths per game on average on Monet?
Less.
2.5.
Yeah. What you saying, Ricky?
Dude.
I'm liking this Price is Right.
I'm gonna say higher. I want to say it's like 2.7 or something. Oh my
It's
gosh,
2.0. Ori gets an amazing RP there. Oh my goodness. What was that? That was
yeah, that's a rough one, man.
Goodness.
Just
right,
hunting for heroes on the backside and finds them.
They fortify here. It's going to buy them a little bit of time. I don't think they'll be able to... I mean, I would say I don't think they'll be able to go high ground off of this one, but I'm not sure how they defend, which is the Kunkka. Kunkka Wraith King and Red Spirit. Yeah, I mean, Roche did just respawn. And there's a double damage in there. Okay. Yeah, this is the safest play
elimination
possible.
game. Yeah, don't risk it. Get the Roche on and then look to go high ground, right?
Yeah. This gives Wraith King a little bit of time to work on. He is working on the MKB, by the way. You're right about that one. But he needs Blink Dagger first to be able to get on top of heroes. Pierre's actually going to hold on to this double damage rune. What do you get a backpack? Probably the Power Treads?
Yeah, you just backpack the treads. Or the Battle Fury, honestly. You have a power. Who cares?
True.
You backpack the treads. Makes the most sense. Movement speed's not that great.
This is rough, man.
Yeah, this isn't the exciting battle which we wanted EHOME to go out on. It's looking more like it's going to be a muffled cry as they get smothered out by Aster, mostly by
That's
Monet.
brutal, man.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what Phantom Assassin does, man. She gets you when you least expect it.
Right, this is
a line of work, yeah.
I read that one on certain subreddit.
He has the Crimson Witness shoulders. Those are very cool. I was like, that's not the regular color for those.
Oh, yeah,
I like the cowboy
this is
hat.
the China region. They've always got the latest swag, the most expensive cosmetic items.
Yeah.
Indeed.
I'd like to think that the teams make sure everybody is well outfitted, looking as good as possible. They always got the sickest like gem glitches as well on the items.
There was a time I think it was definitely a meme, but there was a time where teams which didn't have like all the expensive and rare items used to get bullied because the fans would say, "Oh, you can't afford the good items because you never win anything."
Oh my god,
it's very funny. I love that.
That was brutal.
Yeah,
Dota players are so mean.
They're horrible. They really are.
Yeah.
Capitalist pigs.
Dude, what do you do here, man? You just have to wait out the DE rune, right? Like, you actually can't do anything.
All right, bro. See you later.
They smoke? Are they actually just going to go right back onto the high ground?
They're going to try to catch them on the back, but everybody was smoked up on the other side there.
Going for a wrap around. Oh, Ori's found ZZQ. That's a pretty good one. And an RP also onto Shiro's Wraith King. Motorkiss is doing a decent chunk of damage. XXS comes through as well. Monet able to finish it off. Planted on the backside. Does manage to find the Snapfire and Lasso onto the PA, but she got the BKB through in time. And yeah, you ain't got nothing to do the damage now as the Wraith King just being completely controlled up. Another hero from Ori as he just bounces from one target to another here on Monet. He's going to buy back into the game here on the Wraith King. Okay, Magnetize and this Flame Break doing a lot of damage from 7E. You don't have the BKBs to stop it. If they manage to take down the PA here another time, this would be huge. The Chainstones are there. The Flame Break holding her back. In comes Bobica trying to heal her up, but the Torrent hit the Disarm. They get the Lotus Orb deal to dispel that for the moment, but it gets an Abyssal Blade holding him down. Zeal falling low on HP. 7E caught by a dagger up on the high ground, trying to just kite this one out, but you can't kite a PA. Eventually claiming that kill. So what looked like maybe a moment of brilliance from EHOME might have been the last hurrah.
Yeah, Babok with a buyback comes flying in, heals, and then, yeah, unfortunately that's makes it very, very difficult without that AA blast to stop that coming through. Might It looks so good. I'm glad EHOME were able to get something there. You know, somehow making that team fight work when they're this far behind is impressive. But yeah, unfortunately, they just don't
could have
have
been
enough.
huge as well. Phantom Assassin didn't have, like, she bought out before that as well. They would have been down for 90 seconds without
They
buyback.
just go right for the dive. They found the AA. That's going to be a dieback. And now Ori with another huge skewer, just crushed by Monet. The damage coming out for the PA. Planet comes in and goes down just as fast. The GG comes out, and Aster will move on. The play once again. Unfortunately, EHOME not as lucky.
Yeah, they took one game off of both their opponents, but unfortunately, these best 3 series, they couldn't manage to close either of these ones out. And Aster, champions of the IWO Open, team that ended up coming in second in the DPC Season 1, are the ones that are going to move forward here. I mean, a super sick performance out of Monet here. I like how both these teams tried to do a couple different things in this best of 3 series, but the Earth Spirit AA just didn't end up doing enough, it feels. And some super sick plays this game from Ori. The RP is definitely securing them this game, I feel like, or at least the ease of execution for this match.
Definitely. Yeah, no, that was some nice comeback from Ori there. You know, he did really well in his lane, not to lose out to the Batrider, and then just holding it together. He had a couple of whiffs here and there, but overall, you know, just more than made up for it with those really clutch plays, some nice skewers in there as well, and just generally, you know, just giving Monet the game of his dreams.
Yeah.
Ricky,
I mean, there's not much you can. Yeah, I mean, there's not much really that you can say other than like Monet 2 games in a row just gets a really solid Phantom Assassin game. They itemize correctly. Bobica's IO is just terrifying, and I was worried letting this through the draft to begin with. Like they actually prioritized banning Storm Spirit as opposed to the IO, and I don't know if that's the correct one. And then, you know, EHOME might be kicking themselves over that, you know, in the future. But Ancient Apparition, it just doesn't really seem to be the counter that you know, they were hoping it would be.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of the Ancient Apparitions has been a little bit too slow as well. They kept the aggression going in this game number 3, and yeah, Monet never really slowed down. It was, I don't know, rough at first. They didn't take that tier 1 tower in the mid lane until they managed to land that super sick RP off on the 3 heroes in Ori, but off the back of that one, they did manage to close the game. He is definitely my MVP for this match. Him on the Magnus. I mean, 6-5 doesn't look that impressive, but he set so much up. He did great in the mid lane against the Batrider, you know, who we probably should have lost to, and made the game super easy for the side of Aster.
It's so hard not to give it to Monet, though. Monet was such a beast on this PA, you know, always just dominating from the laning phase onwards, you know, 2 deaths, 19 kills. I mean, it's very tricky. I know position 1 bias and all that kind of stuff, but Monet did really play a very clean game. All things considered, like, yeah, a little bit risky at the end there with the with buying out for the Agnums and the last fight, and then all of a sudden your team dead, and you're like, oh, this could be bad, but they hold it together. But what about the supports? You know, who was the standout support for you, Ricky?
I mean, it's got to be Bobica, right? Like on IO this game, like there's just nothing that you can do to shut down Bobica's IO, even if like you pick this Ancient Apparition. Like they did a decent job even with the Earth Spirit canceling out some relocate sometimes, but there's just too many fights where like the last fight in very particular, you finally think you have this moment to take down Monet's PA and finally like maybe get a comeback, and then Bobica's like, nah, I'm just gonna buy back and relocate in, so that's not gonna happen.
Yeah, PQ may be getting a little bit fatigued from all the snap firing he's been doing today. 3 games in a row, 3 snap fires in a row. Aster really favoring this hero to for sure. They love it.
Dude, these early fights, man, this just proves like how far ahead EHOME was at the beginning of this game, and then suddenly, like, we look at kill score, EHOME is still ahead, but it's suddenly down like 8k gold or something.
It was a bit of a swing, to be honest. And XXS on the offlane Pangolier as well, having a lot of impact in these fights, like just kind of being the pacemaker they needed through the middle. You know, you always need that one hero who can kind of just spam out spells and kind of control the tempo of the team fights for you, and decide, you know, where you want to be and when, and make the jumps when you need them to be. And that's exactly what he was doing this game. He was the consistency. You know, the Magnus, he was making the big plays, but also had some fights where he didn't really impact too much or had a missed RP here and there. But the Pango was very, very consistent in what he was outputting in this fight.
That's what it was. I was trying to figure out, okay, in this fight in particular, I was literally worrying. I was like, how did the Pango get out? It was literally a flame break by 7E, pushed him out of the AoE of the Ice Blast. And then this fight is just an absolute disaster after it. Like, they literally lose this fight because of it. Like, the Rolling Thunder set up a 3-hero RP. That is devastating.
I like the way they all go up in the air together as well.
Yeah.
Whee!
4-hero toss-up with the Torrent looks absolutely hilarious, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they fought their hearts out here on EHOME. Like, very well done by them. Unfortunately for them, they're going to take 4th place here in the regional qualifiers, but still something to be proud of. This is a team who came in here and their initial goal was like, yeah, we just want to stay in Division 1, right? That was literally what we heard from them in their original interviews. And then they're like, well, maybe we can go further than that. And here they are. Like, they made it to top 4, despite, you know, what a lot of people thought was going to be the case.
Unfortunately, they don't get a chance to go to the majors. This one ended up being a replacement for that. But, you know, against these giant teams, nothing to scoff at, especially taking games off of each of them as they end up going down. Went down the most respectable way possible.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, they'll claim their DPC points for their finish in the DPC League. Unfortunately, they get nothing for this, but they do get $10,000 taking that 4th place. So, yeah, as you guys say, you know, this was more than what they wanted. You know, this was more than what they set out to achieve. And they should be very happy because I can only see improvements coming for this team. And, yeah, I'm actually I'm excited to ask the other players what they think of EHOME and their journey so far, because I think these guys in a few months' time are going to be another very scary team in the China region, as if they needed more of those. Yeah, they already are.
Yeah, I think they are.
It's a niche pick. It's the aggressive gameplay, you know. It's the ability to be to mix it up. But of course, Aster at the end of the day, they do come out firing on all cylinders, and they do take them down despite an iffy game 1, you know, which we did put down somewhat to draft, but they pull it back together and they pull out a fantastic performance in this next series. And yeah, we'll see how they do in their next match in the lower bracket finals. But of course, we now get to speak to one of the players from the side of Aster, and we are going to speak to Mr. Ori. Ori, firstly, congratulations on your win and taking out EHOME.
首先恭喜你拿下这场比赛的胜利，然后战胜了EHOME。
谢谢。
Thank you.
So, did you expect to be knocked down to the lower bracket this early on this playoffs, or did you think it was going to be a bit easier than that?
有没有想过之前就上来直接要打败者组了？是不是觉得这次的比赛可能比预想的要艰难一些？
感觉就每个队都很难打吧，但是就一开始就反正要打到最后都要赢上去的嘛，多打1场2场无所谓的。
I think every team here is really strong, and it doesn't matter to me because if you want to win the championship, you have to play each game. You have to win against each team. So it doesn't matter just to play 1 or 2 games more. So it's fine with me.
More Dota, less problems. So you decided to go for the Magnus mid in this last game. Was that your call? And you know, it's a bit unconventional. What was the reasoning behind it?
今天最后一场的话，选到了猛犸打中单吗？是你当时自己的这个主意吗？还是说队内沟通上发生了一些变化？
就当时有人提了一下这英雄号，然后我看了一眼，也觉得挺好的，就选了。
Someone in our team mentioned Magnus will be a good pick for mid, and I think I take a consideration, and I think so. So that's why we pick Magnus.
I see. So obviously you've now eliminated EHOME, the young hopefuls from this event. Do you think they're shaping up to become another big, scary team? You know, a top team in the China region. Do you think they'll get there in a few months?
你们是淘汰了EHOME，然后有没有觉得EHOME现在在慢慢成长？你觉得再给他们一点时间，几个月之后，他们可能会变成一支新的豪门战队吗？
感觉他们现在打的 就是中期抓机会能力挺强的，感觉潜力很大嘛，这个队。
I think they have huge potential. I think they are doing really well, especially during the middle of the game. Their chance to catch their chance to find the opportunity on the map is really good.
I see. Do you have any questions, guys, on Neff or Ricky?
Yes, I do. I noticed you made some flashy plays that game, like pulling the Kunkka out of his boat when you were taking the fight on your own triangle. Have you been practicing Magnus much for doing things like that?
就是看你在上一场比赛的操作也有一些比较亮眼的嘛，包括有一次是在三角区的时候，直接把船长从他那个船游的范围里拖出来了。就最近平时自己有在练马格纳斯吗？
最近基本上没玩过这英雄，就当时觉得好用就选了。
I haven't been playing Magnus for a while. We just think we thought during the draft we thought Magnus is a good pick. That's the only reason we pick him.
Okay.
So
Go ahead. No man.
yeah, as a team, do you say you put more stock in the hero and whether it's a good game for the hero rather than, if it's something you've been practicing or something you're very good with?
作为一个队伍的话，你们 PP 的时候是更喜欢去选一些最近效果比较好的英雄，还是有的时候会就是像选猛犸一样选到一些就是可能会觉得对局势比较帮助大的英雄呢？
一般会偏向于选一些训练比赛效果好的英雄，然后可能会到最后有一两手，就是位置上被ban的挺多的嘛，只能选一些就感觉好发挥的英雄吧，就可能平时不怎么用。
Yeah, we tend to pick those heroes that has good performance during our practice and scrims recently. But during the matches, there will be situations that there are no good heroes left in the pool, and usually during the last two picks, that's when we're gonna pick some heroes that we haven't been practiced much, but we think it's gonna be good for the game.
Nice.
Okay. Makes sense. Ricky, have you got a question before we wrap it up?
Yeah, sure. This will be a fun one. So we've got a patch coming soon. I'm sure you and the team are very excited. If you guys got to have one change, or if you got to have one change, what would it be?
新的版本马上就要来了嘛，然后如果有机会让你来选的话，你或者是你的队伍或者你自己的话，有一个想要有的改动，你会去选是改什么呢？
就可能对中路上符改动改一下吧，就可能把
圣水
圣水符改掉啥的。
I think probably if it was me, I probably gonna change the water rune in the middle lane. I think I would change it.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I think it's very strong as well. So I agree.
Absolutely. All right, last question from me, Ori, then we'll let you go. And I would like to ask, what would winning these DPC regional finals mean for you guys and your team?
最后一个问题想问的就是，对于你们来说的话，拿下这次的 DPC 季后赛是一个什么样的意义呢？
你说打到最
就是
后拿第一名嘛？
对，如果能拿下的话。
就可能积分会比较高，然后后续的话进 TI 就会容易一些吧。
For us, it's mostly the DPC points. It's really important. It will be really helpful for us to get a direct invite for TI.
All right, thank you very much, Ori. Congratulations on your win, and good luck for the rest of the regional finals.
恭喜你们拿下比赛，然后祝你们以后比赛顺利。
好，谢谢。
Thank you.
Cool, great stuff from Ori there. Cool, calm, and collected as always. He is such a cold customer, and yeah, I mean, I'm just terrified. What's up?
I just realized there was something I wanted to ask him because Aster's finally all back together just in time for the regional finals. I wanted to ask what it was like for him and them to all be back together again. Well, if any of you get the opportunity to ask them, please do. Maybe we'll reach out to him anyway and see if we get the inside scoop on that. But I'm sure they're all happy.
Absolutely. Yeah, well, they're happy embracing. Although, they were winning a lot when they were apart, so maybe they're just gonna send them off again. Just be like, sorry. If they lose this next series and they take third place in the regional finals after winning IWO, they're gonna be like, yeah, no, you're evicted from the team house. Get out of here, Papoka. kick him out. All right.
Yeah.
Well, that's just going to do it for the first series of the day. Any closing thoughts on this one, Nev?
I don't know. It was cool to hear from him. There was a nice follow-up question you had there, because that's something that I did wonder, but I forgot to ask, is how much they value heroes that they practice inside scrims versus heroes that are very good in a particular game. So I'd like to thank Ori for answering that question. Gives us a lot of insight into how some of these picks go sometimes. And in my opinion, he was the MVP of this match. So again, I'm very happy that we managed to get him for a post-game interview. But unfortunately, I know everyone's going to miss me a lot, but that's it for me tonight.
Bye. Yep, indeed. It's going to be you signing off.
Get out of here now. No. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of with you, man. This was a super insightful interview. Pretty much every single time we get an opportunity to sit down with any of the players, it's probably one of my favorite things that we get to do. So shout out to Ori, and then of course shout out to EHOME for an incredible season. I love those guys. I've enjoyed watching them. So bittersweet for me, as that's their last series, but we'll be seeing them again, obviously, next season, and I cannot wait. But that's gonna do it for me as well. We've got a whole nother set of casters coming in a little bit. We'll let that be a surprise. I'm sure you're gonna love it. Two very handsome guys, and then Nomad, of course.
And then me. Wow. Okay. All right. Thanks, Ricky. Yeah, get out of here. Get out of here, you louts. Alrighty. We are going to tie it off, of course. A very honorable 4th place goes the way of EHOME Aster, making it through to the lower bracket finals. And we've now got the winners bracket finals coming up next. A very exciting series between LGD and RNG as they battle up once again. Last time these two teams met, it was an absolute treat. So don't go anywhere, as we've got that one coming up just around the corner.
LGD versus RNG is a match which never fails to disappoint. If you've been looking at the records cards lately, then you will see that there was a game which went on for a very long time and had an absolute truck ton of damage dealt by Faith Beyond and the Venomancer, and that was from these two teams clashing in a 1 hour 20-minute game, the longest game of the DPC. So I don't really need to hype up this game because the stats do it for us. But guys, this is going to be an absolute smackdown. Of course, here to break it down with me, we've got Black and Lizard. Gentlemen, how are we doing, Lizard?
Yeah, doing actually really great. Was watching you guys cover some games yesterday, this morning as well. I just came here to, wear some swag.
Okay, all right,
That's it.
flexing on us. All right, Black, screw this guy. What have you got to say?
I was actually about to also take up my jacket. It looks exactly like that. So I'm just gonna. Nah, I'm just kidding. I would never do that to you, no man. I would never do that to you. But how am I doing? I'm doing all right. Got my cat. I don't have my cat. He left my room. I'm all alone again.
Oh no! Oh dear, that's pretty sad. Yeah, I could let my dog in, but he'd probably try and join him with the casting, which unfortunately no one wants. So yeah, he stays outside. But we have got a hell of a series on our hands. I mean, LGD, they have been the dominant force of the China region. But that said, RNG, they've been on upward trends. Let's start off by talking about them. I mean, what are the biggest strengths of this team and why they've been able to pull off so many upsets, most notably taking down Aster yesterday?
But is it truly a huge upset considering the way they performed in the DPC league as well? Like it wasn't. Aster obviously was. We still kind of consider them the stronger team, but RNG would take a game off of them in the league as well, right? It's not like the separation is that huge between them.
That's true.
And
That's
actually,
true.
Charles in an interview said that they're not in the best shape right now. Ever since they got back together, they haven't been practicing a whole lot because of like the whole shifting of places again. So Aster doesn't seem to be in the top form. So RNG, yes, they're good, but they beat a weak Aster, and I don't think, sorry for all the fans out there, they can beat a strong LGD.
But I mean, Aster did win the IWO, let's not forget, even though they had two teams bootcamp, and now they're all back together again. I was expecting Aster to be in their strongest form right now, and they were scary before they had their teams split across two countries, so yeah, I think I was just a little disappointed.
Yeah, but still, if you just look at these teams, right, like they're playing so many leagues besides DPC and different tournaments, plus they scrim all the time, I think every single team has what it takes to take a win versus anyone. Maybe PSG.LGD, like you just said, is that one outstanding team that you kind of don't even hope to win against at this point, I suppose. In the DPC league, that is, like, where it truly matters the most. But if you do let Somnus go unchecked or something like that happens, I'm sure that RNG can at least take a game here.
But why do you guys think that LGD is so strong? And for me, I really think all the teams in the top four, well, maybe except EHOME, I think they're probably a little bit behind when it comes to individual skill, but the other three, they're like top notch, right? But I think the only reason LGD is so good is because their draft is so versatile, so hard to draft against them, so hard to outdraft them, and so easy to get outdrafted by them. And draft just decides so much nowadays, right?
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to reading of the patch, right? Like this is LGD's patch. Like, yes, they did get beaten up by Team Spirit at TI, but beyond that, it's really hard to really see a point where they haven't been the ones leading the meta, deciding the meta, and really kind of just figuring everything out before everyone else. It's been dominant, really, is the only word for it, all across for like the past year, maybe half a year. Yeah, these guys.
So just the understanding you're thinking of, right? Like the understanding of the meta, but also I would say not only perhaps understanding, but the fact that they've stuck together, right? Like most of these teams have had changes within them, and PSG.LGD is one of those rare ones in the Chinese DPC that actually haven't made any changes, just stick together, continued playing, continued improving. And I think when you pass that stress test that playing grand finals of TI bring, and you continue playing on the same patch, everything afterwards feels probably easier. Maybe you relax a little bit, but these guys definitely haven't. So after that TI, they just came and they claimed the DPC season for themselves.
They certainly did. Yeah, they showed everyone why they shouldn't be underestimated. And I mean, do you kind of expect that to happen though for the team, which doesn't change any players because they don't have to be in that readjustment period?
Yeah, definitely. Right. That's why everyone's like looking forward to the new patch to just see like what team is really gonna be outstanding there. Because when it comes to a new patch, like the teams that will be performing really, really well are the ones that just are able to figure out patches really fast, right? Like Team Secret, for example, was one of them. And the old patches, well, I say old patch. This patch is like probably the patch that we're talking
Very
about.
old.
But, but yeah, like the faster you
Yes.
are at figuring out patches, the better you are going to be right off the bat, right? And it's pretty important in this like current format where the regionals, like the leagues, are not that far apart.
Yeah, I'm really excited to actually see how they have to readjust after this new patch does drop, because one of the exciting things about these teams is seeing how adaptable they can be. And do you think that LGD could be a little bit slower than the other teams since they are an older team? They might be a bit more stuck in their ways, perhaps. Maybe that's when we see them bleed.
Yeah, it's possible. Like it could happen, but it would kind of contradict what you were saying earlier, and that's the fact that yeah, they understand the patch, but also they're extremely versatile and flexible, and that's why they make any drafts work for them. Besides being really good at it, right? Like being really good at setting up traps in drafts and exploiting the weaknesses of the enemies, like hero picks. But I think it all comes down to the versatility. It's just so easy to draft around these players because they can literally play anything. Truth still has to be said is that, yeah, there might be some broken heroes in the upcoming patch, which they might not discover immediately, and they might look a little bit weaker in the first week or two, but afterwards, I think they'll just... it should just click very fast for them.
Yeah, and certainly favorites for this event, of course, as well. For these regional finals, I think we'd all be surprised not to see LGD taking that first spot. So let's talk a little bit more about RNG, of course. And what I want to talk about this team is the very interesting core duo between Somnus and between God King as well, because this is one we've been watching develop and having some chuckles at, especially some of the information coming out, such as banning God King from going for the Battle Fury in a certain game because someone was like, "No, bro, I'm going to carry this one. Just let me do it." Does feel like there's a bit of clashing there, but it does work somehow.
Actually, he literally did the same build again yesterday, and they got absolutely stomped. So I'm sure he got flamed real hard. But the duo is very interesting.
It was the Bloodseeker game, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, Bloodseeker Battle Fury. The team banned him from doing it. He's like, we're about to win 2-0, I'm going to build it anyway.
Oh, I love him. I mean, God King's always been this wild card player, though, hasn't he? Right?
He has, right? But it also brings something to the team, having that wild card. Sometimes he builds a Battle Fury and a Bloodseeker, and you can't do anything on the map for like 30 minutes until he comes online. But sometimes he just crushes, and that's also you have this coin flip on him.
Yeah, for me personally, though, like he's a player I really did copy like a couple of builds from because they were really smart and really good. But I feel like he kind of, at least lately, gives me this feeling that he lost his confidence, and what made him like so great and outstanding before, like he's kind of afraid of tapping into that, like he's kind of holding himself back. Perhaps he's scared of his team, like are they gonna judge him for like his new item build he's gonna bring out again or what? But he doesn't feel like his old self, and if he can rediscover himself, we have said that throughout the entire first season, this team is going to be super, super strong.
Has it ever happened to you? Like when you go from a team that's like this tier, perhaps that's not tier 1, and then you join all these superstars, suddenly you do feel judged a little bit, right? Like you do lose a little bit of confidence in your builds.
That's literally what happened to me in VG. Like I went from CIS, and well, the team name was called Team CIS in China, which was like a tier 2, tier 2.5 team maybe, and then I joined VG, Run up at TI. I'm like, holy damn, what the hell am I doing here? You know, I have no idea. And every mistake you make, like starting to sweat, you know, like, oh my god, I didn't micro perfectly. Did they look at me? No? Okay, I'm safe. But yeah, you know, it's very scary at first. And it takes a couple of months to really settle in.
Yeah. To just realize that you can relax, that none of that imposter syndrome, that you actually belong there, that you can just play your own game, and that people do trust you. I guess it also comes down to the type of players you're surrounded with, right? Like there are definitely teammates that can bring out the best out of you, and there are teammates that just don't really think about that so much. They're just all about their own play style, and as long as you perform, that's it. They won't give you. So what I actually want to ask is, who was it for you that actually was your not necessarily stepping stone, but someone that helped you a lot? Was it QQQ? I think with him, right? Like you had.
It was literally the coach. Like the 4 players were very intimidating to me. Although I was pretty close friends with Ice at the time already, I didn't want to like overly rely on him, you know, because like, that would lead to like perhaps a weird dynamic in the team. So he really gave me so much confidence in the team, especially after the first like week or two, where I really underperformed because first of all I had to learn like a new play style with like completely new players, and I just played really poorly. He's like, "Yeah, don't worry about it. You know, like we know how it is. We've seen it before. Like, just do your thing." You know, and I did my thing, and then we started winning everything, and the team was happy. I was happy. Was good stuff. But like, you need that person. You know, like if you're just left there alone, like it can fall out of control. Like you don't trust your teammates anymore. They don't trust you anymore, and suddenly everything falls apart. I hope it doesn't happen for RNG.
It was very similar to me as well. It was well in some way. I like it was the coach Booktop. You know, the big guy from Serbia.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So, but I don't know. In the end, I was just going to the gym all the time. It didn't really help with my
Slightly different outcomes there, yes.
Yep. Shout
Healthy
out to
body,
him.
healthy mind.
Yeah. Shout out to him. I think what he's pushing in for the health in the scene is an important aspect that more players should adopt. But yeah, like you said, Black, in RNG, I really hope that they find a way to really bring the best out of God King, because so far it doesn't look like they've truly tapped full potential.
Yeah, we've seen glimpses
or maybe
of it,
find
right?
a way to contain him as well.
Yeah, it's a difficult one with him. Like, I don't think anyone's sure if you want to go like full God King mode and just like let him do his Battle Fury, his Battle Fury, Bloodseeker, his, you know, Terrorblade, disassemble stuff, you know, Heaven's Halberd, all that stuff. Do you want to go full God King, or do you want to kind of rein him in a bit and just kind of play some normal Dota and see if he can be just a normal carry? Because if that's what you want, then why do you have God King on your team? And I think that's kind of what we've seen from RNG. They're trying to tap into him when they can, but also sometimes they say like, okay, look, we just need a normal game. Don't do anything crazy. And yeah, I mean, it's about finding that balance, I think.
Yep, definitely. It's just hard to, you know, like if you want to be a top team in the world, like consistently top 3 or something like that, if that's your goal, you have to be able to just play as a normal quote unquote carry as well, right? You can't just do like special things all the time. Your standard game needs to be top notch as well.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
I
It's
agree
about
with that.
mastering all aspects.
No, because like if you only have these certain niche things that you're doing that you're really good at, those niche things eventually will be figured out and will be abused even against you, either by literally just banning out the heroes that are your niche picks, or by actually figuring out what really works well against it and then letting you have that. So what Black said, I completely agree with. If you want to be a consistent top 3 team, you need to consistently play the meta well. Let's put it that way. Like you need to have the meta in your hands, in your fingers. Heroes that like Raid King PAs, all these normal stuff, and then if necessary, you can pull out some Bloodseekers, Tinkers, and everything else.
Yep. As you say, it's about finding the balance, which RNG have struggled to do, but something which LGD have mastered for a long time. And as you mentioned as well, versatility comes into it a lot for LGD. Those scary picks which they can pull out, I think, is one of the things which make this team truly horrifying to play against. I mean, especially the Tinker, right? Like, I'm going to say Tinker, I think, is something which teams have horrible nightmares about.
Yeah. Especially, I mean, I do think in the league they experimented a little bit. I don't think in this final here they will pick like a Tinker first phase. Maybe second phase, like as a fourth pick or something. But first phasing Tinker is really like a power statement, that I don't think we're gonna see again here. It's just so abusable. And I think they even lost that game, right? In the regional leagues where they first picked that Tinker.
I think so,
Yes,
right?
yeah.
They did lose one Tinker game at least. Yeah, I think they lost the first pick one.
Yeah, they had 100% like Conquer Bane for ages. Did eventually get broken, but the Tinker was never 100%, so they did lose it with it quite early on. You can't get too carried away with it, but when you forget about it, it hurts. It really, really hurts.
It does. Did you guys perhaps think that like the versatility? Now, of course they have it. It's great, especially if you want to be like a top tier team. Having the versatility is really important. But do you think there can be too much of it? Because yesterday, for example, they went back to the Faith on Mars, and he missed like 4, 5, even 6 spears in arenas. Very uncharacteristic for him. But he didn't play it since TI in an official match, for example.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. I think like having your standard set of heroes is I suppose it depends on the player as well, right? Like just look at Team Spirit and TI. You had this offlaner that played literally 3 heroes, and then you had a carry that played every single carry in the game throughout the tournament. So I guess it depends. Like I know that there are different style of players literally that I've encountered that won't play a hero unless they've practiced it in the last week, right? Like some offlaners that I played with, if they didn't play Mars or Darkseer in the last week, they don't want to pick it that game or last 2 weeks, let's put it that way. And then there are some players that haven't played the hero in a year. Yeah, pick it for me. I'll make it work. It doesn't matter. So I guess it comes down to how much confidence they have, right? Yeah.
Yeah, last game as well with Ori on the on the Magnus, he told us in the interview he hasn't played that hero in ages. Like he hasn't practiced that hero in a long, long time. But they told him it was a good Magnus game. He agreed. He's gonna pick it. And yeah, you could see like I'm not gonna pretend it was a perfect Magnus game. It wasn't. He made some mistakes. He missed an RP. He missed some skewers as well. But it didn't matter because it was a very, very good Magnus game, and he was able to play it to a good level. And he destroyed the game with it because it was just that pick they needed. So the ability to do that, the ability to have that flexibility, super important. And yeah, I think, some teams have it more than others.
It's funny as you say that, because whenever that happens, like somebody picks a hero or plays a hero they haven't played in a long time, the first 2, 3, maybe even 4 ults, they're going to be like, okay, that looked a little bit iffy. But then come mid-late game, suddenly they're like, wow. Where did that come from? Did you warm up finally? It's very funny to see. I love it.
It's the calibration process.
Yeah. You can't start 100%. You got a 20, 40. Okay, warming up. Get a good score in here. Okay, 3-man up here. Let's go. I'm ready.
Like Black, when you go to the gym, you don't go, I know how strong you are, but you don't go to the bench press and instantly lift 200 kilograms, like you warm up with 100, then 150, then you go for the two, right? Like it's the way it works.
Yeah, and then after we got like 5 more people on the bar because there's not enough room for plates. I know what you mean.
Yeah,
it makes perfect sense.
I've seen it all. I witnessed it. You put B-Cop on one side, Lacoste Nomad on the other.
And you also joined in on the top.
Well, he's saying the B-Cop weighs as much as
I don't join. I don't stand. I just push it downwards as hard as I can.
Fight each other. Yeah.
Break you.
That's what the spotter's there for, right? You know, to push back into you when it gets too easy, right?
It reminds me of a horror movie.
It reminds me literally of my last workout. I asked the guy, "Can you spot?" He literally just let me struggle until I failed, and then he was like, "Oh, I let you, to see if you can do it." Yeah.
Oh,
Some
helpful.
people, yeah, they are very
Well, at least he
helpful.
spotted you. He spotted you. He just didn't do anything.
He was there. He was there.
Exactly.
He was
Well,
spotting.
technically,
it's not helping.
spotter just says you're spotting, right? Not that you lift. It's just you're just standing there looking.
Yeah.
What do you do with
Yeah.
that information is up to you.
So you're struggling there. That's a shame.
Well, you need help.
All right. Well, of course, LGD, they had an absolutely brutal DPC season, coming out 7-0. RNG, they were one of the many middle pack players, one of the middle pack teams. And there were a bunch, and they, of course, had to play that back-to-back series alongside the side of Aster, which is very entertaining. These two guys battling it out. The game will be underway just shortly, by the way, guys. We do just have a bit of a delay as we're struggling to get the lobby started, as does sometimes happen with these interregional lobbies, but we're on it as quickly as possible, so hopefully not too much longer. But yeah, an RNG versus LGD. This is a throwback back to their DPC matchup, which of course LGD did win, as with every other DPC game which LGD have played so far. They won every series.
Yeah, as you see there, Lycan plus Wraith King, very strong combination. He's just shredding everything in 2 hits.
I love
the so much funny stuff in
so
the patch still.
Yeah.
Oh, they love their Lycan +1. Oh, there we go.
Another Lycan.
Oh well,
Top 5, top
IG
4.
didn't. Yeah, IG didn't really enjoy it as much as some other teams. Well, they didn't really enjoy way too many drafts at all, but
they got a highlight in though, so shout out to IG for that.
yeah,
Might be
I hope
might
they
be headed
bounce
down
back.
to a lower bracket, but yeah.
Hopefully season 3 they will be back in Div 1.
It's such a hard journey though for them now, isn't it? Because they can't go to the second major, like full stop. There's just no way for them to get there.
Yeah, to get to TI via points, they would have to perform super well in the third. Well, first they have to get to the third again, then perform really well in the third, and perform really well at the major. Because of course the majors, they are scaling in points, so the third one is going to be the most important one, which is good for them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. By the way, are you guys under the impression that this team doesn't really need to switch things up when it comes to players? They just need like a attitude shift, perhaps, some harder working.
IG?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, on paper they have everything they need, right? Player-wise, like player caliber, like the superstar power of the team is really high. It's just we have seen many superstar teams fall apart because there was too much superstar power on the team, like Elephant, like the really old Secret that we saw with like all the superstars in the world. You gotta like balance it a little bit, So if the attitude doesn't change, we'll have to see what they can do.
Yeah, I mean it worked with Kaka though, didn't it? Like, and they lost Kaka and it stopped working.
Yeah,
It's
maybe
the curse.
Kaka was
The
that guy to
Kaka
control
curse.
them, right? Yeah, maybe Kaka. It's like a witch, you remove him, but the totem is still there, the sandbag.
And now they have Frisk in their team. Previously Fade.
Yeah. Fade.
Yeah, I mean great player, but in terms of captainship, might just not quite be the same. Oh, and I remember this moment.
Oh, for
as
sure.
well,
That's something that he said as well, right? Yeah, Son is just wreaking havoc here. That's what Frisk said too. Fate said that, yeah, he can fit probably Kaka's shoes when it comes to making plays, right, and being that position 4. But when it comes to talking and actually captaining a team, it's obviously a harder job to do.
It's so difficult. It is so difficult.
Different kettle of fish, and he will hopefully be able to adjust to that role and rise to it in the lower division, and hopefully we'll see IG back in the driving seat for the DPC Season 3, but that is a long way away, and we'll see if they stay together or they come back then. But it looks like we do finally have a draft underway for this game, so we can finally get into the winners bracket finals for the China DPC regional playoffs, which of course is going to be RNG versus PSG.LGD battling it out in this game. Very important match for both of these. A win here puts you through to those grand finals and guarantees you a top 2 finish, which is going to give you a whole chunk of DPC points, and that is the biggest thing. And not to mention a bit of, a little bit of pocket change as well. Guaranteed $25,000 if you win this game, so not bad.
Not bad at all. And as you said, it's a sweet spot that you want to be in, because if you're not top 2, you're going empty-handed, at least when it comes to DPC points, which is really what everyone is, wanting.
Exactly.
Yearning for.
Yearning.
Give me my DPC points.
So,
wait, how many does LGD have? Sorry, from the first regionals? Is it 350?
I will check
Quickly.
Quick. It is 300.
Quickly, Nomad.
The regionals. 300.
300, okay.
It's a solid chunk. Yeah, not bad.
And then if you win this, you get 250.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That
So
you're already in a
550.
really decent spot.
Yeah. All right, but moving into the draft, we got the fabled Monkey King and Quap. Quap first pick, answered by Weaver Kunkka. Not the most usual answer to a Quap, but it can work. Kunkka X Mark is pretty good. And then they also picked Monkey King, which there is an option to just lane the Monkey King against the Kunkka, right? Which is very strong.
Mm-hmm. Now, do you think we're gonna see that? And then you just pick this Queen of Pain on the safe lane or something, or off lane even if you want to. It's an option, right?
Yeah, it could work because the Kunkka Monkey matchup can be really hard for Kunkka. Like if any support rotates in for the Monkey King, Kunkka can just chain feed and you have no game.
Yeah, but don't you think it's the same other way around? Like once Kunkka hits that 6 as Monkey, you don't feel safe in the lane at all. Or even before, X marks the spot and one rotation, you're gone.
Yeah, especially with a Weaver, he just throws the bugs on you. You're like, okay, minus 20 armor.
Yep. Nothing wrong with that hero. Like, Weaver definitely won't be nerfed. Absolutely nothing wrong.
Definitely not the most picked and banned hero of the DPC in any capacity.
No,
it's fine.
Wouldn't make any sense either. It's so underpowered. Doesn't need boot for the entire game. Just rushes Vessel every game.
Yeah, I think they need to buff Vessel and Weaver a little bit. Like, those are the two things that I'm looking forward, really.
What would you buff
not
on
the
Weaver?
techies.
Tsukushi's downtime is a bit too high, right?
Yeah. Like, it has to be like maximum 3 seconds of downtime.
4 seconds duration, 4 second cooldown.
Yeah, exactly. 4.5. Let's not push it that hard.
Okay, sorry. We don't want to make it imbalanced.
God forbid Weaver got imbalanced. That would be a horrible situation to be in. But yeah, LGD also grabbing their Kunkka as well. Hero they are so confident with, like an 84% win rate on this hero over the past few months, and yeah, I mean they just dominate with this guy. They make it look so good.
Yeah, and very versatile too in their hands, right? Plays as carry, played as mid. Has Faith been played it? I don't think so.
Don't recall. I don't think so.
Maybe he has. Yeah, on the offlane, it could work for them, but like when you think about Nothing to Say and how he came into Dota tier 1 scene, it was Kunkka and Magnus, right? Like those are the heroes that you're thinking of. So I have whenever I see them pick Kunkka, I believe it's gonna be him.
Yeah, unless they want to set up for a Tinker again and then put the Kunkka on a safe lane.
Oh, Kunkka safe lane, yeah, that's true as well.
Yeah,
against Titan, that's pretty good. Who has last pick here? Okay, it's not LGD, so they would have to show their hand pretty much now what they want to do.
I wonder if Jinky wants to get in one final Techies game before it gets reworked. One last ride.
I don't think one last ride. I don't know if this is the place, right? Like they won't even pick it during the DPC, so Yeah, maybe when your points are on the table, like you don't really want to risk it that much.
I
Just
do
a
like how
quick
in every
prediction off
interview.
topic.
Go for it.
It's going. Have you played Heroes of Newerf, Nomad? I know Lizard hasn't.
No, I haven't.
Okay, so I think everybody that knows it, I think he's going to be like Bombardier from Heroes of Newerf. Okay, everybody that knows, they will be like, wow, that's amazing. Everybody that doesn't know Heroes of Newerf, just ignore this message. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Black. But yeah, I think Jinky's been like, you know, in every interview, he's always like, oh yeah, we'll definitely play Techies if it's a good Techies game. Yeah, 100%. We're gonna pick Techies, guys. Never forget. And they just want to instill that fear into their enemies, don't they? Like they're never gonna pick it.
Ooh,
Oh, that's pretty solid.
they're going super
Little
serious
combo.
mode.
Yep. They want to take this one home. That's for sure. Wow, what a combo.
And PA is on the
Yeah.
rise again now. Like suddenly in this meta, PA is evolving into one of the best carriers in this region at least. Like all teams are starting to favor it. It's so strong actually.
But she was picked for a bit, and then she kind of fell off for a little while, and now she is resurrected.
Why did she actually fall
once
off?
again?
Do you remember why? I can't remember why.
Same, yeah. I guess it's just that cycle. She gets banned out a little bit. People stop playing her, and then they forget. They start picking different heroes. I guess some Raid Kings and whatnot, which are also pretty damn strong at the moment. But yeah, PA is perfect for this game. You get that break later on as well. Grimstroke plus PA is a solid lane. You get minus armor from the Weaver. From the boat from Kunkka also buffs you up. So a lot of decent things.
Snapfire, huh? So it's probably gonna just be a snap tight. Oh wait.
Yeah.
Is it a monkey carry? Doesn't strike me as
looks
a
that
God
way.
King special.
Yeah, but Snaptide is the lane that you want, right? Like it's pretty solid.
Yeah, I like it.
Unless it's Snap Monkey, which can be. I just don't like Monkey King carry. I gotta be honest. And if it's not Monkey King carry, that means it would have to be Monkey King 5 or 4, which is fine.
Yeah, PSG.LGD thinks the same way you do. You can see they're banning out the Bloodseeker, the Morphling, so they're expecting a carry pick last. And it could be Monkey 4 with Tide, Snap 5, and then they last pick a God King hero, I suppose. That's also an option.
Yeah, we've also seen some Tide 5, right?
Yeah, that's true as well. Yeah. Tide 5, yeah.
What were you surprised about? Sorry.
As the direct answer to the PA when it came out, and going for the Snapfire instead. I think I would have liked that. I mean, it's something which RNG obviously love. God King loves it, and yeah, your head being ruptured as PA. It sucks. You just have to sit there.
Yeah, but the success of God King's Bloodseeker has been really underwhelming on this RNG team. So they're probably just gonna stay away from it for a while at least. Just like a mental thing.
True.
We can't win with this hero.
We get it, bro. It's cool. We get it. You win your pubs with Bloodseeker. It's fine, man. Let's just play some Raid King.
Your Battlefield Bloodseeker and pubs, really good, man. It doesn't work here.
All right, let's see it. Final pickup from PSG.LGD. They're gonna throw a curveball, right? They always like to throw in a little bit of spice at the end of their draft.
Yeah, could be offlane Kunkka.
Could be.
The mid Puck. Let's go.
Yeah, it's not that exciting.
Looks pretty solid, honestly. Well, it would be good. Wouldn't be that bad at all. Yeah.
Or Visage. I'm on board for Visage too. I love that hero on Faith Beyond.
Faith Beyond Visage.
And Visage Weaver lane. Yeah. I like it. Let's go. Because you reduce the attack speed, right? So you can't really kill the Weaver bugs. Sounds really strong on paper.
You have the familiars and the bug on top of you. It's nightmare fuel right there. I do like Tide versus him though. Like one anchor smash and the birds are literally dealing 0 damage. They get this thing that's good versus Tide as well, right? Like you get this nice long disable. Later on you get some heal for the PL, for the PA that is.
yeah, they have so many good tools now to protect this PA. Potentially, Weaver Axe if he goes for that. They have Kunkka Boat. They have Grimstroke Shard with the Harvest spell. They have Leech Commander. It's a lot of PA protection.
Usually people go in a different way. Like when you're playing PA, it's like you're playing Overwatch. You just buffer up and hope that she kills everything before they kill you. But here, PSG.LGD is the name of the custom game Overwatch. No, Overthrow. But
Yeah.
now they're
I was really
now
confused.
they're going more into
Overwatch is something else entirely. But
this is a really good pick from them, though.
Ooh.
So it does make Monkey the carry, but Shadow Demon looks pretty solid here. Like your disruption messes
really good
with everything PSG.LGD have got.
Wait, do you think LGD kind of baited themselves? Like that they were so convinced that Monkey is not the carry? Because Monkey carry destroys Leisure Command on lane.
Yeah, maybe they 500 it a bit too much, and now they're in a bit of a situation. But I like what RNG are throwing down for this first game, honestly. Chalice type Hunter, always a treat.
I mean, I like it, but I still feel like this PA. How are they gonna stop this PA? Like he has so many buffs in the mid game. Like if PA doesn't get stopped in the early laning phase, he gets like a minute 12, 13 Battle Fury. I don't see RNG winning this game. I'm gonna be completely honest.
Yeah. The only problem that I do see is that it's all on the PA. Like you said, Legion Commander is not gonna have the greatest time. Your Kunkka, he'll make some rotations, but he's coupled with Grimstroke and Weaver. I still feel that RNG have maybe got perhaps a little bit better of a draft, but PSG.LGD, it's so hard to go against them. Chalice with the Tide Hunter as well, like no Ravage Chalice. Someone you throw a dagger at him, fucking Ravage, man. Like I don't care.
Literally autocast Ravage Chalice. I love it. Yeah, that's my favorite. I mean, Black, I want to ask you the question. You're saying what's their chance of the PA? Is Shadow Demon not kind of like the ultimate anti-carry in that regard, though?
Yeah, if he gets a decent game, but like by that time, which is like probably minute 25, or maybe even later if he doesn't get the Philosopher's Stone, it could be a little bit too late already. They get this second Roshan timing on the PA, and it might be GG, but it's like super late game. I do think RNG have this game.
Okay. So they have more options, they have more outs on the side of RNG, but of course LGD, as always, we can see a clear avenue to victory. Which way is it going to go? Who's going to end up in the grand finals? And who's going to take this game number one? Let's find out with the first match in this winners bracket final between RNG and PSG.LGD here in the China DPC regional final playoffs. I am very excited for this one. I think this is looking like it's going to be a great game. How do we think the mid's going to go?
What do you think, Lizard? I think it's probably a little bit Quap favored, right? 6-4-ish.
Yeah, probably. I feel like Kunkka is okay there as well, though, right? Like
he's just gonna go jungle worst case.
Yeah. He gets that one bracer, and suddenly the Shadow Strike doesn't truly. Yeah, it bothers you, but it's not like you hit back with Tidebringer and it hurts just as much. I don't know. I would be more equalish than 6-4, I would say, but yeah.
I just hate that they gave Quap this buff where she just healed from every Shadow Strike take. Like, it was so unnecessary. She was already lane dominator, and now it's just even more so, you know? It's like, why?
Yeah, but do you think she was like, she wasn't top pick material before? That's the only thing, right? Like Queen of Pain was this hero that she dies once or twice and her game is done.
Yeah,
I guess now it's a little bit better in that aspect. Maybe a little bit too much, but yeah.
She got so many buffs. Like the Scream of Pain mana cost reduction is massive for her. The dagger heal, Kaya Sanj being in meta is amazing. You get this 11 strength talent, and the shard. She got so many things going for her.
Yeah.
She's sitting at 1700 health at like level 10 with threats. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a bit much for sure.
You know, that's how Dota is. Like, you overcompensate a little bit, and it takes a few patches. Yeah, it takes a few patches to come back to the mean, to come back to normal.
What hero do you hope is like the next patch?
Yeah, Lizard, what do you hope?
Nah, you
know that.
you know that I'm hoping for Meepo to
Of
come
course,
back.
but non-Meepo answers, please.
Arc Warden. Like, I'm the scum of this earth when it
Oh
comes
my
to
God, I
heroes.
hate you.
I'm on board with Arc Warden though.
Yeah, Arc is
Yeah,
a
he
fun
needs some love.
concept. I think that's it, right? I mean, it's not fun if the way you're playing it is literally just split pushing and being annoying. But if you're a sort of a hero that actually has to join all the fights and actually use the clone, I think there's a lot of untapped potential there.
Real talk though, like if they made him anything like he is in Axe Labyrinth, like a spellcaster kind, that would be so amazing. Like
Yeah,
it would actually just be
I
a
agree.
mid-hero.
Yeah,
It would be so fun to see.
I completely agree. I think that would make the hero's concept much better. Yeah, it would just be fun.
Yeah, I agree. So how is Silence going so far though? Nothing really out of the ordinary. Legion is getting bullied a bit. Still has 9 CS though. Oh, actually missed the
We've
first blood.
at top. Yeah, I mean, it was pretty surprising, but I think Felix just throwing down those poisons and, yeah, Jinkyu not respecting it.
Yeah, must have been a 5-stack, huh?
Something like that.
Yeah, he didn't use, like, if you click on Weaver, he has 8 stick charges, so he was probably playing with fire there, didn't want to use them. And, yeah, got killed off by the poison.
The classic. The I'm gonna live on 1 health, bait you in, or I'm dead.
Still got the stick charges though, so, you know, at least he's got that.
If you can hold them forever, that's my play. I didn't use them because I forgot. I didn't use them because I want to have them for the next fight.
Yeah. You're just min-maxing, that's all. You know, you're just min-maxing.
Exactly. I wanted to go base anyway.
I'm going to say being back to base, filling up that bottle. Yeah, another. I don't know, this mechanic, I hate that Conquer and Ember can just do this. It's so annoying.
Yeah,
it's fair though in this matchup. Like Quap is not fair.
Yep.
So, like, sure.
At least
this
he gets
matchup, I'll give
something,
him
right?
Yeah. But he's still getting bullied.
Did you ever see a lane that has better value for sticks than top lane? Like PA, Tidehunter, Shadow Demon, it's like...
Maybe if it was like a Bristol and SD?
Yeah, with a Bristol it would be probably a bit better, but it's pretty solid.
It's a close second, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Everyone just buying wands instantly on top lane. Like, and not...
Faith Beyond is actually doing surprisingly well. Only 2 CS behind the Monkey King. And, it's just gonna get harder though, right? As the levels go up, Monkey King gets stronger. It should become a pretty easy. Ooh. Sitting at 80 health right now, I want to be careful.
Yeah, just balancing on the precipice of death, no worries, normal God King things. I mean, is there anyone who can just completely take over this game if they have a really good laning phase?
No, not necessarily. Like, do you think that the Queen of Pain, I guess, can make most plays after the laning stage, right? But
yeah,
right.
It's both the mid laners, right? Quap or Kunkka, like they're really the only ones that can move comfortably and efficiently.
You don't really have, like, in this particular game, you don't have these extreme, like, snowbally playmakers. Just the Quap and the Kunkka. The side lanes are a bit more stable.
Mid lane.
For the cooldown usage.
X marks, they've got the boat coming down as well. Is it going to be enough damage to bring down Somnus? I don't think. Oh, it is! Oh my goodness. Jinkyu comes in and gives them the extra little bit of squeeze of damage they need to...
Somnus thought he was going for a really cute play, but why also trouble?
Bottom. Yeah, they've got out the Jingu. The damage is there. That's going to be Innocence going down. Can they get the return kill? I don't think so. Faith Beyond just does not have the damage on this Legion Commander.
Yeah, like, I actually really like what happened mid lane. Like Somnus he dodged the Tidebringer with a blink, but then he's like, oh, I don't have blink now, so nothing to say. It's like, all right, you're dead.
Classic.
Yeah, the classic.
Yeah,
There's
going for
4
cute plays.
heroes.
Oh wait, double couriers at bottom. Double couriers at bottom? Oh my god. X Nova. He gets 2 couriers. That's ridiculous. That is absolutely silly. Oh! He doesn't get the bounty rune though.
He jump over, but there's Legion waiting on the bot. No, no,
Dude,
he's just gonna
oh
TP.
my god, he just baited him so hard. He's like, what,
Right,
Legion's
meanwhile,
not coming?
Domless-
Alright.
Yeah, just gets the kill on the Shinku. Easy peasy.
Yeah, I'm gonna cookie over the cliff.
Nope.
Just kidding. Bye.
Yeah.
Yeah. Easy Sonic Wave kill. More than half health of the Weaver is gone. Why does it do 350 pure damage, man? It's insane.
It hurts.
It used to be magic damage. Remember that time, guys?
Yeah, do you need the Ags to turn into pure before?
Yeah, you did.
The old Lena treatment.
Good
Okay,
good
so-
old times.
PA actually went for an AWP of Corrosion, but they're still losing the top lane. So effectively, that's 1,000 gold down the drain. That is,
And there's a
not
rotation
spent
as well
for Battle
happening.
Fury.
Yeah.
Oh, that is very scary. Like if he dies here now, while already delaying his Battle Fury by 1,000 gold, like his game could be too slow for them to even get into a good mid game.
Why go for it though? Is he expecting to join the fights earlier? Oh, nice TP. Maybe he'll.
Oh, they got him!
Nice enough.
That sucks. That sucks. Army trying to turn it around onto Felix here, but I don't think he's got the damage to bring him down, and even if he does, he's dead all the same. That is just on the whisker of the end of that TP, but yeah, Arme dead. God King still being able to survive down at bottom, so that's a pretty big deal for the side of RNG.
Worst
He
case
did
scenario.
make him move a bit. Yeah.
But yeah, to answer your question, is I really don't know why I would go for upper corrosion here. You only go in lanes where you can really kill, right? But you have a
Right,
Weaver
yeah.
there, you already lose the lane. I'm not sure. It's a lot of gold.
I'm just expecting him. Like, look, he's still queuing up the Battle Fury. It's still the same build. I'm thinking, okay, if you get that corrosion, you need to dominate the lane at least. And versus Tide, you can't even expect to do that. Like, I'm not sure. Mid lane,
Meanwhile, X Nova takes a fall, gets himself boated up, and yeah, just trying to defend the tower. Doesn't work out too well, unfortunately.
Yeah, Quap got wave of cooldown again, so probably looking for another play. And honestly, the way this game is going is very good for RNG because they need a lot of farm funneled to the PA, and she's at the bottom of the course right now.
Yeah.
Do you guys think this is going to be another one of those Zinq carry mode games? He's already rotating top. He's actually queuing up an Orchid.
Always is, always is. I've never seen him play Weaver and not be the greediest man in the game.
Yeah, like they've been giving him a lot of space already. Like he's been farming mid, defending mid.
Defending, yeah.
Now
yeah.
he's on top lane. Yeah.
And defending top lane.
Yeah, like it's so dangerous here on top lane. Like needs.
Yeah, don't worry, guys. All these creeps are coming in, you know, making the lane super dangerous. Big fight breaking out here in the jungle, though. They'll take down in this sense, and there's going to be the disruption to ruin the duel once again, but it doesn't matter. They still get the win. Faith Beyond going to grab that extra bit of bonus damage. Well, someone's coming in on the side looking for Arme. Sonic Wave comes through to the damage to bring down Arme. I think they do. No way out for the Phantom Assassin, and the carry of LGD will fall again.
Yeah, it's
but
pretty
after
bad
the-
news.
After this fight, though, I do feel like okay, this is a nice boat combo.
Oh, run, little piggy, run! Oh, Xingqiu chases down Somnus, gets a kill onto the mid laner, and Felix to fall as well. So LGD, they managed to scrape something off the bottom of the barrel that was this fight. And a pretty big kill, to be honest. Bringing down that Queen of Pain, ruining her momentum is exactly what you want to be doing.
Yeah, that's catapult lane as well on mid, so perhaps they can pressure the tower a little bit. But do you guys think that after this last fight, the Orb of Corrosion on PA is really planned? Like, they just want to be fighting very early on?
Well, we've got another duel coming out down in the bottom lane. It is onto Chalice, though, so they're not going to get the duel win, but the kill will come through regardless, and that'll be another kill.
Yeah, opening up the map a little bit, potentially even getting into the tower. But like, would the Orb of Corrosion really matter that much? Because if you don't have it, you're probably still gonna get these kills, right? And you're still gonna miss the kills that you're missing anyways. And yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. Maybe it works out and we'll be like, wow, Armor, you're a genius all along. But now it's minute 11 and he is literally the entire, like all 4 components away from his battlefield.
The lowest core in the game. Even the Legion Commander is above him.
Yeah, Chalice is the piece back bottom again. Has to be a little careful. Ravage up in 40. It's a long time. Might just die again, honestly. The Beatles, you can't stop them.
They have duel once again.
They do have the duel. Will they get the win? Damage coming through. It's not quite enough to get the duel win, but the kill will. So, I say that. Felix does come in with a fairly cute disruption, but doesn't make a difference. Still goes down. Meanwhile, a fight going on the sidelines. Somnus is low. Somnus blinks away, but straight into the arms of Faith Beyond. But Faith Beyond just doesn't have the damage to bring him down. The little piggy on the run. Jinkyu actually gets killed by Somnus. Tries to go in for the last hit, but ends up dying. But they will get Somnus. They get Felix as well. LGD looking for more as they find X-Nova under the tower. Faith Beyond coming through, and with that X-Well, they will bring down yet another 4 heroes down on the bottom side here. RNG just piling bodies onto the bottom lane to defend it.
They got 4 heroes, but they did lose PA once again. Like, he was one of the first heroes to fall in that whole team fight, even before the Tidehunter.
Yeah, got no experience, no gold from that. It's not looking too good for Arme. Well, in the meanwhile, Monkey is just farming away. Like, taking this bottom fight though, as RNG, you know that your Monkey doesn't have a TP, right? That's a pretty big mistake, I think.
True. I mean, why does PA keep turning up to every single one of these engagements? Does Arme have a choice?
I don't know. He should just be focusing on farming. Oh. Maybe he like wanted just to get a couple of kills, you know? That's the thing. You invest into this Orb of Corrosion, your mindset immediately is like, I want to fight, and just get some kills to make this worth it. But yeah.
But God King has one too, and he's not doing that.
It could be also something that they saw by studying RNG. Like, okay, these guys are never bringing full forces to these fights. Let's bring our carry, perhaps make a numerical advantage. But I'm really just stretching it here. I don't know. So far, it definitely didn't work out for the PA.
Interesting.
What timing are we looking at? 20, like 16 minutes at this point? Or in a duel on a Monkey?
Yeah, I mean, they have the lockdown, which should get them the kill. Oh no, in comes Felix with the disruption. This could change everything. Chalice coming up as well. He's got the Ravage. He's going to drop it. The boat comes on down, but Somnus with the double brings down both Faith Beyond and Jinkyu. Innocent's going to follow them to the grave. Oh my goodness. RNG cleaning up. I mean, running a bunch of heroes
so
with the
difficult.
Ravage. Yeah.
Do you think that's Black? Do you think if you're the Legion there, do you duel next to the tier 1 when there's Ravage and Shadow Demon?
I mean, what I see right now from LGD is like there's a lot of forced things happening. Like Arm is forcing himself a lot. They only dueled there because they were smoking up there, and they're like, we gotta get this kill somehow. We smoked here for the Monkey, and he's super tanky. He's a Monkey King. He's sitting at like 17 armor. And it's just everything is going wrong for LGD. They don't have damage, honestly. Like, you duel, and then who kills? You don't have a Skywrath or Lina or anything like that.
Yeah, you don't have this mid laner that really brings a ton of damage. Not at the moment, at least. Like, Kunkka isn't that hero.
Yeah, I've seen Legion yesterday as well. Like, every time Legion doesn't have a great lane, the hero just becomes kind of like a blink and press the attack bot. Doesn't do a whole lot. I'm not the biggest fan of the hero, gotta admit. And LGD is in trouble now.
I wanted to ask, because we have seen a lot of Legion commanders go for the armlet. Faith Beyond going for the Blink Dagger. What do you think the decision-making is there?
They don't really, like, when you look at this draft of theirs, they don't really have a lot of reliable catch. You have X marks the spot and that's it. So I guess getting that Blink Dagger at least allows you to engage properly. You have Inkswell on yourself, you jump in, you duel someone, and hopefully Shadow Demon is controlled or far enough for you to get the kill. So far, however, like, Felix has been on point. Like, he's been saving every single duel target by using that disruption.
Also, look what Shadow Demon has queued up, guys. He is going instantly into the axe up there. He doesn't even go for the Etherlins.
Oh my god. Chad, I like it.
I mean, he also recognizes it, right? PA is literally the only damage I have in the mid game. It's going to be so tough to win without the PA's damage from those crits.
Are we going to see some PSG.LGD magic now? Like, there's a BKB on Kunkka. Are they going to just make it happen?
Oh, I don't doubt
Well,
it. Nope. We actually have the duel coming down. That's a big target. They managed to find the Shadow Demon. That's what they want. But the Ravage comes through, landing onto everybody. It's really going to mess them up. Disruption onto himself, keeping the Shadow Demon alive yet longer. But the cleave from Nothing to Say finishes the job. Now they look for some bigger target. Oh no, Monkey King jumps in directly into the torrent. But Somnus is here, trying to chase down Nothing to Say. Can they catch themselves a target? I don't think they can. A big fight ends up in just 2 supports dead. Pretty anticlimactic.
Well, a small win, I would say, for PSG.LGD. They didn't waste the BKB charge on Kunkka. They also did bait out that long cooldown Ravage. Autocast Ravage Chalice. It was a good Ravage, though, like 100%. Completely broke the fight in half in RNG's favor.
Oh, 5 man. Oh, thank you.
Ooh, beautiful little cookie. That is how you do it.
He has
Yeah,
Orchid
well
completed,
played.
though, now. Mid lane.
Weaver, oh my goodness. Nothing to say. Popping that BKB charge here just to get out of this sticky situation he's got himself into. Chalice still just kind of running at him threateningly.
Yeah. I mean, Faith Bjorn is really just waiting for an opportunity to get something done. It's so hard for him. He had so many duels, but all narrowly didn't win. And I was just sitting at 10 damage instead of like what it could have been like 50 or 60.
Yeah. If you click on him as well now, do you see what he's queuing up? Just a medallion next.
Yeah, he's
perhaps
going
a
Solar Crest.
Yeah.
That's kind of sad, but I guess you adapt to the game, not the game you want to play. Meanwhile, Legion Commander getting beleaguered over on the right-hand side here and is killed off by God King. But Felix is also going to go down as well, so a trade, but definitely not a good trade for LGD.
I feel like that might be a decent answer to the whole duel problem, but it just comes way too late. You get this Orchid to... Orchid, well, the Queen of Pain is a great target, but Shadow Demon is the best, right? Like, if you can get on top of him while Legion is dueling someone, like, you can prevent him from saving that target, which is pretty neat, but Legion is suffering right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure anyone really needs saving from Legion. It's kind of sad. Mid lane, the Orchid reveal from Jinkyu onto Snapfire.
It is.
Radiant's
It
middle
is.
tower is under attack.
Pretty simple, huh? 2 supports, easy kill. Like, Orchid did so much damage anyways. PA finally has that Battle Fury at least, so he can start scaling towards his BKB. But yeah, literally everybody is just building support items for the PA. Kunkka going straight into the AC. Going, Shard on the Legion. Sorry, Weaver, I mean Kunkka. Like, everybody's just going pure PA, you deal all the damage, we'll make sure you don't die.
Yep.
Yeah. No, I meant...
You're playing versus a Shadow Demon, right, Nomad? Like, you were talking about this as well.
Yeah, it's a little concerning. They have to deal with that, but you know they do have 2 things to deal with the Shadow Demon. They've got the Weaver and the Legion Commander. They have one job between the 2 of them, and that is to throw Felix in the bin and make sure he stays in there.
He just found a Philosopher's Stone on Shadow Demon 2.
Oh my god.
That's so important for him.
You literally mentioned that in the drafting phase.
Yeah, like this is gonna give him that pretty early Aghanims now. Like if he didn't find that, whatever, you know, neutral item RNG, it's alright, I'm not gonna complain. It happens.
No, you can look at it as a problem, or every problem has a solution. So, like Nomad said, you get that Orchid. If he has an Aghanims and he's dead, that Aghanims isn't worth anything. So, look at it from the
And he doesn't have that Ether Lens, right? So positioning is going to be actually quite hard without that Ether Lens against that Weaver that can just run in.
Yeah,
he's also going for BKB on the Weaver, so
I'm actually serious. I'm serious because, like, when you greed out sometimes for this one item that's extremely important, you sacrifice on some things. Like you said, no Aether Lens, nothing to get that Orchid off of yourself, so you might find yourself struggling to actually use your skill set.
Yeah, Felix is putting himself in the position here where he has to be so well positioned in these fights. He has to basically outplay them with nothing but the clicks on the map, because your items aren't going to help you out when it comes to avoiding this Weaver and this Legion Commander. And now they're looking for some aggression here. RNG trying to set up onto Innocence, but Nice little save from the Legion Commander Shard. Gonna buy him at least a little bit more time, but of course Chalice, once he's found his target, he just doesn't stop waddling. The man is persistent. But elsewhere, Xingqiu's actually been brought down by Somnus on the side. Nice pickup from the Queen of Pain there, just to find that backline to pick off. That's exactly what LGD want here, and now they're gonna find a second. Somnus, he is making some magic happen. I mean, I feel like Chalice is just like the big look at me watermelon in the middle, whilst Somnus is actually finding the real pickoffs.
He also went for that Aghanim Scepter first. We've seen this quite a lot lately. Did you like it before the blink?
I do. I feel that this Aghanim is amazing for you.
It is.
Like Blink is important, but I mean, in most games I feel like Aghanim has more value if you rush it. Like, you lack that initiating aspect of the hero, but you get there eventually.
It helps you scale so much into the game, right? Like you never fall off with this item build, basically. What are we looking at? PA, BKB completed in 400 gold. Kunkka, does he have his AC flying out already? He does.
Yeah, it's there. That's a big deal, right? Like it's pretty solid. One thing that we didn't mention is Queen of Pain did get those kills pretty much because of the Orchid that she finished, so gets an easy Weaver kill. It's not the only one pesky with that Orchid any longer.
Shouldn't be able to solo kill him anymore though, with that Essence Ring sitting at about 1700 health. Should be pretty easy to survive. But I like the item build of Xingqiu, to be honest. Like he also recognizes this PA can't be the only one dealing damage. Like he's going to try to transition to like somewhat of a semi-core that can run into the back line and help her with their Shadow Demon.
Yeah.
Both teams look very ready to fight, but RNG are just perhaps 15 seconds readier, as BKB is still.
Here we go onto the Weaver, but that shard coming out from Legion Commander, saving the Weaver there quite massively, and now we're linked together. Faith Beyond is gone. Ravage gonna come through. Doesn't really land onto many though, as the PA was in the air with that BKB on the ground. Look, Monkey King getting low, needs to get out of here, not gonna escape. That is going to be the Monkey brought down by Arme as he comes into this fight big. And now looking towards Chalice as well. Chalice, don't think he's getting away from this one. Finished off by Arme's ex-teammate as they get themselves 2 kills on the side of LGD.
They were so clutch, and they're still chasing. They're probably not going to catch Felix. Oh, they are. But I can't commit, I think. Yeah. This fight would have gone completely the opposite way if that Inkswell didn't stun Monkey King in the last millisecond. Like his Wukongs was about to come out. They were all disengaging, and then Arma was like, oh wow, you got stunned before the Wukongs came out. I'm going back in.
Radiant's middle tower
Huge.
Really good understanding of the fight from the PA, right? Ame just jumps in, even though it looked really bad for them at the beginning. The jump on the Legion Commander, just eliminating him so fast.
There was a Roshan, by the way, guys, in case you didn't notice.
Yep. Roshan gonna come through, and actually Somnus getting caught in the torrent here, but it has got the Eels to dodge out the boat. Meanwhile, he's committing hard on the Monkey King here, looking towards Faith Beyond. Faith Beyond gonna pop that. Oh, it's not gonna be enough. He's still gonna end up going down here. And now, God King looking for the next target. No bashes available, unfortunately, to bring down them. So, looking like that's gonna be it for now. Oh, Arme. Oh, he's got a BKB, it's fine.
I feel like that fight that they won, RNG are, you stole that fight from us. That's how they feel.
Absolutely, yeah, I mean...
They smoked up, they were there on time, BKB was still flying out to the PA, and they just weren't decisive enough when it came to initiating and just completely going all in. Maybe the Ravage came out a bit too soon as well.
Yeah, but now the big component is finally ready. That Aghanim Scepter on Shadow Demon. He is, in all honesty, pretty damn survivable. He's sitting at 1855 health. It's not going to be easy to kill him at all. Like, they will have to just run in and orchid him, I guess, before he gets the purge off, but that's so hard to do.
Yeah, it's all about Felix. It's all about his positioning, as we mentioned before. If he can avoid these targets and get off that ultimate onto the onto the Phantom Assassin, then that is everything.
But it's also a lot about Arme, right? Like, he can't jump into the backline too deep, or it's an automatic ult.
structures are fortified.
Yeah, he actually needs to be a little bit more careful now, right? Like he needs to step on the sidelines and bide his time, like wait for the perfect opportunity. And that's what makes these teams so good. Like these support duos just completely switch up the way the game is played. They're a problem that you actually need to solve. Just think about Innocence and Zinq. It's not going to be only Weaver running in with an Orchid. He's going to be Inksweld as well. Then there's a follow-up from most likely that Phantom's Embrace too. Shadow Demon really has to be careful, but he's getting closer and closer to the Blink Dagger.
Look at the itemization of Nothing to Say also. Going into Silver Edge now. Like he's itemizing into a lot of damage actually. And Kunkka can be one of those heroes that deals a lot, right? He already has the Cleave Talons at 20, can get another one at 25. So taking some burden off the PA. And we have seen in the past, if a team focuses too hard on that PA suddenly, then the Kunkka and the Weaver, they go crazy. And that 80-minute game that we spoke about previously, in that RNG game, Zinq on that Weaver had a rapier at the end and he killed everything.
Yeah. That was hilarious.
That's also a game. Wait, was it the one that he went for Desolator like very early on?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. No shame. Like even asked him like, did you ask your teammates about the Desolator? No. We all agreed that's the build.
Yeah.
We needed another carry. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I always do. I finished my BKB on a Weaver, I'm in a 27 with an Orchid. Well, it just happens. I outfarm my offlaner.
Yeah, classic. Nothing strange here.
And then the poor old Faith Bian on the Legion Commander has to build the medallion for the PA.
He's really more of a support than this Weaver is. Like 100%.
100%. He's got less net worth. He's got Solar Crest.
He's just standing behind the PA. Oh, they maybe find the Ma. Oh, that was close.
He's pressed the attack and he is Solar Crest. What can they find? Here they go in, they find Chalice, Duel comes out, the break from the Fan of Knives, but it's not enough as the disruption comes through, and now they'll throw down those ultimates here. Everybody broken on the side of PSG.LGD. They could be in some trouble, but RNG, they're struggling to follow up with the damage. They do take down Faith Beyond, but Charles has gone down as well, and now in comes Army.
No Wukongs anymore.
Monkey King trying to fight up into it. Not gonna happen though. Will get killed off, but it's only the Aegis Me on the Monkey King. He's dead for good. Army coming back here, and this fight belongs to PSG.LGD.
It looked like a decent fight for RNG. Everything that they did was right. You break the fight with the disruption, you break the PA. It's all good, but I guess God King didn't get the memo that everyone is getting the hell out. You know, like
he just stood in his Wukong. He was like, "I'm waiting here, guys." Wait, what? I'm alone? Oh, okay. Bye.
Team?
It's so funny. Like some Monkey Kings that are so stubborn, they don't want to leave their Wukongs. It's like, like a death sentence. If I leave my Wukongs, I will die anyway from like some magical force. I have to stand with my boys.
It's the circle. It hypnotizes you. It pulls you in. It draws you in. You can't leave.
Yeah, you gotta stay with your boys. You know, those soldiers of yours. Good captain never
Next
leaves
patch,
his soldiers.
Monkey King Aghanims also has a vacuum effect. That would be so funny.
Actually, cannot.
I'm not broken at all either.
Well, they did that to Enigma, I guess. But that hero doesn't exist anymore, I guess, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. What are Eidolons?
My boy.
Yeah, who would have guessed that nerfing Eidolons to not be able to spam them in the lane would just break the hero?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Not me, certainly. I was like, oh. Dude, but Eidolons were so obnoxious. It's kind of like the old Lich sacrifice where you just keep pulling the creep wave back. It's so annoying. I'm glad they nerfed it.
Yeah.
Screw that.
Yeah, for obviously you're a carry player, so you don't like that.
Naturally.
I liked it though when I had it on a Lich because he helped me, you know?
Or the mid lane as well. Remember the patch, Lich just sitting mid, eating creeps and using Nova on the enemy mid laner. Good times. Good times.
On a duel in mid lane, Lich anti-mage against some Quap, the Quap level 2, AM Lich level 5 both. It's So
All right,
funny.
God King's game is about to get a lot easier. He's got his BKB finished. You know, he went for this kind of greedy build-up where he went Maelstrom into Skadi. Now
Yeah.
has the BKB all finished up, which means
X
the
Nova
teamfight's
should
gonna
be a
much
quick
more
snack.
convincing for him. Nice. More than dead. Kind of the early warning system for the Monkey King there.
God King, you have 1 second to get out.
Dire's
Okay.
top tower is under attack.
Thanks, buddy.
Then going into the MKB next. Like once the Monkey King has the MKB, that's really when it's becoming scary for the PA. Because then Shadow Demon is a big threat to you, and the Monkey King as well. Right now you can kind of ignore him. Or Somnus has the Yule Scepter, so no problem.
Blink into the tree line, hanging out, chilling, not leaving though. Might see if there's an opportunity here. Actually, God King, he's going for a very nice Wukong's command and backlines here, follow up with the Ravage as well. They're going to try and take down the Conquer. They don't have the damage. Felix already gone, so no ultimates in this fight. No Demonic Purge is going to be coming out for now. Monkey King trying to find a target. Sonic Wave comes through the backlines. Bye-bye Arme, and bye-bye Nothing to Say. RNG owning this fight right now as they move over towards the instance as well. He's going to be found in the tree line, and this one belongs to RNG. My goodness.
Yeah, they just weren't able to contain Somnus. Like, while you were watching that part of the fight, Somnus was literally just running next to the Legion Commander. Fate Beyond really struggled to use that duel on him. If you manage to duel him, that fight is completely different as you don't have the bonus damage from Somnus.
He's queuing up a 4-staff now on Faith Diana as well, so you weren't kidding.
Yeah, like, I can't reach this guy. I need it.
It's like a little bit of a foreshadowing what we said earlier though, right? Like the later this game goes, the harder it gets for LGD. You can really see it in a team fight. Like it's so hard to fight into Wukong's, Quap Wave, you gotta go on the Shadow Demon first. Like even finding him is a big challenge, especially with the spider legs. And then you also have the Quap Wave. Like there's too many problems at this point to deal with.
Yeah, it truly feels like one of those games in which PSG.LGD need to bring out their full magic. You know, like the PSG.LGD magic to take the fights. And everything has to be done correctly, plus RNG need to make like 1 or 2 mistakes.
Shinky's working on it. He's working on that magic.
Yeah,
going
it's the
into
Shinkyu magic indeed.
He had a Hex queued up and now he's like, nah. Gleipnir it is. Need more damage. And I agree. They need some more catch. It also gives you damage, and Gleipnir is probably the best choice. Roshan up in now, so this should probably be where the game is decided.
Gleipnir kinda better versus Queen of Pain, right? She's queuing up the Lincolns, getting the talent as well later on.
Yeah, but she's actually almost 25 now, Quap. Wow, you got so much out of that last fight.
Yeah, Somnus been having a hell of a time in this game, just turning up when he's needed, honestly. Just turning up to the fights at just the right time. Some very nice Sonic Waves to finish off these heroes, which would otherwise get out.
Would you always buy Aghanims now on PA Black, or do you think it's from one game to another?
It's pretty situational, but I think in this game he needs it because he needs to jump in, blow a guy up, and then as soon as you see the Shadow Demon, you're gonna jump him also. So and the only way you can do that is with that Aghanim Scepter, so it makes a lot of sense here. But you can see his itemization. We said he's the only damage dealer, right? Look at his items. Axe, BKB, now Lincoln's queued up. Like, it's not a whole lot of damage.
Yeah, very defensive for your only damage dealer. But remember, there's Weaver, Rinkyu,
and Konka.
Yeah, they might give that extra oomph. But they're going into control as well. Konka, okay, he's switching up. He had Hex queued up. Now he's queuing up. Well, he's queuing up everything. I guess he's just switching up items. He can't really decide on his own as well. It was Daedalus. It was Hex.
But you can have all the control in the world, right? If you have like a lack of damage, it's just nothing you can do.
Smoke
5-man
up,
smoke.
LGD.
Yeah.
they're looking for someone who comes to defend this wave, and Charles is going to be that someone. They've got the breakout from the Fan of Knives, but the follow-up not just there quite yet. Uh-oh, this is bad. Double duel coming out. This could be a huge problem. The Monkey King, his team taken down, and they will finish the job. Goodbye, God King, as they'll jump in, finish on Charles as well. Faith Bian has fallen, however. Nothing to say, going for the TP out. Nope, changes his mind, sticks around a little bit longer as Somnus trying to jump away on the sidelines. Does look like he's going to get out, but Xinkyu, he's on the hunt. He's looking for a little Queen of Pain, but will not find him by the looks of it as Somnus gets to the tree line and gets himself away.
I mean, man, that's just such a PSG.LGD thing to do. You take a game that looks kind of rough, grim, and then you play this amazing team fight. The way they went in, baited RNG, and then just, you know, just shimmied backwards a little bit. Just step into the trees, wait out like their first strike with the Monkey King. The moment he hits the board, they use that Soulbind on top of him, and the Tide Hunter turned back into the fight. It was just so well executed.
Very nice.
Don't you think it's bad news though?
What?
It's bad news, right? That the fight wasn't like super one-sided for them. They played it perfectly, and they still only traded 2 versus 2 heroes. Like if it doesn't go like that, Wukong gets casted, they just lose that fight.
Yeah, that's a fair point as well. Still though,
It's
it
very
gives
scary for
some
them right
hope,
now.
you know.
Oh, for sure.
But the thing
This
is,
Aegis is still game-winning Aegis. Has to be.
Big. I think it comes back to what you were saying earlier, though, Black. Like you said that when this game gets to the late phases, which we are now in, you know, it is RNG favored. So, you know, as you say, with everything in writing, RNG have a good advantage in the team fights, but LGD unfortunately are LGD. Therefore, your writing doesn't matter. Your plans don't matter. Your folder is burnt and thrown out the window.
Yeah, it's. But once that MKB comes online from the Monkey King and just 1,000 gold, team fights are gonna get like that's the next step of difficulty. And then after the next item on that Monkey King, like probably Satanic, that's the ultimate difficulty. Like how do you kill him after that?
all I'm hearing from Black is how do you do this, how do you do that, and this Monkey King keeps on dying every fight somehow.
Dude, LGD is just too good, okay? Like any other team, and this Monkey King would have casted like 4 more Wukongs, and they would have won 4 more team fights. They wouldn't be up by 8k, but down by like 20.
I got you. I completely agree. They're
I do love what you were saying,
when it comes to executing.
Yeah, about that mid lane when you were saying they're kind of like trying to bait them in. Like, out of all the players, you know, out of all the carry players in this tournament, I think God King is probably the most reliable one to be like, if you show anything, he is probably going to jump on you.
He's going to pounce, yeah. He's going to jump. It was also because it's obvious, like PSG.LGD, they will never initiate on a Tide Hunter that easily, right? Like if a Tide Hunter is showing, you don't expect to blow him up. He has a ghost and this Shadow Demon behind him, so...
Alright, this is disgusting. Wait, they're giving the Timeless Relic to the Shadow Demon actually. So they value the Purge duration over the Quap Magic Amplify. Very interesting.
Very interesting. And the X-Nova is probably very dead. Goodbye, friend. Thanks for everything. Oh, I say that Chalice comes in, drops a Relish, but the BKB's so damn quick out from the side of LGD. They're able to fight back into this. Felix is actually going to get chopped up by LGD. They found that key target. None of it Monkey King still is there. He is gone out of this one. Bye-bye, God King. Hello, LGD. 5 heroes still alive. Aegis not even used. That was...
And no buyback on the Shadow Demon. But he has
or the Monkey King.
Yeah. And okay, RNG. They're finding a couple of kills on the sidelines here. Faith Bian and Jinku lost in the trees and getting taken down here by Somnus, desperately trying to find his way back into this game as they find yet another target on the sideline. Somnus, he is doing everything he can to try and keep RNG in this game, but his time might be up. The cookie! Oh my goodness, he's got X marks on him though, so he can't run away. Has to stay and fight.
Oh, the crit.
That's so unfair. He didn't deserve to be crit like that. They're still trying to fight though. They are going to take Ame's first life eventually. Meanwhile, nothing to say. He's just chilling. I mean, he's just kind of playing his own game around the creeps here. As usual. Nothing to say.
They're going for this, right? Ah, the slow. It doesn't.
Oh, they can't chase it. But I mean, a lot of time wasted. A lot of heroes killed from RNG. I don't know how Somnus keeps on doing this, but yeah, the true carry of RNG stepping up there.
Man, how is this happening all the time? Like, how do they just play so well around that Wukong's command? He needs his 25 badly on Monkey King, it seems like.
I don't know what it is. I don't know what you can do here. It's so difficult for this Monkey King to play this game. Like, they just all in on him every single time.
But like, he always dies after the Wukong, which means that they survive a 13-second duration arena where Monkey King is literally just free to hit anybody, and they still win somehow.
It was the way Ame played as well. Again, just very good. And he, not only does he dodge the arena, he jumps on top of that Shadow Demon. He's the first one that dies. He has that Aghanim's, but yeah, he uses one spell pretty much and he gets destroyed.
Yeah, and this axe is really paying off now, right? Like, you can just see that he's just jumping from one target to another, using this fan of knives every time. 16% max health gone.
And the break as well on both the Monkey King and the Tide Hunter seemed to be a huge issue for both of them in these games. Like, that's honestly been one of the biggest things I've noticed. I wanted to mention that as well with the Shard and the Aghanims. It's been very, very difficult for both of them to really fight this PA.
Yeah, and now you have Satanic completed and Nullify completed also on the Kanka. So the Kanka is also hitting really hard now. What about Zinkyu?
Yeah, and he's
actually?
the one who doesn't seem to be taking any damage in these fights either.
Zinkyu is going for a Skadi, actually. That's very peculiar. Like, all right, wants to buff up a little bit, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah, Legion actually went for Lincoln and Solar Crest, just all in on buffing, of course, his boy Ame. Let me Lincoln you, let me Solar Crest you, let me press you.
Everyone needs a Faith Beyond in their lives.
Yeah,
if you have one. If you have only one line of buffs on PA, you're not satisfied at this point, right? Like, more.
True. What else could they get? They could get another normal medallion. They could get a Lotus Orb. A drum.
Some
Yeah,
auras.
Faith Beyond. Step it up, bro.
God forbid, buy of lads.
Yeah, or Helm of Overlord just goes to him. For the Frost Ogre armor.
Give him a Mjolnir. Why not?
Sure.
Add it to the
Ooh,
pile.
X-Nova.
They understand. They know exactly where they are. Chalice.
Go Scepter immediately. Whoa, Chalice is committed to this one pretty hard, but again, the BKB is out very quickly from the PA.
He's got Refresher, though.
Got the Refresher, yeah.
Disengage, disengage. PA, BKB wasted, can't fight. Run, 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 run.
It's so important they keep this BKB ready.
There was a very premature BKB.
though.
Yeah, okay. I mean, Ame is like, I'm just gonna stand really far back here, like 2,000 range away.
Yep, can't get Ravage back here. Was it a sneaky Refresher Orb in the last fight, by the way? Because I don't recall seeing Chalice entering the last team fight with it. I think he went back to base. Yeah, that was quite nice. Got them a couple of extra kills there for sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna put out all the tricks against LGD, and it still looks like it's not enough.
I know. I don't know how they do it.
Yeah. It's such a scary team, actually. Like, they just keep out-executing on these team fights, right? It's just so difficult to do.
It's like, at one point, you kind of count them out. You're thinking, okay, there's no way. But they're still PSG.LGD. And then they take a couple of favorable fights and suddenly the whole outlook changes completely. You just understand, yeah. Never mind. They never in doubt. Like, they had this.
It kind of feels like there's 4 players playing like very normal but very, very good Dota. Oh, hold on, this could be bad. There's a duel on the high ground here. They've caught Somnus with his pants down up on this high ground. The duel is there. The damage is in. They are going to be able to bring him down. Are they? Yules and gone. Yep. Faith Beyond gets the right click and down goes
Androsh is up.
Oh no! He only died because he didn't skill the spell block. He went for the blink cooldown. That is so peculiar. Usually you go for double Lincolns, no? Especially against so many targeted spells.
I think so. I don't really see blink cooldown that often. I guess he
really values the shard, I guess?
He wouldn't have died and now it's a free Roche.
That's pretty insane. That's very, very crazy. And now, as you say, Ame in the Roshan pit, taking down the big boy, Refresher Shard. It's on the table.
For whom, actually?
no signs of
I
getting it
guess
over.
you would have probably liked the Aghanims, right? If you're
Yeah,
PSG.LGD.
Shard looks pretty bad and mediocre for that team.
There's like no
Alright.
one that benefits from it super hard. What is Grimstroke actually okay?
Yeah.
Sure.
Go on, finance, mate.
I might as well, right?
Yeah, there's no one better really. I guess you could give it to one of the cores to refresh their BKB or something like that. I don't know.
He has Sanj and Yasha queued up now on the PA for that status resistance. Perhaps a little late.
Maybe they give the shard to Legion Commander and he just sits there dueling the Queen of Pain for however long. 16 seconds straight.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Sounds
It
like
would be
fun.
such a 5-hit play. You just build into an Axe Scepter and just duel her forever.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
Just sit there.
He's big on the Weaver too.
Ooh,
jealous.
committing pretty hard to this one. Does get stunned up here, but the rescue is there from the Pressy attack, and now jumping back in as they
Monkey
have told by the Monkey King. He needs help. The whole team is behind him, and they could do nothing but watch him die. That is just sad. There's no other word for it. Felix gets picked up on the sidelines. The Weevil wrestles in round the side there with the BKB. They are all dying. They're buying back into this one. Somnus trying his best here to fight up into these guys, but it just doesn't seem to be enough. Second Ravage comes through. Do they have the damage to at least bring down Arme the One? Doesn't look like it, as they will keep him alive. And now they turn around. The Tide is dead. Everybody's dead.
GG.
4 out on the side of RNG.
How did they always do it, man? This team is insane.
GD every single time. It doesn't matter how hard you beat them in the lanes. It doesn't matter how well you do in the early game. These guys just have everyone's number, it feels like. They take down RNG in the first game with a huge 36k gold advantage at the end. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, you go laugh at your heart's content, because that game was absolutely insane from you guys. The PA was like one of the most gimped PAs I've ever seen. It was like a minute 18:30 Battle Fury. They still somehow managed to come back into the game, and like I don't know, like the Monkey King had no game, even though he was supposed to have a completely free game.
Yep. When you take in comparison, like what the PA was doing, right? Joining every single fight early on and failing, like arguably she didn't do anything with that Orb of Corrosion. Meanwhile, Monkey King was just completely free farming the whole time. Still, the PA does more work later on, and I wouldn't say it's. I'm not blaming the player per se. I'm just saying, as a team, PSG.LGD just they find these small little openings and they abuse them to the maximum. You can't deal with that.
Yeah, I mean that was a brutal game, and you know what surprised me most is how dominant that LGD looked in these team fights, playing into things like the Refresher Orb with the Tidehunter, you know, the double Ravagers coming out, and the Wukong's command coming down. You know, he was getting them off in a lot of these later fights, yet they didn't seem to care on LGD. They just kept chasing around the backlines, finding those key targets. Felix didn't get to play the game. We thought that he might be able to at least get off a couple of these ultimates, and that Aghanims would be a good timing, but the Aghanims didn't feel like a timing at all for the side of RNG. Why is that, Black?
I mean, it really makes me wonder whether the itemization of the Monkey King was actually not that good after all, because they got the purge off on the PA pretty much every fight, but they just didn't have enough damage to go through all the heal, through the boat buff. Like if he has, instead of the Skadi, maybe an earlier MKB, like you go Maelstrom, BKB, MKB, maybe they have enough damage to kill him through that purge actually. But in those team fights, he's like, oh, you Wukonged? All right, I'm walking out with my BKB. And that's it.
Yeah.
Do you think the Skadi option was because you're playing into a Legion Commander? So maybe, right? Gets a bit
Maybe,
tankier,
yeah.
I guess. Yeah.
It's a good option. It's just it's the same issue, right? Like if you don't have enough damage to actually kill them during your big spells, which is probably the Shadow Demon, the Curse, right? Or like the Purge rather. Like Skadi does nothing. You still have 50% evasion to deal with on the PA. Like your Wukong's does absolutely nothing.
Unfortunate. I mean, it was such a late BKB from the Monkey King, unfortunately. Got it at like 32 minutes into the game. You know, the average timing for a BKB in this patch is about 24 minutes. So
It's way later than average. He did decide to go for the Skadi first. I mean, would you have liked to see the early BKB to allow some of those early mid Wukongs to come off, which was what got him killed off in the early mid game?
It's super important, I think. Like that one team fight at the top, you know, I think they would have 100% won if he had that BKB there instead of the Skadi. Like Skadi looks really good on paper, right? Yeah, this one exactly here. Like look how close the Inkswell is to stunning him. Like Arma is already running away, but then he gets stunned by the Inkswell. Look at that. He's like, oh yeah, I can go back in.
Completely different game. Completely different game if that goes off there, honestly.
He has BKB here. He gets Wukong off. He doesn't die. Maybe the PA dies. You know, at this point you can't really tell what's gonna happen, but yeah, like
the
this
whole time,
fight in particular was so important.
Yeah, and the whole time the Queen of Pain, she's waiting for that moment to go in, Somnus. You know, he's got that ultimate ready, but he's got no health, so he needs that Wukongs or something to come down to give him the safety he needs to jump in and finish some heroes off, but just can't do it without that safety barrier there.
I mean, what you want to do is, right, you Wukong, and then they try to disengage from the Wukong, right? That's when the Quap comes in and pushes them back in with the Sonic Wave. That's what he was waiting for, but it just never came.
Yep. So unfortunate for RNG, but also so good from LGD as well. You know, it all comes down to their timings, you know, their spell casting, and their ability just to do exactly what's needed. These small micro plays, as well as understanding the grand game so well as well. This is their patch. No one can say otherwise.
Oh, there's one team that can say otherwise.
Well,
One team, yes.
There is one team which can say otherwise. Yes, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, just a marvelous performance from them, really. Somnus was on point with Skin of Pain. Yeah, I feel like Black, I disagree with no double Lincolns. When you're playing versus Legion Commander, X marks the spot, so many things that it's very valuable against, but then again, you can't really blame him. He had a pretty decent Queen of Pain game. Would the BKB have changed? Yeah, would the BKB have changed things on Monkey King? I feel like if he did go for BKB, LGD would find a way to deal with the BKB, you know, just...
Probably, but at least you would like throw a big problem at them, right? Like, I have BKB, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna kite me out? Like, what is your plan? Because with the Skadi, you can silence him, you can stun him, you can do whatever you want with him.
But would we not just be sitting here and saying, man, why did he go for that BKB? Should he not have gone for Skadi or something, you know, but
I mean,
different?
It's very easy to say after the game, right? Captain Hindsight is very strong, of course, but it just feels like BKB against these many stuns, like it throws a big problem at you, right? Whereas the Skadi is more like, yeah, it feels really good.
So do you guys feel like there was this disconnect here between Somnus and God King in this game as well?
I wouldn't blame them, really. Yeah, it's really tough to say. I go back to the same thing. Like, you're playing versus PSG.LGD, they can make any team look pretty damn weak, and I don't think they made RNG look damn weak this game. RNG had their openings, they didn't really capitalize on them, and that's it. PSG.LGD just had a cleaner game. Yeah, you can argue that some itemization wasn't completely on point, but bottom line for me is PSG.LGD just played their game, and that game at the moment at least is unstoppable.
It's very, very good. Looking very, very tight from them across the board. And yeah, Xingqiu as well. We got to talk a little bit about the Weaver, I feel, because we'd be remiss not to. Going for that kind of carry. I mean, it does feel like you've got, with LGD, 4 heroes playing...
Wait, I'm sorry. I understand the Skadi on Monkey King. Can someone explain me the Skadi on the Weaver? What's the reasoning behind that one?
Honestly, I think at this point he just wanted to, like, the mindset of the team at that point was just tank up as much as possible on all our heroes. Kunkka had 4k health, PA had 4k health, Weaver had like 3.5, Legion had 3k something. Nobody dies. And last fight, I think, actually, really nobody died. They had 5 heroes surviving on like maybe 40-50%.
Yeah, all the Satanics as well across the board.
Faith Beyond. Hero damage dealt 13k. How much healing? 5k. He was literally standing behind PA, which is the correct play to do, of course. Like, I don't want to blame him for anything. He played his game perfectly.
if you consider him as a position 4 this game, then you're like, man, this pos 4 did really well. He was so farmed.
Because
he was
he truly was. Like when
he
you
was
look at
absolutely.
the way he was playing, it was a position 4 play style. He's just running around and helping his little PA do her work. Meanwhile, Weaver is defending at all times, in very dangerous spots. Always there to pick up that one extra creep wave.
Yeah,
And like,
yeah,
what's a
I mean,
Legion commander? She can't, like, it's not like Fate Beyond can Sokuchi in there, right, and get those last hits. No, Zinq is just way too faster. Can't contest
triple wave pushing in top. Stinktu's like, it's pretty dangerous, guys. I gotta push that out. So I'm sorry, Ame.
Yeah.
I know you want this farm, but it's pretty dangerous. You should stay down there.
these scary,
it's super
scary
funny
creeps,
to see.
Gotta protect them. Yeah, as with LGD, it always feels like you've got these 4 players like just playing this really kind of perfect normal game of Dota. They've got this very good idea and this very kind of just playing the absolute perfect game, and then you've got Jinkyu who's just playing his own version of Dota, which is actually better than any other person's game of Dota as well. He's just doing his own thing, and it works so well. Like it's so fun to watch in these kinds of games. Does a similar thing on Monkey King as well. Where he can get super farmed and just kind of have a good time. Even Snapfire, we used to see it a little bit, not so much recently, but yeah, Jinkyu, very very fun player to watch, and definitely a fan favorite, I'm sure.
Yeah,
Great stuff.
100% agree. Are you guys
All
perhaps
right.
a little bit afraid though now for RNG? Like, I think they had a really good draft. Like, I favor the draft quite a bit over LGD's, but they got outplayed so hard at every turn come mid game.
Yeah,
Do you think they're a little bit disheartened?
I think so. I completely agree. I feel like when you're playing versus a team such as PSG.LGD and you get a better draft on paper, let's say, and it still doesn't work, it has to hurt. Like, how do you come back off of that? I really wish that they do. I wish that we see a full series, and they're obviously a professional team that has been through worse. They can do it, but it's going to be hard. How do you have a more favorable draft and also execute better in game 2? After what happened here, it's like just hitting a rock, really.
Yeah, that is the question. It's a difficult question indeed. I mean, yeah, I think mentally they're going to be in a tough place after that one, But that said, very very experienced players, as you say, they'll know how to come back from this. And yeah, I don't know. Maybe this is the point where they just pull off the band-aid and go, all right, God King, draft. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? Like, take it away, King. We'll do anything you want. And we can see some Battle Fury Bloodseeker, or maybe even something crazier. I hope so, because that's what you need. You can't beat LGD playing normal Dota, I don't think. I mean, you can, but it's so tricky, and it's going to hurt trying to do it.
It's yeah, I can see where you're coming from. The only problem with that way of thinking is like you're admitting to yourself that you're not on the same level.
You're inferior, yeah.
That you're inferior, which isn't something that some players. I don't think that Somnus is the kind of a guy that takes that lightly. It's just my feeling, at least.
No, especially after the last game, like Somnus had 2 really silly deaths. Like, he's definitely thinking about those, and in game 2, he's gonna be angry Somnus.
Oh, is that scary? Is angry Somnus going to be something which we should be worried about?
That's the kind of Somnus that first faces Storm Spirit and goes like 15-0, So hopefully he's LGD's ready for containment measures.
I'm here for it. Or the reverse Rampage Alina, also another favorite of mine.
Classic.
Was good. The classic, yes. I'm down for it. I mean, what Somnus hero do you want to see? The Storm, Lina, any others which are in his quiver, which he can pull out?
The problem is Storm is usually just banned out very early on, right?
Yeah. If you don't first phase it, second phase is out.
Yeah. So maybe first phase Storm, if it goes through, that would be a legit thing to see. Then it opens up to a lot of counters, though.
You have been there before, Lizard, right? The problem really is in these kind of games, you outdrafted them. Now, do you go back to like the same approach, try to draft in a similar style, or are you like in your own head and you're like, oh my god, what the hell?
No, you just what happened to me is I just get wrecked in the first 12 minutes next game, but or that or you just cheese them, pick some. But how do you cheese PSG.LGD. It's
The
like,
cheese masters. Yeah, it's a
yeah,
tough
what do you do?
question. Well, let's find out how it's going to go down. We have the draft now available for game number 2 of this winner bracket finals. It is, of course, LGD versus RNG. Actually, let's go for another quick higher or lower. So, in this region, China holds a record for both the longest and shortest matches of the DPC so far this year. Obviously, the last one was RNG versus LGD, which went to 1 hour 20. And the shortest was Aster versus Phoenix. But was it longer or shorter than 15 minutes, guys? Can you remember back to
15
Aster
or
versus
50?
Phoenix? 15.
15.
For the shortest game.
I would say, yeah, I would say it was.
I think it was
longer.
minute 13:28 or something like that.
So you're going shorter, Black, and you're going longer,
Yeah.
Lizard? Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
longer wins. It was 17 minutes and 16 seconds.
Ah,
Let's go.
Was it the game where they tried the tower thing level 1? Was it that game?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Oh, I thought it was like minute 13 where they gave. Oh, damn, it was 17. More, they had
Yep,
more
17
spunk
minutes.
than I thought they did.
Get good.
Phoenix, not ones to be underestimated, though. They did have a.
I'll
pretty
give it
rough
to you.
season.
Listen, you can take this crown.
Do I get an award for this? Like,
No.
what do I get
No.
for participating, Nomad?
No, you get nothing. You
Participation
get
award.
my approval.
Aw.
Just like in school, your last place. Here's your trophy and your medal.
Oh, we like that kind of mentality still didn't hit the Slav lands. Like, you just
I'm
get
not
kicked
surprised.
in the ass by your dad when you get home.
Your
from
last
being
place.
last.
You get power bombed by your dad. What are you doing, Sandro?
Yeah, pretty much.
You've disappointed me for the last time.
He doesn't look you into the eye for the next year until you get back with the medal. You know.
He just
All right,
side eyes
do you-
you wherever you go.
Yeah.
Black, do you want a chance at redemption? Should we do another one?
Oh yeah, sure. I got this.
All right. Ame has a record for the highest unspent gold in a game ever, but is it higher or lower than 20,000 gold?
Oh, dude, that's hard.
All of Dota history, the most unspent gold. It belongs to Ame. I believe it was a Luna game. What are you going for, Lizard? Do you want to go first, maybe?
I'm
Higher
just
or
gonna say
lower than
higher.
20,000? You're gonna say higher? Okay.
I'll go shorter.
You'll go lower? All right.
Lower,
Right
yeah,
answer?
lower.
Is lower. It's quite a bit lower. 17,400. Yeah.
Black, get on my level, bro.
Dude, I'm not good at this higher lower stuff. Like I need to figure out what my forte is. It's not higher lower for sure.
Is it shorter, longer then? Maybe. No, it's not that as well.
No, we tried that. That
No.
didn't work either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
So what do we do?
Let's talk about something
I'm
you
just
are
gonna
good
drink
at.
some
Let's
water
talk
right
about
now.
these draft openings. How about that?
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about it. Tidehunter Aghanims plus TA, great combination. I've seen Ame literally
Wow.
just at 3 p.m., which is 2 hours before the official game time, play a TA game, so he's ready for this one. Snapfire Pangolier. Oh my god, Pangolier though. That hero is so broken, RNG is gonna win.
Okay.
That's it.
thanks.
That's the analysis. Pango, he sees Pango. That's it. No, nothing more to say. It's done.
To be honest though, that hero is really insanely good. Like I think it's undervalued, or was undervalued. Now it's being picked a lot more and earlier, which I think is where he belongs. Like ever since she changed that the slow to the second spell instead of the hard piercer, so good. So good.
A hero that's still in the pool is that Storm Spirit that you guys talked about. Do you think that there is a chance we see it?
It's pretty good with Pango, right? Like he caused a lot of problems in the backline. Storm can jump whoever he wants. It's not bad with Snapfire at all. I could definitely see it happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Meanwhile,
For
PSG.LGD just
both teams,
completely, yeah, they're just defending the TA with the bans, right? The Darkseer, the PL, and we won't see the Storm. Yeah.
Yeah, that's sad.
Storm gone.
So
Do
what are
go
we gonna
for
see
more
for?
minus armor
Nothing to say.
on PSG.LGD? Yeah.
You know, I wish someone would ban the storm in the UK as well, because we're currently being hit by a huge storm. It's pretty brutal.
I know where that was going. Is it more like a rainstorm or like super windy?
No, it's just wind. It's literally just wind. It's like 120 miles per hour in some places. It's crazy.
So a lot of damage will be caused, I assume.
A lot of damage. I'm literally looking at my neighbor's roof and they've lost some tiles already, so yeah.
Oh, damn. So if you're gone, we know what happened. Good luck, my friend.
Like, a tile came flying through the window and took me out. Remember me.
Before you pass out, we just hear the cling. Yeah, I really think.
Yeah,
So
production,
you
make
just
sure
hear
you just...
the window breaking.
camera.
And suddenly you hear
You see that he's truly committed when he says, "Production, make sure you record it for the content."
Get a lot of views on my way out, you know? It's worth it.
Yeah.
Alright. Willow for LGD.
Yeah, the CNQ Classic, he plays this unit very well. Tidehunter, Willow is also a very strong combination. So makes a lot of sense. And also leaves their... Well, are they going to last pick mid then? Or they're also a team that likes to flex Tide to 5. So maybe they want to leave that option for the last pick as well. Monkey
True,
King
very
again?
possible. Okay.
Really? Okay,
Definitely
I like this
thinking
DP pick a
about
lot. A DP owns TA in lane and also Tidehunter in the game. So it's a very strong pick, which also means it's a mid DP or a support Pango, one of the two.
Yeah. Well, it could be offlane Pango, right? And mid DP.
Yeah, I think it's offlane Pango and mid DP.
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah. Or 5 DP, we've seen that.
Definitely. I mean, I like the core DP though, because it's like, it's basically like you have a giant watermelon Capri Sun in the middle of a team fight, because you can just Spirit Siphon the Tidehunter and he gives you so much health. It's delicious.
It is delicious.
Oh.
Now you're kind of locked in though when you're LGD, right? Like you pretty much have to put this TA as a +1. So that's why I never really liked TA early picks, but I'm sure LGD will make it work somehow. A Razor, okay. That is very versatile. Makes perfect sense when you have last pick.
I miss this hero. It's stopped being picked recently, but he's back.
I mean, Razor fell a little bit out of favor because honestly, I don't exactly know why, because it was always very strong. But it lost a couple of games, and then people were like, I guess it's not an auto win. Let's not pick it anymore, as much at least. I still think it's very strong though. With that refresher BKB, still the same thing, right? Double Eye for Storm, double Link, double BKB.
Yeah. But you don't like when DP just gets on top of you and like a position 5 DP kills you with her ulti. That kind of feels a bit bad.
Yeah, beautiful. Very fun mechanic. So they're expecting Tide to be 5 actually, and the last pick to be Faith Beyonds. Honestly, this game, I could really see a Visage happening. Visage, Dark Willow against the Monkey King. Absolutely beautiful. And then you have the Visage also in team fights to burst down the DP if needed.
Would you be worried that you don't really have any like good lockdown, any good initiation?
Yeah, but
Right,
it's LGD. Whatever.
Yeah, they would make it work, sure. Yeah.
They'll
What's up
figure
with
it
you
out.
and Visage, by the way? You're really down for that hero.
Visage fan club.
Good Visage is so good. Visage is so nice to see, you know? Like every 3 seconds you just get this like 5 billion damage nuke in your face. So balanced. I love it.
Yeah, very balanced. Very. You just start the lane with 3 mangoes, 6 mangoes,
Yeah.
and just spam.
I always feel like you see that hero picked and you're like, huh, what did they pick Visage for?
Damn.
And then you lane against it and you're just getting blasted in the face over and over and you're, whoa, wait a minute.
Chaos Knight, okay. That's
Alright,
that's
got
not a
king.
Visage anymore. So it's a support. Wait.
Wait, what's CK doing here? Is he...
It's a support
Who's the
Monkey
support
King,
here?
right? Support Monkey King.
Yeah.
Off lane Pangolier.
Has to be, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty open still. They have a couple of choices. Now, this is the problem with TA, right? You have TA Razor, all single target pretty much. What is your AoE answer to the CK? And what is even left on the offlane?
That's a good question. Maybe
Necrophos?
Axe?
Leshrac? And you put the
Lesh
Razor
sounds
off lane?
like the most. Yeah, I think Lesh sounds very doable. Oh, Brew.
Dispel! 5-headed right there. It is so good. Oh my god. It actually also, it doesn't just answer the CK problem, it also answers the problem of the DP, who usually goes duels to protect herself. You can just dispel that as well. So good, man. And this is why I love LGD. They always, they always bring out the best stuff when it is needed.
And it also isn't like something that they're not comfortable with. Like this Brewmaster was actually banned out in the last draft. Like it's a hero they play.
Yeah. And we've seen so much Brewmaster shenanigans, once you get this Axe Refresher, like you just kill a barracks by yourself and the enemy team is like, all right, I guess we'll just watch you do it.
You guys are looking at us right now, but the Chaos Knight, like he has a really nice set. That's something like that set is too beautiful to lose. Like
it's a dragon.
Is it a deer?
No,
it looks like a dragon. Yeah. It looks really sick.
What kind of deer is scaly, Black? What kind of deer do they have in Singapore?
Well,
I don't think they have deer there.
Oh, that's probably that explains it.
Don't say Singapore. What do you mean? In my household, you mean? I have all sorts of crazy stuff. Like I'll show you around one day. You'll be like, "Wow, Black, you own."
Experiments. I see. Okay, some crazy German scientist vibes. I got it. All right, what are we thinking of this draft? Is this CK gonna work? Most importantly, is the biggest question I want to ask.
I feel like the Brewmaster is definitely a good answer. Like he's a good solution to the CK. I just want to see RNG win. I want to see the CK do well. They went with the God King, right? The God King play, his hero.
Yeah.
They did.
I'm not super accustomed. Like, what is the AOE on the spell, Liza? Do you know that? Is it quite big, or?
Well, I'll just. It's decent enough. Like you can get the illusions.
Like 500, 400, something like that. Because that's what I'll base my answer on. If the dispel AOE is really big, I think Brewmaster is gonna shut him down completely because it deals like 1500 damage or 1000 damage, which you then take like 300% of that.
Yeah, they shouldn't be instantly removed, right? Like they just take damage there.
Why? You're dead.
Yep. Innocent's being run down here.
Wait, actually dead? He's not dead. Oh, he didn't skill stun on Felix. He skilled Jingu. Okay.
Yeah, little Shredder on X-Nova as well, so no cookie. Yeah, that's lack of lockdown, unfortunately.
How do you feel about the set on CK? Actually looks legit,
I like
right?
It. Yeah. Looks exactly like the thing that I have in my... let's not talk about that. I'm going to test... you guys do the casting, I'm going to test the CK, okay? How hard it gets owned by the spell.
All right. I mean, it's a very reasonable thing to test, considering these are two heroes which we don't see very often. I mean, Brew, maybe a little bit more than CK, but CK is, not really seen.
Yeah, CK has fallen out of favor like forever, really. He was played a little bit on offlane, right, when they just reworked Chaos Strike for that heal.
Okay.
Just fell out of it again.
Yeah.
I figured it out, guys. The spell deals 2.4k damage to illusions.
Uh-oh.
CK's illusions?
Yeah, because they take 325% damage. So until you have more than 2.4k health, you are gone. That's a lot of items you need. Like armed with BKB plus 1 item probably. And then there's still, on 5% health.
It is 75 seconds cooldown versus 140 early on until he gets Ags, obviously, then he gets charges. So you can play around that a little bit at least. Courier?
Yeah, that's
Courier? No.
Just standing there, alright. Garking's like, I'm busy.
Gotta get these
bait. Yeah, let me farm. Here, take my courier. Just let me CS.
Might as well be, double wave on the tower. Stop harassing me. Okay, so how is this playing actually? TA against Monkey Pango. That sounds kind of rough, right, for a low range hero?
Yeah, it sounds like it could get brutal pretty quickly. Lots to penetrate through the refraction as well with the swashbuckle later on. So
We'll see
you
how
do
TA
have
does up
Gush.
there.
Yeah, you do have Gush and Meld, so you have to be a little
True.
bit careful when it comes to that minus armor.
Yeah, the kill potential could be quite high for those two.
It's a little bit greedy, right? The LGD draft. Like, you're definitely just playing for levels. Like, you want to get the 6 on Tide, 6 on the Dark Willow armor. Oh, they have no detection. Of course, well played by him.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So far, so good, I suppose. DP and Razor just evening it out on that mid lane. Besides that, CK and Pango doing all right, getting that CS.
Yeah, I don't know. The lane mid should get pretty tough though for the DP. I guess the levels go higher. And maybe one rotation could even kill the DP pretty easily. But again, it goes the other way as well. If you gank the Razor, he can die pretty easily too.
Yeah,
Right,
it's not truly a hero with which Somnus can pop off though, right? Like, not a hero that's not an angry Somnus would capitalize on.
Yeah, maybe he matured a little bit here.
here.
Oh, gosh, it's a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's...
nothing.
Hey,
Hey,
you're taking
I love
Hey,
sir.
Tower! Goodness me. that was a little close for comfort there, buddy. Yeah, sounds going cancelled as well. This has gone very badly.
Wow, if he didn't
what
get solved
happened there.
instantly by Y, he would have died.
So the tower was just stubborn or what? They didn't want to change aggro.
Our aggro sometimes is a bit iffy, so maybe that happened. He's a top 1
Just a
player, you know.
stubborn-
Mistakes do happen, of course, so I don't want to blame the game mechanics, you know. I gotta do further research first. So for now, we're gonna say it was a player error. Okay.
Okey-dokey.
I've heard,
mean, we
I've
can ask
heard a
him,
couple of
yeah.
players for some times now complain about tower aggro not being really always on point.
Yeah, it can get really iffy sometimes. Very stubborn towers. And Syncyu also just in time to deny the water rune, literally in front of Samus's eyes.
Xnova not happy about that one, blasting into a bit with a little shredder. And talking about anti-armor, they've got a little bit of that down at bottom as well. They've got, of course, the Reality Rift combined with the little shredder.
There's a ton of
We're gonna do
damage,
that
actually.
Exactly now. Oh my goodness, Faith Beyond just gets taken out of existence by Mr.
I might be dead too.
Oh, my
Lane as
goodness,
well,
yeah.
yeah. They're crumbling in these lanes. Like, you can really see the greed that Black mentioned.
Yeah, RNG, all
it's,
they needed was a little bit of levels, and now it's starting to really come into play, their plan, as they take down Innocence as well. Up on the top side, RNG secured themselves 3 quick kills across the map in the space of about 30 seconds. Very impressive.
Yeah, and this time around, Lizard, you have a Razor, not a Kunkka. It's not nearly as easy to make rotations happen, right?
Yeah, you can't truly. You can't get that X marks the spot to catch a target and make a move. You can just pretty much move into a tower and start hitting it, right? And that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's way like PSG.LGD's draft is like, yeah, you can see why they picked the Brewmaster, but I feel like they needed maybe something more active earlier with that doesn't necessarily need like a huge that doesn't have a huge cooldown. Something like a Slardar, let's say, I don't know, with TA, but then you wouldn't have a way of dealing with CK later on.
Yeah. Like the CK pick brought up a lot of problems of the draft. Like everything was single target, literally the entire draft. So they needed some, you know, emergency answer. But yeah. Xnova?
Say?
Might just be dead.
Ooh, yeah, trying to bring Nothing to Say down with him, and with the Balance Strike coming through, they will get the kill. So that is a good trade for RNG once again.
Were you guys there when I said, why don't we see more like Soul Rings on more mid heroes? You know, we saw it on Lina, on Storm. Why don't we see it on Leshrac and DP? Well, we finally do see it on DP.
Yeah.
Diving Syncyu as well. Should be fine though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This tower will take a nice chunk of damage though.
Innocence might not be so lucky though. They've got the cookie follow through, and look at Innocence. He just gets obliterated by the combination here. RNG, I mean, they're just playing across the whole map. I mean, they don't have a huge gold advantage at this point, but it's early on in the game, and that will eventually capitalize upon more gold than we're seeing right now.
Well, I feel like if you're RNG, you are really looking at snowballing as much as possible, right? And get this armor on CK and just snowball the map.
Yeah, CKDP, that's gonna take buildings, that's for sure.
Okay, we are very educational, so. Did you or did you not know that apparently exorcism attacks do not disable tranquil boots? Well, hold the thought. God King
I'm
is
holding the
indeed fine.
thought. Yeah, he's good. Jinky, he's not.
Goodbye, Zinky. Oh, he's running through
find
more.
Oh, Panda. Fade Beyond.
That's slow on the W, man. So good.
Oh, if only he was
cookie.
6 Faith Beyond. Oh, the cookie's
him.
there.
Got him.
They need one
The
more.
urn,
One more.
yeah, the
Oh,
urn.
the urn.
The urn is enough. The urn is enough. They got him.
It is.
That Penguin is
7-1
unfair, guys.
Brazil.
People are complaining about techies, but look at Penguin. It's a real problem here.
Well, not sure I quite
It's-
agree with that, but okay.
He's just pushing his own agenda. Like, you have to understand Black.
I hate
He's-
Penguin here.
anything that annoys him in the lane, he's gonna, you know, push this agenda that it
Hey.
needs to get nerfed. That's it.
Guys,
But
if I play
okay,
against
sure,
techies-
Pango is pretty strong. Yeah.
No, I play against techies as big anti-mage, spell shield talent, I take 0 damage. Penguin just stuns me the entire time I need to buy a BKB. Who wants to buy a BKB? It's so unfun.
Yeah, he sucks.
Fade Beyond again.
Yeah, this time he's got the level
Oh.
6, so he will be able to use that as they move over towards the CK. God King taking a lot of damage here. Jinkyu joining him with this one as well. More TPs coming as well. They want to bring down God King. Can they do it? They have a lot of damage. In comes Razor, and that'll be enough to finish off the CK. Now they move over towards Xnova. Faith Beyond throws down the Cinder Brew there, ignited by the Gush and the Slam to finish the job. Xnova to fall as well. 2 heroes dead. LGD finally finds something that goes their way in this early game.
Radiant structures are
Yeah,
fortified.
and that's the first usage of Brewmaster's ulti too. I love how God King was like, yeah, I know I'm not gonna survive this, so let me just stand and fight.
Get some damage off, do some sort of resource damage before you fall. I respect it.
Keep in mind that Somnus is taking the tier 1 tower on the top lane with his ultimate, so it's not like they didn't get anything out of that on the bottom lane. Overall, I think if you're RNG, you're fine. Like, yeah, Godskin could have went back a little bit earlier, but it's not the end of the world.
Do you guys think that RNG is gonna be in a little bit of trouble in the mid game, perhaps? Because I'm not a big fan of Monkey King support, because I feel like he just doesn't offer super much in the mid game.
Don't you think that they have compensation for him? Like,
They do. Just always feels like it becomes like a 4v5 in the mid game if Monkey King
Yeah.
can't scale like Xingqiu style.
has some Gleipnir or something very early on. Some
Yeah,
carry
something like that.
style.
Yeah,
Because right now he's sitting on an Orb of Corrosion. No boots, nothing.
Yeah, I
There
like
are some
Gleipnir a lot.
trade-offs. Lane?
Chalice, Rolling Thunder. Yeah, they're just collecting themselves a +5 kill here.
I feel
Why?
like it shouldn't really be that much of a big deal. Like, you're also playing versus a Tide, position 5. It's pretty much a ravage
True.
at this point, right?
Yeah,
Dire structures are fortified.
not even yet. He's only level 4. And the Tome won't even
Yeah.
bring it to 6. He still needs a little bit of XP.
Does he get the tome? He does, at least, yeah.
Yeah, still needs half a level though.
No, it truly feels like, at least the first game, I could see PSG.LGD taking it, right? This one is maybe even more difficult. So yeah, I just wanna see how they do it. That's all. No doubt in my mind that they can. I just want to see how.
They're definitely drafting
Yeah,
in a
yeah.
way where they don't want to make it easy for themselves, that's for sure.
Attacking him some Brewmaster is probably the biggest step that they'll make, right? Like,
Yeah.
towards that win.
Axe and BKB timings.
That's gonna be huge.
Which, yeah, so Razor's going for one straight away, and of course TA. Oh, TA is dead actually.
Very aggressive here, but yeah, that's because Somnus coming in from round the back. Beautiful wraparound maneuver onto the Templar Assassin, and that will get them the kill in the middle lane and turn it into a tower as well. RNG really starting to add up these objectives right now. 12 minutes into the game, and they've taken down 2 of the towers in the safe and middle lane. Chalice, ooh, narrowly gets away with
Do you
that.
like the movement speed on Death Prophet?
Yeah, looks very fair.
Should be faster.
Should be uncapped MS, to be honest. I don't know why it's capped.
Right? Probably shouldn't get only 16% on that ulti.
I think it used to be 24, right?
It needs to go back to it then.
Yeah, I don't know why it's so underpicked, right? Why the hell not?
Maybe
No,
you should
we were discussing
seal
though-
speed with Spirit Siphon. That'd be good.
Oh, you want to bring that back again?
Yeah.
Well, you do get that on 20. You don't take it away from them, but you slow them at least.
That's something.
Yeah, if you want to skill that, because 400 health is pretty much always a choice. But yeah, 2k gold lead already. It's looking pretty rough for LGD. I think they're gonna get a good team fight going with the Ravage somehow. But how? You can't force them to fight, you know? RNG only fights if they want to fight.
And it's way easier for RNG to be the ones really initiating and setting things up, because if you're PSG.LGD, you literally cannot. There is... You can play this like territorial kind of a playstyle. You're just protecting the triangle or where TA is farming. Chalice almost dies actually.
But Zincu really dies.
Yep. You need some... You can see Zincu is always that one position 4 that is itemizing in a way that helps out his... Like, fills in the gaps of his teammates, right? Like, of his draft, that is. Like, he gets this Blink Dagger, maybe he can be the one that goes in first, but it's a Dark Willow. It's not something that brings you a stun early on.
Yeah, I feel a little bad for him, because he's trying really hard to make plays happen, but he's just by himself. He doesn't really have anyone he can play with. No stunners, no anything really.
So are we really just waiting for the BKB Razor and the Aghanim's Brew? Right, that's it. Like, up to that point, I'm not sure how they pretty much do anything on the map.
You gotta use your cooldown so somehow. Like, you gotta use that split to like mitigate the damage. Same with the Ravage. Maybe even if you get just one kill, you know, just use it. It's gotta be used somehow. But then if you use it, you just go Roshan with Exorcism. So it's tough.
Can you do that? Can you perhaps like force Rosh? Like if you or just force some tower, right? Like if you
wait,
I was always under this impression if you can't initiate, force an objective at least, and then they have to respond. Fight around that perhaps.
I thought the very same thing, but Arma actually went for a Blink Dagger before Deso, so they can't do that now. I'm a little bit confused by how everything is shaping up. Now they have the BKB timing of the Razor, but TA doesn't have her Deso timing because she went for a Blink. So like they're kind of anti-timing themselves.
She can join the fights with a Blink as well, right? She doesn't bring that extra damage, but yeah.
But how do you do Roshan without that Deso, you know? Like with that Razor BKB plus Ravage split, you just force Roshan. That's the best you can do, probably. Yeah. Split has been forced.
Is this just, let's force it with my ulti and then in 60 seconds we take Rosh?
Uh-oh.
Well, he's dead.
Could be bad. Yeah. They're on top of him, and this is going to be a dead Brewmaster. Brought down by RNG, although missing
There's smoke from PSG.LGD.
Oh, they're gonna kill. Oh, he has BKB on DP, they can't kill him. No way.
Yeah, Somnus just turns around. Oh, Ravage gets used as well. Only really catches onto the Monkey
He's dead.
King, and oh my.
Straight Rosh, right?
Yeah, straight Rosh.
Surely.
Honestly, this could be some pretty irreparable damage, especially with the itemization from LGD. Like, that was the timing they were looking to fight, and that BKB pickup from Sumnus completely ruined it.
Yeah, yeah. Like last game, we were doubting. Like we saw the difficulties that they had to overcome, and they did overcome them. But this game, man, like
It's even more difficult.
yeah, yeah.
Like,
I just don't.
if last game was 60, this game is what? Like an 80?
80-20, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. It's so hard to play, man. I don't know how they drafted. Oh, yeah, really, this last pick, CK, I think, completely messed with LGD. They did not expect that. They banned the PL, they banned the Terrorblade too, I believe, but then the CK, they're like, oh, there's more illusions in the game, guys. Honestly, though, Naga Siren could have had the same thing, right? So there's not just CK, there were more.
I was thinking that as well, same way as well. Just Naga Siren, CK. And it's
again,
the
guys.
way they're... Yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just the way they're baiting out things from PSG.LGD. Felix, top lane.
Yeah. Well, finally, they're gonna kill at least.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're in a position to tip nothing to say. Gotta be.
He's trying to drum up some morale, you know. He's drum up some.
Might get punished. No.
He's like,
there
you tip
go.
my boy. Yeah. I still gotta say though, I really, no matter what team picks it, dislike this first phase TA. It always feels like you're just so, like, boxed in already from the first phase. You know, there's like no wiggle room.
Yep. I mean, if you have to use your next 4 bans to protect that hero, there's probably something wrong with the pick, right?
And then it's still not protected.
Yeah, and it's still not protected. That's the biggest issue.
True.
It's like, it's crazy. Like, they had to ban CK, Terrorblade, Naga, PL. There's probably a Troll. There's just so many good carry answers to TA.
No, Matt, what are you thinking? How many minutes will we be eating our own words when PSG starts winning fights?
But screw it, it makes for good content. Let's keep doubling down. Yeah, LGD definitely gonna win this game.
All in, baby.
Well, I really don't know at this point what LGD can do to come back, to be honest. Like, I know it's only a 3k gold lead, but on paper it's literally like a 30k gold lead.
Yeah, Charles just got a piece out of that one, actually. He's got a teammate coming in. Might consider jumping back around here. Defensive Rolling Thunder turns into an aggressive Rolling Thunder. Yeah, take him out. Xingqiu dead.
Classic Pangolier move. You gank me? Oh, nope. Think again.
Literally bounces right back at you. Plays Beyond, trying to make something happen here.
Oh.
It's not in the ultimate.
Yeah.
Somewhat
He does have
questionable.
Aghanim's, but yeah.
Oh, he's being baited so hard.
Nothing
Now
to
the
say.
kisses come over as well. Also, kind of landing onto Innocence. All right, they get a kill. They get a kill. And Charles will fall. Looking at this backstab maneuver here, but unfortunately, there's a lot of heals coming through. Is it going to be enough? I don't think so. Nothing to say it's going to fall. Meanwhile, Split comes out along with the Phantasms. They'll be taken down quite quickly by the side of Faith Beyond. Rock out.
Yeah.
Like, do they have damage to actually take down anyone? I don't think so.
It
was very close
Be
at the end.
careful, yeah.
Well, there was
Meanwhile,
both Bruce Split expended.
Yeah. Exorcism on the other side, right? So it's not all that grim for PSG.LGD. They did lose their Razor, though.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is just that they are already not favored, right? And the later this game goes, the more favorable it gets for RNG. And you already, with your strong timing, the Axe, the Death Throw, the BKB on Razor, could not fight back at all. It's really on LGD to maybe just find a solo pickoff with a Ravage. I mean, they've tried that, right? But they always get BKB'd. And why is that again?
Yeah.
Comes
It's
Razor.
always like that. I had lots of fun with that in the UK.
We did indeed. Hey, some interesting noises that fellow makes as they will be trading here. Xingqiu gonna fall, Felix also gonna go down, however. Faith Beyond on the run. Doesn't want to stay around too long here. but also can't protect his triangle, so more space given up towards RNG. I said BKB, sorry, Aegis nearly down from the CK, so won't be able to be quite as aggressive in their positioning, but I'm not sure they're too bothered about that. Doesn't really look like God King's gonna die anyway.
Have you guys had a similar impression of the, especially China region this season 1, that game 1 is always like a stomp, and then game 2 is a stomp, but the other way?
Somewhat.
Yeah,
Yeah,
happens quite frequently, I feel like.
Yeah, it's some series, yeah. Because the
I feel
teams
like
are
game
so... it was... I think it comes down to teams being close, and at the same time, teams maybe having a little bit of a morale issues, right? So, perhaps not morale, discipline, let's put it that way. Like, you stomp that first game, and then you relax a little bit in the next one.
Right, yeah. I can see that.
Yeah,
On the, oh, he has no BKB yet. Oh, managed to get the blink out.
Magic
Nice.
just about get the blink off, yeah. Spirit Siphon
Yeah.
didn't quite get there in time to take down those refraction charges, so Ame will live.
So now, second BKB up, Brewmaster, 2 splits soon. Do you wait for the refresher, or is it go time?
I think it's go time. I want to see them make a move. I'm ready. I'm ready for some PSG.LGD action.
Well, Roche may respawn in like, what, minute and a half? I think that should be a pretty decent objective to fight around if you're PSG.LGD.
Okay,
you don't want to double brew split just before Roche spawn.
They found themselves a Razor, but he's got a BKB. Just kidding. They did commit Rolling Thunder and Kisses to this. Okay, if there's ever a time to go.
No BKB on Razor though, you said it.
Yeah, BKB on TA though.
Yeah, it's such a weird thing right now for LGD. Like, whenever one of their heroes has the timing, the other one is waiting for his timing, and then he gets his timing, and then he's waiting for the next one's timing. Look at the refresher orbs from the Razor and the Brewmaster. You know, got the BKB timing for the TA, gotta wait for the refreshers now.
Refreshers
yeah, they just never feel... They never really feel ready. That's the problem. Because they have this barrier that really in their situation cannot be crossed by items. That's the lack of initiating tools. You just can't make plays, so you're stuck waiting for the RNG to really make a move, and then you respond to it.
Barrier that cannot be crossed by items. I don't know why, that just sounds that sounds cool.
Yeah, it sounds very epic.
Indeed, indeed. And talking about epic, a BKB's been popped down at bottom as they turn this back around onto Felix. Can they finish the job? I think they might be able to. Does go down and TP out on the TA is going to keep her nice and safe. Jinkyu, unfortunately, going to get left behind for dead.
Top lane.
That's going to be a kill onto him. Yeah, top. BKB once again being used here by Nothing to Say. Doesn't want to commit too hard onto God King Hero though. Innocence is here, but the BKB of course coming out to block a Ravage, therefore only landing onto X-Nova, which doesn't really matter too much. And Sumnus is turning up to this one as well. Yeah, he's taking damage, but well, does actually get the TP away. And Faith Behind just slips in the side door, gets the cheeky little kill. Could be in some
splits again. Yeah. He needed to split again to live. Do you think
up in a minute though?
Yeah. Do you think that maybe at some point when Razor gets like refresher Shivas and starts getting enough damage to deal with the CK, or perhaps at that point DP will be too much of a problem?
I think there will be enough damage to brute force it. Like the Razor ult plus the Melt Strike, everything is gonna deal a lot of damage. It's just, can you get to that point, right? Like both of you need like 3-4 items, because just with the refresher, Razor is not strong enough, right? You still need like one more additional item after that. And probably with the next Aegis, RNG is gonna look to close out this game.
Do you like the Blink Ward CK?
Yeah, I was about to talk about that. Like, I just did the damage test, right? It was 2.4k damage, I think I said. Like, his illusions are gone every fight.
He's literally just going into his own right click and that's it. Right?
Yeah.
Like BKB Armlet and Bloodthorn now even. It's an interesting
He's probably
approach.
playing anti-illusion, right? Not anti-illusion, but like he's gonna act like his illusions are gonna die no matter what.
So you pick this illusion hero to counter the TA, but then you don't really go for illusions because they just die instantly. Yeah.
Hey, sometimes when you play PL against the Lash, for example, you know, you gotta go for the like satanic kind of item build just to fight head to head. Happens. It's not what you wanted to do initially, but
God King to just use his illusions to go and farm and stuff rather than saving it for fights. Because Phantasm just doesn't seem useful for fights.
Yeah, I would like that. Well, using it for Roshan now. They're actually giving Roshan for free. Well, the refreshers aren't ready yet. This is what we spoke about. That's rough.
A little bit longer.
That was without exorcism too.
I believe Brew has his. Yeah, it's flying out. So he has his refresher. Razor,
but now
300 gold. Yeah.
Now look at Tia. It needs 1,000 for Daedal. It's gotta wait again.
She needs to be very careful here.
Oh. Does he sniff it out? He does, but can he make it out?
BKBTP, right? No basher, nothing like that. Yeah. Or just blink away.
Yeah, the smoke popped at the wrong space. They were like, huh? Is he behind us? Monkey's real tanky too. 2,000 health, 16 armor. Where does he have 16 armor from?
It's the set he's got equipped.
Ah, that makes sense.
Did break the smoke.
Goodness
now they
me,
know exactly where they are. Yeah.
That was radical.
CK and DPL are a bit too far.
Oh, Ravage comes down. They're looking for the play here. They'll move on to Chalice, but Chalice, he's got the roll up to get himself away. Rolling Thunder out, and now nothing to say. He's got to be a little bit careful. Everything's being committed here. All the big ultis thrown down onto this one. Faithbian's going to come across and get rid of those fans. Oh, he missed. Uh-oh. Oh no, they've just got enough health now to actually just narrowly survive it. So that allows them to get the kill onto nothing to say. Meanwhile, Ame, he's just gonzo. He's just keeping out of this one. Doesn't want anything else to do with this fight. And RNG looking to see if they can find any cleanup kills. There's no one left available. Everyone else has managed to get themselves out. But yeah, once again, LGD, they just pop the lid in this fight and get themselves out.
Yeah, they used the Terrorize, right? And it didn't really connect on the Pango fast enough, so he uses roll up, and then CK comes in time to just destroy Razor in a second.
Interesting movements here from both teams as they're trying to just defend from their high ground. Not really looking to overcommit to this one on the TA, but the rest of them will come down and finish off the kills. And even looking over towards God King, I mean, he's got the Aegis, but Ame's still going to pump some damage into him regardless. They come around the side. X-Nova's gone as well. This is looking nice from LGD. Now they're going to lose one in return as they lose X-Nova. Sorry, they lose Xinkyu. The other ex-supporters, Charles comes rolling on through once again. Another Rolling Thunder available. This Brewmaster cannot get off another ultimate here. He's going to get brought down, and that is a bigger kill for RNG.
Yeah, the Bloodthorn silences him, so he can't split again. Just be very careful with that. He doesn't have any sort of the spell yet. No Aeon Disc and no Lotus Orb. But yeah, it's... I feel like once Exorcism is activated, DP is a god of the game, right? You can't deal with her. Can you? Double Link, double Eye of the Storm, maybe?
I believe you still die faster. I think at that point, as a Razor, if you're on top of her. Not sure, but I kind of always see DP just destroying a Razor in that trade-off.
It's going to be a very dynamic
fight. It's just simpler, too.
Pop in all your ultimates and sitting next to each other. Alright, let's see whose ulti kills each other the fastest.
It would look kind of funny, probably. They both just don't move an inch.
Yeah, just literally go sit next to each other and see what happens.
And should just test it in the lobby. Yeah. Take these two heroes, pop their ultis.
Well, I'm going back to lobby, guys. No, I'm
kidding. Yeah.
RNG looking.
You know, like you were talking about this late game potential that PSG.LGD might get to. They are getting there.
Here we go. They're going for the backlines. They're trying to find the Brewmaster. Brewmaster stunned up for the time being. Can they finish him up in time? Yes, they can. Two gone. Both the big ultis taken out of the fight. Lizard's question is answered straight away. As,
Never mind.
Gets to the
potential unlocked.
Indeed.
Great potential.
Yeah. Definitely potentialized.
Oh dear.
Still an Aegis on the CK for 40.
Oh, maybe not.
Oh.
Okay, got it. Nice. Okay, good job. Xinkyu doing Xinkyu things as always.
Hey, you have no BKB. Whoa, 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 whoa. Now when you say, gotta be careful. They look real scary.
Yes, TA still slaps pretty hard. You gotta respect the TA.
You gotta respect Jinkyu as well, just jumping in, finishing off CK, even though Aegis was about to expire. You know, it's about dominance right there. You
Yeah, it's a
have to make
statement.
statement. Yeah, it's a statement.
Overwhelming Blink up next for the DP. He's just getting tankier and tankier. Kind of reminds me of last game, how LGD got way too tanky to be dealt with. Like, it's kind of heading the same direction for RNG this time around. They're all just building HP. Overwhelming Blink on Pango, Skadi on Chaos Knight.
Yeah, they're smoking up without some, like, let's say, refresher on Razor. And
yeah,
they are scouted out too, because top lane is pushing in.
Yeah, it's
this is
super
an obvious
obvious
smoke. Yeah.
Oh, Dark Widow ordinarily misses the Monkey King too. Yeah, not too many things going LGD's way, unfortunately.
Yeah. What do they need,
Not yet.
Nomad? Yeah. What do they need?
What they need is some magic. They need some magic.
Nakama power.
Yes, that. I mean, it's
Nova?
winnable. It's always winnable. Hello. This is looking interesting here. It says 2 heroes inside the Wukong command. Up on the top side of the map, Xnova does indeed go down, but the Monkey King, he's in a lot of trouble actually. Felix might just get killed off by the Pandalings as the TP out comes through from God King. 2 heroes down on the side of RNG, LGD. They find simultaneous fights across the map, and it goes pretty damn well for them.
Where did the Ravage go? I heard it.
He used it on solo DP because she was on top of him with Siphon and Exorcism. So actually, I'm not sure if Exorcism was up, probably not, but she was about to kill him. So he just pops the Ravage to get away. He had the gem as well, so I guess it's worth it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, decent fight. You only get 2 supports. Probably wanted a bit more, but it's better than nothing. You're keeping the damage mitigated, and your Razor has a Shiva's Guard now, so his items are looking better. Plus 1 more item. Maybe they do have enough damage to chunk down the DP.
Yeah, and if it comes down to a game of BKBs, then LGD are in the much better position here because they have those refresher orbs. I mean, how BKB focused is this game?
Somewhat, definitely. Not in a major way, but some heroes like Pango definitely do struggle against it.
Whoa, he gets taken out instantly. Yeah.
Wait, I didn't even see that happen. All right, TA things, just doing TA things as they find another hero here. Xnova's gonna get going down. This is LGD on the high ground of RNG. What is happening right now? Yeah, that was a phantasm in case anybody blinked there.
Don't you just play it? Don't you just play it this way? You just pop your primal split and you put that Somnus deep into the air. And you just ignore her, kill everyone else.
Yep, DP, what DP? All we see is a little witch in the sky as now they commit hard to this one. RNG committing to the fight, but Somnus needs to leave. Look at the damage coming out from this Templar Assassin. You cannot fight into that. She's stuck. She's stuck. Door's stuck. Need help. ET's coming in. She's trying to jump. She does it. Arme from the sidelines finds the entry to the fight. Chalice as well. This is the LGD magic we were talking about, and it never runs dry. How do they do it, Black?
No way, man. Okay, they got this power spike with the Brewmaster, sure. Like, he got the health talent on the split, but how do they transition it into such an amazing, like, not just one team fight, but like 3 in a row?
I mean, they just know their limits better than any other team in the world, it feels like.
I'm
They're
just
just on the high ground right now, battering the tier 4s. How are they going for the win right now? I mean, they have a buyback on the death bomb. They're gonna have to use it here, and there it is, coinciding with the jump in from Chalice here, but the Ravage does come out, and they don't get off the BKB on the CK right immediately off the bat. They're being very patient on LGD though.
Ow.
And that does mean that the TA is just straight up dead. Faith behind a little slow on the pickup there. Nothing to say in trouble as well. Oh dear, we might have sung their praise a little bit too soon as LGD down some trouble. They do have the buybacks just coming back now for the TA as the fight continues in the front line. The CK just battling up into those Pandalings.
Man, honestly,
that's
even
kind of the
if
fight.
LGD loses this game, I am
Tower is under attack.
baffled by the fact they even just took a Rex before RNG did.
That's insane. Like,
I feel like the moment I had that feeling, like, for the majority of the first 20 minutes, you have this feeling of hopelessness for PSG.LGD. But the moment you get that one glimmer of hope, like that one shining light at the end of the tunnel, you know that they're gonna get it somehow. Like they're gonna abuse the game in such a way that they will find that opening and make it work. Be it like in this match, and just saving time for them, right? Like buying time.
Yeah, Roshan is up though.
Yeah.
With a refresher shot,
Yeah.
still ball is in RNG's court. Like, it was an amazing sequence for LGD, of course, but it's still a big mountain to climb.
Yeah, they overstepped a little bit with the with the throne push. For sure.
yes, you could say that. Shinkyu is very, very dead. Yes, that is.
Cyclone one guy tried to skip the creep wave. It shouldn't really work here. He is delaying time a little
He's
bit.
delaying.
At least,
That was a tanky.
It's not
ruler.
tanky. Yeah, 4.6 kg.
Ripped.
yeah, he's
You
got
can't
that
kill me.
talent.
I run out of time.
He
Honestly,
can also just resummon whenever he wants as well.
he needs the shard on Brewmaster. Like that disarm against CK would also be amazing.
And here
Oh,
we go
excellent.
again, and taking a lot of damage here on God King straight off the bat. He is not the Aegis carrier, remember. He does have the cheese though, popping the BKB, but needs to be careful. A lot of damage is being thrown down at the ground here as Felix jumps in as well, trying to help out Somnus, as Somnus taking heavy hits here. This is the Aegis carrier. BKB's popped. What? He's not going to come back without a BKB. This could spell trouble for him. Ravage coming down as well. The beautiful timing from Innocence. Do they have the damage follow-up is a question. Ame is trying to fight up into this, but doesn't want to go too hard into that ring. But look at Faith Beyond. The Brewlings, they're doing so much work, and they'll follow up as well. LGD, how are they doing this right now? They are blowing this game wide open, and they might have just blew themselves
If no buybacks!
to the grand final.
There's no. That's it. That's game right there.
It. Chalice is like,
They do have some.
guys?
Isn't it?
What do I do,
Yeah,
guys?
GG.
Middle tower
Yeah, that's
Isn't it magical,
That's it.
Papa?
Middle tower.
really
Oh
is.
my god, it's actually insane. Faith beyond that last team fight, he did so much. He dealt a ton of damage. He dispelled perfectly. What's it called? Phantasm gone instantly. He dispelled the Ghost Scepter, so he can't TP out on the Snapfire. My
Kept
god,
that
Brewmaster
prophet in
pick.
the air as well with the cyclone, right?
Yeah, I don't know what other pick could have won them this game possibly, but LGD found it. The game looked impossible to win, but they find that one chance, as they always do somehow. And there's no coming back for RNG again. Like, you lose 2 games like this. This must be so painful.
Yeah, I mean,
Then again, do you think that it's a small prize that you put up such a performance versus PSG.LGD, or they're not happy with it at all?
I mean, if you just look at the drafts, right, you gotta be
Yeah.
kicking yourself. Like, you outdrafted them
Yeah.
twice in a row. You picked the CK last pick probably in their cameras. They're like, what are you gonna do now? Brewmaster. Huh? Suddenly,
I mean-
somebody win?
how much would you say that last fight there was on the DP popping the BKB on like her last kind of second of life, and then not having it for the reincarnation from the Aegis?
Yeah, but you don't have exorcism, right? Afterwards.
Yeah.
Did he have a
True.
shot?
That's why
They had a shot. They had a shot, but they had it on the Pangolier, and I don't know why.
Mm.
Oh yeah, that that is definitely a big problem. Because if you have that additional exorcism and another BKB, perhaps it can work out. But yeah, the last fight was absolutely brutal. Like they ran out of BKBs. Brewmaster is king without BKBs. Perfect Ravage. Also, finally, Innocence finds the Ravage on like 4 or 5 heroes. It all worked out in the end.
All worked out in the end. See your door.
I really, they saw it. They saw that light. They went to it. It's but everything that they
anime
did,
style.
it's for real. And all these small little things in the game add up. Like, why did they get to where they went? Like, Black was questioning, are they going to be able to get to that point in which they have 2 extra items? Yeah, they will. Why? Because these small little things that you don't talk about, like Razor hiding in the trees on top lane, using his plasma field to just creep skip, right? Like preventing them from pushing in on the high ground. TA doing the same with traps. This Panda using his ulti just to buy them an extra couple of seconds before everyone is respawned. All these small little things add up, and then they take the best possible team fights for themselves. That team fight, when Ravage was used only for the DP, it was just so good. The positioning that they had in it, yeah, it only netted them 2 supports, but still, it prolongs the game, gets them all the items that they need.
Yeah, I agree. It's super well played by LGD. They always seem to recognize exactly what they need to do, even if they're outdrafted or really far behind in the game. No matter what state the game is in, like, it's so hard to beat them, right? It's such a scary team.
Could RNG have done more to close this one out, to get themselves some barracks or something earlier on in the game?
They could, sure, but LGD perhaps just didn't allow them to. And it's some of these things that you don't really talk about when you're casting, because perhaps they're not as interesting, right? But just shoving out the waves constantly and giving info to all your teammates and forcing some useless fights on the enemy side of the map that you don't really want to take as RNG buys you that time and prevents them from pushing high ground.
I think what you're saying is completely spot on. Like, the only thing they could have done better on RNG, I think, is, sure, some teamfight execution was off here and there, but if they just put, like, maybe anti-split push wards and catch them more often that way, maybe that brings them, like, into a better position into the game.
Yeah.
Like, you mean like somewhere deeper, perhaps in the lanes, or Tinker wards as well on the side, just to
Tinker wards, lane wards, something like that.
Yeah, it does just feel like LGD are just so far ahead, and just, I mean, this fight here, right? Like the BKB, the Exism, it's all down. I want to see, was a Chalice coming to try and give the shard away? Looks like he's actually already used it, so yeah, don't know where that shard was, but it was definitely on the Pangolier at the start of the fight. Don't know where it was at the end of it. Maybe used a double rolling thunder, but either way, Death Prophet desperately needed it there and didn't have it. And I mean, follow up from that, it's just the CK getting absolutely destroyed. I love that on Innocence as well. Perfect timing on the Ravage, like absolutely brilliant timing on that Ravage there to get the DP as she respawns. You know, frame perfect there. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. And you know, it's what we've come to expect from PSG.LGD. But man, it's still so good to see it, and a fantastic performance across the board. And you know, just before we talk about the series a little bit more, I do just want to know what you guys think about our lower bracket finals now, as we're going to have Team Aster versus RNG once again.
Hard to make a prediction on that one, because in the last month it went in 3 different ways already.
Yep,
it's gonna be a fun one.
The matchup we've seen played, like, I think 5 times, 6 times now. They had to play against each other, then immediately afterwards had to play a tiebreaker against each other again. And then we saw them in the first round of this event. Now we see it in the lower bracket of this event. And it's never consistent. We never know who's going to come out on top of that one.
It looks like RNG have their number, right? Like, they figure some things out. They get a really good strat, they get a really good draft, they steal a couple of their heroes, like a Monkey King, and then the next day Aster just shows up and is like, yeah, no. not gonna happen again. So.
Or he just pulls out a blinder or something like that. And yeah, I don't know. Who knows which way it's going to go, but make sure to tune in for that one. But yeah, LGD seal it up, and they will be the first team in the grand final. So that is going to guarantee them a whole chunk of DPC points. Just from winning that game, they are now guaranteed some points, either 130 or 250 DPC points, and a bare minimum of $25,000 to go with it as well. $50,000 if they can get that first place out of that 100K prize pool. Huge amount of money and a huge amount of DPC points on the line. I mean, honestly, getting first in this is a very, very good step towards securing yourself a spot at TI. Like it's going to be very difficult for a team like LGD not to get to TI if they take the first place tomorrow.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's just so hard to overcome a team like LGD. It's just a team that owns when they're ahead and winning. You know, it's sure happens a lot, but a team that is losing, because honestly, LGD is losing quite a bit in their games, right? It's not like they always just stomp and really far ahead. They just always know how to come back into a game. There was the same when like Team Liquid back then won TI. They're 30k down, and you still feel like you're not in a position to win against them. It's just so scary mentally. It's like, how do you overcome that?
Yeah.
How do you overcome it, Blizzard? We just don't know. It's and not many teams know. It seems as once again LGD continue their win streak as they run through it. So we do of course get to speak to one of the players from the side of PSG.LGD, and on the mic we have nothing to say, talking to us, nothing to say. Firstly, how are you doing?
最近过得怎么样，莫言？
还挺好吧，但是就是中了那个 COVID，所以也不是很好。
I've been okay recently, but I catch COVID, so not really going too well.
Oh dear. Well, hope you feel better soon. Firstly, I wanted to ask, when you're coming into this series and you're playing against RNG, and RNG are just they're doing very well in the first half of this game, to put it lightly. They're running over the map, they're taking your buildings. Is there any ever panic in the team, or are you guys just calm? Is there confidence in this game even though you guys are losing?
第二场比赛其实一开始安智优势很大嘛，然后他们一直在全屏的扫图给你们施加压力，然后你们其实队内当时是一个什么样的情况？也是说就是会打得比较难受，还是保持了冷静，然后去找到了机会来反盘的？
第一把就 PA 前面死了几次嘛，然后我还挺肥的，所以我就跟他们说，就是等我 BKB，然后就我们4个早点找机会吧，就让 PA 舒服的刷点钱，然后就还就是我们等我 BKB 了，然后找他们打嘛，就是别让 PA 再死了，然后也还可以打的都还可以，PA 过后也成型了，所以就 PA 飞起来了，就很好打。
第二把呢？
第二把就我们前期他们技能就很强嘛，然后所以我们都说就是一直拖到我们有双刷新就有双刷新就很好打了。
So first game PA was under farmed. I just told my team to wait till I have my blocking bar, and once I have that, I feel confident to fight them, and then we team fight until PA got farmed, and that's why we win first game. The second game they were really strong in the early game. We couldn't really fight them until we got those 2 refreshers, and after that we are pretty confident as long as we have all the cooldowns we can fight them.
Always with the confidence. It seems to be a huge part of your game. How do you maintain so much confidence in these games though, where other people may falter?
就是怎么样才能在游戏里面做到就是保持自信呢？就是有的时候像这种高压情况下，一些选手是会出现心态的波折的。
就应该就是我们5个人都就一起说嘛，就说了就等什么装备，然后再一起打，所以就我们有我们大概知道要等什么装备，然后才一起打，所以也没有很慌。
So we talked a lot during the game. All 5 of us communicating with each other, make sure we understand at what point we can turn the game around, which item we should be waiting for, and by understanding those things, make you don't panic in the different situations.
Timings and trust seems to be at the heart of it. We were trying to figure out what RNG could do differently to close out that second game, and honestly, we couldn't think of much. We thought they played a very good game. Do you have any ways in which you think RNG could have played it differently and closed that one out?
第二场比赛后，我们自己在之前讨论 RNG 怎样可能收尾的话，那场比赛的结果会不一样。然后我们自己当时是没有一个特别明确的答案的。我想知道从你的角度来说的话，有没有什么站在 RNG 的角度，他们应该怎么样去结束这场比赛？
感觉他们还是就慢慢来吧，就是他们要抓到我们那种找到机会打先手，把我们关键人物杀了才好打，不然就是我们都活着开团的话，他们感觉不是很好打。
I think they lost patience at the end. They should be more patient and they should try to take more time, try to gank our key heroes, take our key heroes down. As long as it's a 5-man team fight, I don't think they have the upper hand.
Interesting. So more patience, contradictory to what I was thinking on that one. Lizard, Black, you guys got any questions?
You want to go first?
Yeah, sure. I was wondering. I think Black probably has the same question. Did that Chaos Knight pick worry you at all? Like when it got picked, was it, or was it something that, you knew what you needed to pick afterwards instantly?
就是想知道最后对面选到混沌骑士的时候 ，CK 的时候有没有让你们感觉有些意外，还是你们可能也知道对面最近有在用这个英雄？
有点意外吧，但是可能对面也没什么英雄好选了，因为我们也知道我们选了电魂，他们就比较长流的大哥就都不好出，所以 CK 也不意外吧。
A little bit of surprise because we haven't seen this hero for a long time, but it kind of makes sense because we picked Razor and they don't really have any good hero to choose from. That's probably why they pick CK, and thinking about that, it's not really surprising anymore.
Okay.
Okay, just
Black?
a couple of fan service questions from me. The fans want to get to know you a bit better. Your favorite drink, your favorite ice cream flavor, and your favorite vegetable, please.
想帮粉丝问一问，就是你最喜欢喝的饮料，你最喜欢吃冰激凌的口味，还有你最喜欢吃的蔬菜是什么？
可乐，然后巧克力的口味，还有小白菜吧。
Coke, chocolate flavor ice cream, and it's a Chinese vegetable, baby cho, I think. I'm not 100% sure.
Well, I think I know which one you mean, but it's okay. Very safe, very good choices. I'm sure people are going to be satisfied with that too.
Very relatable. Yeah, very relatable down the middle. I want to ask, does Faith Bian ever get tired of Xingqiu stealing his position 3?
我就想再问一下，边将有没有抱怨过心情一直偷他的3号位打？
应该没有吧。
Probably no. Probably no.
Probably no. Okay. All right. We're going to let you go. Thank you so much for going to talk to us. Nothing to say. And best of luck and hope you recover soon from COVID. Stay safe.
祝你后面的比赛好运，希望你能早日康复。
谢谢。
Thank you.
And there we go. That's it for PSG.LGD as they move on to the grand finals to face up versus the winner of the lower bracket finals, which means we're all done for today. Any closing thoughts on today's match?
What can you say, really? LGD seems to be the more net worth they're down, the stronger they get. They turn a higher gear up, but it's I just really think it's incredible how they keep coming back from seemingly impossible situations. I mean, there's a reason they were second at TI. I'm also a big fanboy, so take a little bit of salt, when I talk about LGD. When maybe Lizard has a more level-headed take.
Yeah, chill out, fanboy. I don't have any more of a leveled take, because when you look at RNG and all the rest of China, like they're very similar in skill. They're very close knit pack, right? Like you have Aster, RNG, and everyone else, and PSG.LGD is just completely standing out. And these two games just prove it. Like first game, they don't have a way of jumping that Shadow Demon. They go Orchid on the Weaver. Second game, well, I don't know. Like second games, they just make it work. Like they
Just
literally
wait
just
for the
make it
refresher
work.
orbs.
Yeah,
That's all
There's
they've
no
just wait for.
initiation.
Yeah, they have no initiation. They're supremely reliant on items. They have no objective taking early on. They still make it to like minute 40, get 4 items on every hero, and they win it. It's ridiculous at this point. Really, it's what it is.
It really is. There's no other word for it. Alrighty. Well, guys, we are all now done with today's games, and that does, of course, mean that PSG.LGD will be fighting in the grand finals tomorrow, and it'll be Team Aster versus RNG. Royal Never Give Up, fighting it out in the lower bracket finals tomorrow. The loser of that game will take third place. The winner will go forward to face off against PSG.LGD in the grand finals of the Chinese DPC regional finals. So that will decide the winner of the region. Make sure you guys tune in. It'll be the same time tomorrow, so make sure you guys jump in. We're all done for the day. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time.